A boy walked slowly down the street, his wheat-colored hair was blown by the wind, his eyes were full of sadness. From birth he knew all the vices of people. On October 10th he always wanted to hide somewhere from everyone as quickly as possible. He was always beaten on this day somewhere in a gateway, barely alive, barely breathing, carried to the hospital. And always the same worried voices of the medical staff. Why is he still alive? Do you know why I don't want to put him in the hospital? Because of him, I lost the person I loved. Either you put him in the hospital or you will be sentenced to betray Konoha. I will personally make sure that you regret for the rest of your life that you refused this. Damn him! Shouted at the wolf-masked shinobi, unable to resist his words. It all started when he was only 5 years old and was thrown out by his orphanage teacher. He didn't know why they were looking at him like that. Why were all their eyes on him? He hadn't done anything bad to them. One day, the blonde didn't manage to hide from drunk shinobi who were making fun of him. Apparently enjoying the fact that he was weak and no one would stand up for him. A girl of about 7 years old with the Uchiha clan sign was riding on the back of her older brother Itachi, and then she noticed how the shinobi were beating the defenseless boy. Ni-san, look. What, Kiyomi? Oh my god, wait here. He put his younger sister on the ground and went to stop this disgrace. Sharingan with 3 tomo lit up in his eyes and he hit the first one in the liver area, which made him grab his stomach and fall to the ground, not even having time to see the big-eyed one in front of him. The other one didn't notice how they came up to him from behind and knocked him out. The boy's eye was swollen shut and he could barely distinguish colors, his lip was split, his body was all bruised. He was barely breathing and reaching out to the stranger who saved him, he was holding on only by sheer willpower and then he passed out. Kiyomi went up to her brother and asked. Ni-san, what's wrong with him? Why did they beat him up? The boy is not guilty of anything, that they want to kill him every time. I will take him to the hospital, and you will go home, understand? No, I'll go with you too, period. How can you refuse a little princess? Let's go. She beamed and followed her older brother. Kiyomi had never been so happy, only when Itachi came home, and Sasuke was the same. As soon as they entered the hospital, Itachi handed the boy over to Izumi, who was on duty, and she immediately recognized the boy who was always brought in on the same day every year. Oh my god, why is this happening to him? He can barely breathe. Itachi, do something for him, talk to the Hokage, this can't go on any longer. Poor Naruto Uzumaki. Uzumaki. Oh, hello, little Kiyomi. You've grown up so much. Kiyomi pouted, clearly angry at Izumi. And then the woman laughed, causing Kiyomi to hide behind Itachi. Izumi handed Naruto over to the Iryoran who was constantly healing him. Itachi took his sister to the clan and, without telling his mother, went to the Hokage. He was clearly expecting him to appear and was sipping on the clan's own chakra-restoring tobacco. In making a seal, he created a soundproof barrier so that the entire conversation would remain between the two of them. Third, Naruto Uzumaki was attacked again, you know about his parents. What would they say about you? How did you treat their son? 2 shinobi beat him up today, Kakashi took them. Itachi, our policy is so rotten that I feel uneasy about some of the decisions we've made. I couldn't have found anything better for Naruto. My student is wasting away, when he could have taken his godson. But that's wrong, my mother could have raised him as her own son, she's Naruto's godmother too. You know that Danzo won't miss the opportunity to get what's inside Naruto. Go, Itachi, before that mummy finds out about our conversation. I allowed your clan to take care of Naruto while he was still very young and needed his mother's milk. After dispelling the barrier, Itachi returned to the clan. Hiruzen followed him with the ball he held in his hand and, placing it on the table, took a drag and exhaled. He understood perfectly well that it was fraught with arguing with the top. They intended to take everything into their hands, but not Kushina and Minato's house. The house was protected by a barrier capable of withstanding a tailed beast's bomb and the penetration of outsiders into the barrier. Kushina tried her best, and the situation in the Uchiha clan was heating up, excessive activity and permissiveness of the police. What could Naruto be offered? Someone had to keep an eye on him without raising suspicion. Those 2 shinobi would be genin for the rest of their lives. Kakashi was doing his job well and looking after the son of the dead sensei. He couldn't help with anything else. The sound of dripping water came from the end of one of the endless corridors. Naruto walked through the tunnels towards the source of the sound and power that was so beckoning, calling to itself, luring into its nets. Turning in one direction, Naruto saw a huge cage with a seal on it in front of him. As soon as he carefully approached, two glowing red vertical eyes appeared through the slits of the cage. And from there came a deadly smell, which made him hold his nose. And the monster's muzzle itself appeared. My jailer deigned to appear, so weak and helpless. A pitiful sight. Who are you? Huh, you're not afraid of me and you ask my name. Snot, you're not worthy of hearing it. I haven't trusted people for centuries, everyone needs my power. I don't need her. Go away, little brat. Naruto came out of his inner consciousness and woke up to the fact that one nurse was fussing around next to him. She was very kind and sweet. And noticing that he woke up, she immediately began to ask about his condition. Does your head hurt? Do you feel dizzy? Nauseous? If not, we'll discharge you in 2 days. My body hurts all over, please, can I stay here a little longer, next time I won't survive. Poor thing, I will of course try, but I can't guarantee that you will be allowed to stay here any longer. Now rest, you will need more strength. Thank you. Izumi walked out of the room and almost collided with the Hokage. He was focused and polite when she almost bumped into him. Lord Hiruzen, what are you doing here? I came to check on the condition of a very serious patient. I was told that he was lying in this ward. Has he woken up? Yes, just not for long. The Hokage nodded that it wouldn't be long. As soon as he entered the room he saw that Naruto's wounds on his body had healed, there weren't even any bruises left. The boy was admiring the view from the window, where other children were playing with their peers. And he didn't notice how the old man approached him. Hey Naruto, I see you got into trouble yesterday. Why do people want to kill me so much? I'm no different from them. I'm not a monster, am I? No, you are an unusual boy and your destiny is completely different from the others. I see. And who are my parents and where are they? They died on the day you were born. The dead cannot be brought back to life. But who were they? Don't disturb their peace, that's all you need to know. The Hokage left the boy's room in the hospital without looking the boy in the eye. Izumi was able to negotiate that Naruto would stay in the hospital for 1 extra day. That same day, Itachi and Kiyomi came to visit him. He couldn't remember their faces and didn't understand who they were, although he had seen their clan's sign more than once. And you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth, since you survived. Let's get acquainted. I'm Itachi, and this is my younger sister Kiyomi. If she hadn't noticed you, you would have bled to death in the alley. Thank you for saving me. I am Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you. Ni-san, he doesn't have a single wound left, look. This is his regeneration. All of the Uzumaki clan were like this until their beloved village was exterminated and only a pitiful handful remained, scattered across all countries. Wow, why did they do this to them? They were afraid of them. It is unknown how it all happened, in just one night. Naruto, do you want to be friends with me? With you. But, how will they treat you later? Don't talk nonsense, be my first friend. I don't have any friends either. Okay, just don't cry. We'll be able to go for a walk a little later, until they let me go. Izumi, I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself. I'm from the Uchiha clan like them. Now, please leave the room, the patient needs rest, and disinfection will be carried out soon, and you shouldn't be here. Izumi-chan, you bastard. That's not fair. Kiyomi-chan, no one breaks the hospital rules, not even our Hokage, especially when visiting patients. Kiyomi, we better leave the hospital, you shouldn't see an angry Izumi. Kiyomi gave in and left the hospital with her brother with a dissatisfied face. The girl could not understand why she offered friendship. Maybe those sad eyes or his fate touched her heart. Kiyomi and Itachi, returning to the clan, noticed that their mother was waiting for them, as was Sasuke. Makoto was the kindest and most loving mother. She loved her children with all her heart and paid attention to each one. Kiyomi, where have you been with Itachi yesterday and today? She found herself a friend, mom, and his name is Naruto. Oh, Naruto, he must be really handsome. Mom. I was joking, let's go eat, I set the table for everyone. Trial. After dinner, Makoto decided to talk to Itachi. Sasuke and Kiyomi were already asleep, and Fugaku came home late and ate alone. Itachi, what's wrong with him? My heart always bleeds. On that fateful day, I promised to take care of her son if something happened to her. Mom, you know that because of that attack, trust in our clan has fallen sharply. The top brass was categorically against the Jinchuriki being one of the Uchiha's trump cards. They use him like a toy. I spoke with the Hokage, he is powerless to help. No, she began to cry. I can't bear it, Why are they so indifferent to the life of such a defenseless child? Because of him, a war will start. The land of lightning remembers all the insults that Minato inflicted on them back then. I fear for his life. Mom, calm down. Izumi is looking after Naruto, he won't get lost with her. That's good, she sniffled, calming down a little, and continued, go to bed, son. Good night, Mom. Itachi went to his room and didn't bother his mother with conversations anymore. She also felt responsible for Naruto and became attached to him when he couldn't speak yet and spent only 1 year in their clan. How she wanted to rip the heads off those old men for their stubbornness. They didn't realize that one day they would have to answer for their decrees. Fugaku didn't say a word, only silently fell asleep next to Makoto. After being discharged from the hospital, Naruto was accompanied by Izumi. She had just finished her shift at the hospital and could count on the weekend. He didn't feel vulnerable around her. Naruto stopped and Izumi noticed him looking at the Anbu mask. It seemed like he wanted one for himself and his attention was drawn to the fox mask. Approaching the seller, he just threw the mask and, without taking anything for it, asked him to leave his sight. Naruto was happy and tried it on. It was a little big for him, but after some time the mask would fit perfectly. Kiyomi and Sasuke were walking through the streets of Konoha and saw that Naruto had already been discharged from the hospital, and Izumi was accompanying him. The girl pulled Sasuke along with her to introduce him to the blonde. Naruto, you've been discharged, come play with us. Otherwise, I'll be bored with Sasuke. Okay, Sister Izumi, may I? Run, I'll catch up with you. Kiyomi grabbed the boys by the hands with all her might and they ran off together wherever their eyes looked. Izumi just smiled. She also remembered her childhood, when she frolicked like this at their age. It was a beautiful day and Kiyomi and the boys found themselves at one of the empty training grounds where shinobi usually train. They saw 2 girls their age going somewhere. Don't take them seriously. If they dare to contact you again, let them get to know me first. What is your name? I am Sakura Haruno. Oh, it almost flew out of my blonde head, I am Ino Yamanaka. Look, who is this blonde guy in the Uchiha company? Uchiha, are they twins? No, they just look similar. They approached those 2 and for some reason all attention was focused on Naruto. Suddenly he lost consciousness. The pink-haired girl and the blonde ran to them to find out what was going on. Izumi only noticed at the last moment that Naruto had fainted for no reason. The shinobi, who was clearly watching this, was not prepared for this and disappeared. He returned to Root's hideout. Izumi asked the others to move away and, taking Naruto in her arms, disappeared into the shunshin. She found herself in front of the dorm room where the blonde lived. Finding the key, she laid him on the bed and made a cold compressor. Naruto woke up and started looking around again. What happened? Izumi was sitting in front of him on a chair and checked his temperature by touching his forehead with the back of her hand. Well, you scared me. That's enough, from now on I'm keeping an eye on you. No refusals, she said confidently. Yes, Sister Izumi. What happened anyway? I don't know what exactly. But you've used up your chakra pool. Chakra is the internal energy that pulsates within us, right? The guy asked. Generally correct, but how do you know? Answer. I heard it somewhere. Oh, I see. Well then, let's see what's edible here. After rummaging around in the cupboards and the fridge for a bit, she kept coming across instant noodles. Just ramen, and that's what you eat. For your age, it's bad for your digestion. My expenses are not enough for normal food. Don't worry, I'll do the shopping. Will you wait for me? Yes. Izumi went to get groceries, and Naruto watched her go towards the market from the window. Kiyomi and the others couldn't find Izumi and began to slowly return home. Suddenly, Ino noticed the blue-eyed man looking out the window and pointed the guys where to run. We're going there. They found themselves at the right building and began to climb up, where they entered Naruto without any problems. He was glad to see them. You made me worry, idiot. Datbeo. I'm sorry, Kiyomi, and you guys too. It seems I haven't fully recovered yet, the boy said guiltily, scratching the back of his head. Okay, if we've sorted this out, then maybe we'll play here. Great idea, Sasuke. Let's play hide and seek, but Izumi should lead the way. When she comes, we'll tell her. Izumi was carrying 2 bags of groceries and almost dropped everything. After putting one of the bags down, she opened the door and put the bag on the floor and dragged the other one in. After putting the groceries on the table, she was amused by the picture. The children Naruto had just met were already sleeping in different corners of the room. She was most amused by Kiyomi, who was sleeping next to Naruto and for some reason did not leave him. She did not wake them up and as quietly as possible put the food on the shelves and the rest in the refrigerator. She took onigiri for them to have a snack. At this time at the root base, Danzo-sama, the subject followed Fukaku's children to the 6th training ground, and then he lost consciousness. It seems that the damn fox sensed me and mixed up the boys' chakra. Uchiha, increase surveillance, keep an eye on them. Report everything to me personally. You are free to go, he gave clear instructions. Hi. Danzo had long ago excluded all emotions and was as if with a stone face. It was difficult to upset him, except for the Uchiha and Hiruzen. Itachi put on his body armor and strapped his katana sheath to his back. His Sharingan had changed and was not like the 3-tomo Sharingan. The death of his friend awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. He was going to kill, and only kill. Itachi did not want Sasuke and Kiyomi to see him. Jumping from roof to roof, he gradually approached another clansman in a spiral mask. You're just in time, Itachi. Nothing can be changed. This is my burden. They split up and a bloody massacre began. No one even had time to use a weapon, they fell dead. Only bloody traces and corpses remained. He was covered in blood and was going to kill his parents. They were waiting for their fate and did not resist. We knew you'd come, Itachi. We forgive you. I'm sorry I was a bad father to you. Do what you must, there is no turning back. You chose to protect the village, not the clan. I do not blame you, son. Take care of Sasuke and Kiyomi, and protect Naruto. As he approached them, his katana trembled before the crushing blow to the back of his parents. His mother was already saying goodbye to him, and tears began to flow. The blade of the katana gently entered the woman's body and hit her right in the heart, thereby ending the torment, just as it had ended with her father. Itachi wiped the blood off his katana with a sharp movement, returned it to its sheath and left the clan's territory. Only later would the others learn of this. Itachi had personally slaughtered the clan, leaving his brother and sister alive. He appeared before the Hokage for the last time and reported. Forgive me for choosing the village side. It's me you forgive, that I couldn't find another solution. As we agreed, I'll look after your brother and sister. Promise that he will not leave Konoha and will not find out the truth. Itachi disappeared from Konoha forever and followed a plant-like creature with cannibalistic tendencies, which led him to a new organization for the purification of the world, Akatsuki. Like all the renegades, he crossed out the Konoha forehead protector and put on one of the organization's rings. When one of the patrols saw that there was blood on the Uchiha clan gates and that Itachi was not among the missing, he was declared a renegade. Sasuke and Kiyomi could not believe what had happened and could not come to their senses for a long time. Izumi felt like the ground had been pulled out from under her feet. Itachi had left her alone with his younger brother and sister. Besides that, she had to stay behind to look after Naruto. Choice. After the bloody massacre of the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen held a meeting with the Junin, clan heads, and elders with Danzo. Once everyone arrived, a closed meeting began. So, the most powerful clan has been destroyed and only 2 minor children and 1 Chunin-ranked medic nin remain. I will pose the question this way. Should these children be left with Izumi Uchiha or should they be handed over to other clans? It's clear, Sarutobi, that I'm taking them to the root. I'll make them into ideal shinobi, ready to lay down their lives for Konoha. And can we trust you 100%, Danzo, that you won't use them as a tool to carry out a coup? I remember you wanted to do the same with the Jinchuriki. It's important for us to preserve the village's fighting power before the other villages find out. Only the Uchiha and Hyuga were holding them back. We don't have any other strong clans. Wait, Danzo, with your status. We don't have much time left while the non-aggression treaty is in effect. We should all remember that Orochimaru wants to get the Jinchuriki from the Uchiha. I agree that we lost sight of him. If no one objects, then Sasuke and Kiyomi will stay with Izumi Uchiha. No one objected, and the meeting was over. Hiruzen lit his pipe of tobacco and blew out smoke. He knew that this cunning Danzo had managed to take the Uchiha's eyes. Several were missing when they were discovered. Kiyomi was hurt by losing her beloved mother, like everyone she knew. She stopped smiling and the blonde didn't know how to cheer her up. Sasuke became gloomy as a cloud and kept looking at the sky by the window. Izumi noticed that Kiyomi had awakened a Sharingan with 2 tomo. And she didn't tell anyone. The clan estate was sealed and they were forbidden to approach it. And the Hokage ordered that they be given a new house. Izumi didn't always find time for them, but she tried to give them a minute of attention. Naruto was a frequent guest. And the next day, the three of them were supposed to enter the Shinobi Academy. Izumi asked for leave that day and went to see the boys off to the academy. The Hokage met new students at the academy every year when they entered and told them about the meaning of the will of fire. Then the distribution into classes began. Naruto, Kiyomi and Sasuke were placed in the capable class. Among those present were those from clans and those without clans. Their sensei was Iruka Yumino. He had a scar across the bridge of his nose and his hair was tied in a bun at the back of his head. Each of them introduced themselves to the class and chose a place to land. I hope that Naruto will succeed and become a very strong shinobi. Looking somewhere into the distance, Izumi said and went to prepare some goodies for the kids. The first lesson was so boring that almost everyone was asleep. And Shikamaru Nara stood out the most. Naruto was sitting at a desk with Kiyomi and writing something down. After class, Naruto decided to take Kiyomi and show her a place. Sakura and Ino were just about to go home when they noticed the couple and followed them. Ino caught the gossip bug from the others and didn't miss the opportunity. Naruto walked arm in arm with Kiyomi, and she only got angrier and blushed. Where are we going, Naruto? You'll like it, I go there when I'm sad. Let go. But he didn't listen and led her to the Hokage mountain, where there was a beautiful view of Konoha. The Uchiha first stared at Naruto, then back, and focused her gaze on the fact that this blonde was laughing and smiling. She was ready to slap him, but changed her mind. The view was truly beautiful and captivating. She didn't know the sunset or the time and simply enjoyed the beauty of the village together. From the bushes, the blonde and pink-haired didn't notice how Sasuke had crept up behind them. The brunette was also curious to see what his sister decided to distract herself with while walking arm in arm with Naruto. She smiled and laughed sweetly at the blonde's jokes. Sakura and Ino decided not to disturb the idol of their friends and went home, otherwise their parents would give them a dressing down for coming back late. Kiyomi fell asleep on Naruto's shoulder and before he even noticed, he blushed. An Anbu in a wolf mask appeared and carried them home. But Kiyomi didn't want to let Uzumaki go at all. So he had no choice but to stay the night. Izumi didn't mind and for some reason just showed a sly smile. Sasuke came in after them and, having dined in the company, fell asleep, like Kiyomi in bed. Hiruzen was thinking about what would be best for Naruto. It was difficult to look for Jiraiya. He was collecting material for his books again. Giving him to someone in the clan would cause mistrust from the elders with Danzo. The next morning, Kiyomi noticed in the early hours of the morning that she had been sleeping with Naruto in her arms. She blushed and pulled away from him. Naruto had woken up long before she did and was just lying there. When they finally decided to go to breakfast, Sasuke was already devouring the scrambled eggs that Izumi had prepared. When they sat down at the table, she served them equal portions. They thanked each other for breakfast and ran to the academy. Izumi, watching them go, started cleaning the house, washing the dishes after them and making the beds. Naruto was faster than Kiyomi and reached the academy first. That's not fair. You're a boy and more resilient than me, girls. The little kitten was offended. What did you say? Run, kid. Oh. He started to back away and almost collided face to face with Hinata. She turned red and fainted. Hinata-sama, poor thing. Neji appeared and began to bring her to her senses. Naruto had no choice but to run away from the evil Uchiha. Sasuke found it funny to watch this and Ino and Sakura joined him in watching. And a few other spectators. I didn't do it on purpose, Kiyomi. Next time you'll think about it. Naruto ran around the academy until Kiyomi gave in. Their sensei didn't threaten them with anything and told everyone to go to class. So, kids, today we're going to talk about chakra. Naruto, you and Kiyomi will answer. Chakra is a type of internal energy that pulsates within us, and it can be used in ninjutsu. Okay, now it's your turn, Kiyomi. Chakra can be used to summon and create very powerful techniques, but without proper control it is useless. Right, now let's get back to the topic. So the whole day of classes passed and Kiyomi just slept on them, as did Naruto. They answered the teacher's questions in the morning and the teacher did not burden them anymore. Naruto-kun. Hinata was looking at him from around the corner and was afraid to approach. This girl was the Hime of the Hyuga clan and would become the next head after her father. Hinata was called by Neji and they went to the clan's estate. Hiyashi-sama did not like it when they disappeared somewhere. Naruto did not even notice that Hinata was spying on him and went home on the way. Returning to the dorm, the blonde put on the fox mask and began to admire himself in the mirror. He would have been grimacing in front of it for a long time, if there hadn't been a knock on the door. He lifted the mask to the top of his head and heard Kiyomi's voice. Naruto, are you here? Forgive me for this morning, I don't know what came over me. Will you let me in? Yes, come in. The brunette came in and saw that the blonde was keeping the room tidy and that there was an orphan's allowance in an envelope on his table. Entering the room, she immediately remembered that they had not played with Izumi, but had fallen asleep somewhere. She noticed his mask and asked him to try it on. The blonde took off his mask and gave it to her to show off in front of the mirror. She grimaced and smiled in front of him. In his inner subconscious, the fox watched the young Uchiha and compared her cute character to Kushina. And the little one looks exactly like Kushina. All sorts of quirks, and they can only fall in love once. And the boy understands everything perfectly well, at least he's not stupid. After yawning some more, he curled up into a ball, covering his muzzle with his tails, and fell asleep. Kiyomi got tired of making faces in front of the mirror and took off her mask, giving it back to the blonde. Thanks for letting me try it on. I want to become like Nisan. Serve in Anbu too. Are you sure you want to, Dadbeo? Well, it's your choice, and I don't have a goal. It's a pity, but what do you want? To become the greatest shinobi, like my parents. Did you know them, Naruto? No, they died on my birthday. I don't know anything about them at all. Forgive me, I didn't know. Don't speak ill of the dead. Okay, enough about sad things, let's go to Sister Izumi, maybe she'll show us some technique. Maybe she won't want to and will say something like, it's too early for you. He won't refuse me. You're lucky. Kiyomi walked with a dissatisfied face, and Naruto with an elevated mood. Sasuke was at home and lying on the couch. Release. Izumi was finishing making miso for lunch, and hearing the children's feet running into the kitchen, she immediately prepared herself for anything but a request. Sister Izumi, show me how to create the simplest techniques with the elements. It's too early for you, you don't have a predisposition to the elements, proper chakra control and patience. You want everything now, no. Well, please. For you, Naruto, I will make an exception. Cool. Izumi channeled chakra to her feet and climbed up the sheer wall, ending up on the ceiling. The kids were happy and wanted to learn how to do it too. But then a woman's laughter was heard. If you want to learn this, then graduate from the academy with honors. And I take responsibility for teaching you everything I know. We agree, the couple answered in unison and turned red as tomatoes. Izumi found it funny to watch this and couldn't help but laugh. Enough time has passed since that day and the guys have been studying techniques and everything related to the shinobi world. They learned something in classes and in the local library. The day of the genin exams arrived, Naruto created an illusionary clone, henge, and replacement technique without any problems. Their sensei Iruka Yumino was proud of the results, as was the third Hokage himself. Congratulations to everyone who passed the exam. They were waiting for the next day to find out who they would have to work with in a team and who the senseis would be. Naruto was followed by two academy graduates, Sakura and Kiyomi. The three of them were at roughly the same level of development. They could compete with Sasuke in throwing shurikens and kunai. After all, only Naruto could repeat Itachi's methods of hitting. And Sasuke was even more permeated with the question of how he could hit the targets so perfectly without having the Sharingan. Naruto decided to grab a bite at Ichiraku ramen and ordered a large portion with pork. The owner and his daughter were always happy that this smart-looking kid would stop by for a bite and gave him a discount. Sakura wasn't a big fan of ramen, but when she needed a quick bite, she couldn't help herself. Just like Kiyomi, who loved the healthy food Izumi cooked. Kiyomi was used to being called a little kitten, it stuck because of that shock of blonde hair. She could be angry or laugh, her mood changed from one to the other. And for some reason, this trait reminded him of Naruto, Kakashi thought to himself when he was presented with his case. Remembering Kushina-sama's character, Kakashi gulped, because when she was angry, her monstrous aura spread far enough, once it was enough to see how she almost killed Minato for being late. She was getting attached, Kakashi thought, and Kiyomi was somewhat similar to Kushina in anger. Her hair was the same length and could resemble snakes ready to attack. Kushina was attached to Rin, his friend and teammate who died at his hands. How she feared for her first child and wanted the best for him. Although almost the entire female part of the class was inclined to get Sasuke Uchiha and released Ki among themselves. And the boys felt uneasy if they suddenly got caught in their squabbles. Shikamaru and Choji, like Naruto, were afraid of this like fire and did not interfere in women's affairs. Naruto was friends with them and after classes they looked for a free training ground to train. Naruto learned to walk on surfaces and distribute chakra evenly before the rest of the class. Then he was relaxing at the hot springs and felt someone's presence. The spring was on the side of the women's half. Having made the seal, he used the substitution technique and the unknown man was up to his ears in the female address. Shouts and curses were heard with various objects being thrown around. And cries for help. The blonde man only laughed and enjoyed the sounds of music. Kurama watched this scene unnoticed by his owner and laughed so hard that he rolled on the ground and tried not to give himself away. Booga ga, boonga, that's what you deserve. What an old pervert this is. How hilarious. Oh. He managed to escape before he was almost squeezed by one person. After all, he was no bigger than a cat. Naruto got tired of basking in the warm water and got out of the water. After drying his body with a towel, he got dressed and looked at the guest. My God, why did they do this to me? I wanted to collect material for research. The man said and looked at the blonde. And he reminded him of someone with his hair. The man himself was about 50 and had gray long hair and a terrible outfit. The women did a great job. Now I will know that making them angry is dangerous for your health. I didn't need another masochist. Kurama commented and did not bother the boy today. The man stood up and assessed his outfit as deplorable. It was torn in several places and would have to be changed. And who are you, boy? First you, suddenly you are a spy from a neighboring village. Yes, that's right, I'm Jiraiya, one of the 3 greatest Sannin, student of the 3rd Hokage. So you're a Sannin, I can't believe it, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. He definitely looks like him, the Sannin thought and left. Naruto didn't pursue him, because one of the Hokage's Anbu had already gone after him. Returning to the dorm, Naruto first drank some fresh milk from the carton and decided to take a nap. At this time, Jiraiya was talking with Sarutobi. You've been gone for a long time. How long will you stay, Jiraiya? No, as soon as I finish with the materials I'll move on. You haven't changed. By the way, have you ever met a very interesting young man? There are many of them, but which one exactly? Don't be disingenuous, you're his godfather. Aren't you glad to meet him? Yeah, I'm in a hurry and falling into his arms. I remember you forbade talking about his origins, and only a few people know about his legacy. You divided his inheritance equally, which they had earned through backbreaking labor. I'll clarify, which one they were able to get to. You know that the Raikage will kill him if he finds out whose son he is. Soon they will all attack and you will need to decide whose side you are on. Jiraiya ended the conversation and left through the window. He was well aware of the difficult situation that reigned around Naruto and did not want him to be dragged into the sins of the past. The blonde tossed and turned in his sleep and opened his eyes to see several shinobi who were under Danzo Shimura's command. One of them was about to test the seal, while the others were holding him and ensuring each other. Touching the seal, the shinobi pulled his hand back as the fox's chakra burned it. And the other tried his luck again and only made things worse for himself. The scorching chakra spread to his entire body and he burned alive. The others couldn't help him and retreated. The blonde couldn't believe that the demon inside him had interested Danzo so much. The shinobi reported to Danzo about the mission's failure and were sent back to observe the Jinchuriki and not to show too much light. At the academy, Naruto waited with the others for the senseis to arrive so they could get out of these walls. Iruka Yumino went through the lists and left the office. Naruto was on a team with Sakura and Neji. He had no complaints with the latter. Kakashi Hatake showed up and called them all up to the roof to talk. So, let's get acquainted, I will be your sensei and my name is Kakashi Hatake, my hobby is reading books, my dream is not particularly interesting, the goal is also, now you. I am Naruto Uzumaki, I want to become a shinobi that my parents would be proud of and my enemies would fear. A serious statement. I am Sakura Haruno, I want to become a strong kunoichi. I am Neji Hyuga, transferred from another group to you. My goal is to become a worthy leader of the clan. Very good, tomorrow we'll meet at the 7th training ground and try not to eat. Bye. He disappeared in a white haze, leaving the newly formed team with different conclusions about him. Naruto decided not to comment and went to Kiyomi, she should have been free by now. Exam. The next morning, Team 7 waited for Sensei, who was late and arrived about half an hour after them. He appeared with a book in his hand, not paying attention to the road. Naruto decided to test the theory that he could catch a shuriken thrown at him, which many Junin say they equate to the power of a Hokage. The hand slid into the pouch and the next second 2 shurikens thrown at the sensei were caught by just one hand and spun on the fingertips. Kakashi put the book back in its rightful place and then turned his attention to Naruto and his teammates. Neji had just stopped using the Byakugan and Sakura did not approve of Naruto's actions. Shaking his head, he slowly walked up to them and placed a watch in front of them, noting the time until lunch. He reached into his pouch and pulled out 2 bells. The sound was carried by the wind and echoed in the genin's ears. So, leaving them in their hands and then fastening them to their belt, he explained their task. The boys were in anticipation and began to listen. So, your task is to take these bells from me by any means necessary. This is your test. Sensei, there are only 2 bells, and there are 3 of us. So, whoever doesn't manage to pick them fails your test. Yes, that's right, Sakura. No one has ever passed this test. The one who loses will be left without lunch and will be tied to a tree while his team eats in front of him. You have until lunch, time has started. What the sensei said was a shock to them. After all, they didn't have time to ask, since he was no longer there, and in his place there was a log, which means he used the substitution technique. They scattered in different directions and took cover. Kakashi praised them for their camouflage, but not for not being able to come up with anything. Although they might have thought that sensei could have set up a lot of traps for them by now and did not stay in place for long. Naruto stretched out a line in which their sensei could end up, and if he tried to touch it, the blonde would be the first to know about it and in case of detection, explosive seals would be triggered, although there were not many of them. Neji understood that Naruto wanted to distract their sensei with this, and then use other trump cards. Sakura couldn't help in this situation, she could only observe nothing more, she couldn't boast of any techniques. Having caught the line, Kakashi noticed where it was going and saw that an unexpected surprise was being sent at him. A kunai with an explosive seal flew right in front of his face and the explosion threw him a little to the side. Rolling over, he lifted the protector near his eye, and the whole team saw that he had a sharingan with 3 tomo and a scar crossing it. Naruto managed to make a simple seal and fog began to appear around him. Dojutsu wouldn't have helped Kakashi much in this fog. He perked up his ears and waited for the attack. Naruto at this time created a clone and sent it to distract Kakashi. After Kakashi saw that his student was using the water element, he was a little surprised. Then Neji decided to use his fighting style, which Kakashi had a hard time with and retreated. He heard the sound of the bells for a while. Suddenly, the fog disappeared after the blonde snapped his fingers. Sakura was holding the bells and he noticed that they were missing from her belt. Congratulations, you have accomplished the mission. You know how to work in a team, I made sure everyone did so that they understood the essence of the mission. Naruto had a good plan while we were waiting for you. First he offered to listen to his idea and Neji understood what he was planning to do and offered to change the plan a little if something went wrong. The techniques Naruto used are known in the Bloody Mist, I've heard of them. But I've never encountered one of this level, even with my Byakugan, the veil of this mist is impossible to see. And he also used a soundproof barrier, which you were caught in, that's why you didn't hear the sounds. And Sakura tore the bells off your belt while we distract you. I used my water clone for the first time, and I didn't know how long it would last. And now I know why you were called the master of 1,000 techniques, you have a sharingan and it can easily copy your opponent's techniques. Smart. I'd say you've got me fooled. So, I need to find a suitable mission for our team for now, and you guys can rest. Sakura gave him the bells and he disappeared in a white haze. The pink-haired girl was glad that they passed the test not without Naruto's help. His knowledge of some techniques was astounding, and only fueled interest in his person. Neji believed that he was incapable of anything and was very surprised how he came up with a plan against Sensei. Kakashi walked to the graves and remembered what that time was like. Naruto was cheerful like Obito. Sakura looked like Rin, and he couldn't compare himself, only with Sasuke Uchiha did the associations occur. Stopping at the sensei's grave, he touched the tombstone and the memories of those days flashed through his mind. Your son, Sensei, is completely similar to you and Kushina-san. I will not be able to forget you too. How difficult it was for me when I lost you. Only training and being on missions, I could only drown out the pain inside me because of the loss of people close to me, my mother, father, Obito, then Rin, and you Sensei with your wife. I do not want him to die in my arms too. It's time for me to go. One day he too will be able to visit your graves, when the time comes. Naruto decided to go and make his sister Izumi and Kiyomi happy, because the latter had to be freed from the sensei. Walking along the road to the Uchiha's house, the blonde crossed paths with Jiraiya. Do you have a minute? If not for long, of course. Great. Listen, if you decide to look for a mentor, I can be one for you. And not everyone gets such an offer. There's some kind of catch, old pervert. I don't have time, I'll go. Sanin didn't have time to object, as the blonde disappeared into the shunshin from him. After standing there for a while in thought, he went on about his business. Finding himself in front of the door of the house, Naruto knocked on the door and hearing, yes, come in, he went inside the house. And looking out from the kitchen, Izumi appeared, who was preparing dinner. Hello, Naruto, I see you're free. Well, tell me how it went. Did you defeat Kakashi-sensei? Yes, I could, and thanks to you, it all worked out. It wasn't for nothing that you taught me how to use FUNN in Sweden. Thank you. You're my clever girl. I knew you could do it. By the way, Kiyomi is back, you can share the good news with her. Yeah. Kiyomi, having only heard him, came down and became interested. Comfortably settled on the sofa, like a kitten that they decided to feed. Well, tell me, I'm looking forward to it. I was able to outsmart one of the best Junin of Konoha. And Sakura and Neji helped me. I didn't know what to expect from them. It seems they decided that I would come up with tactics if necessary. You're a good boy, Naruto. But my day was boring, I had to catch a cat, they were chasing it for a long time. Ah, so that's what it was like when I saw Kiba running with Akamaru. And Kakashi didn't bother you anymore? No, and apparently he went to report to the third Hokage about his test. I assumed that I would be sent to a team with you and Sasuke, but it looks like there was some interference from the outside. I can't really say who it could have been, though. Are you sure about that? Although, if you are a Jinchuriki, they could be worried about the main thing, the weapon. Come in the evening, we will all be waiting for you. I'll definitely come. After waving goodbye, Naruto headed back to his home, where Jiraiya was already waiting for him, clearly expecting something. He had managed to eat a few apples that were lying on the table. I'm back. So, have you decided to become my student or not? Your behavior is strange, and why did you invade my room without permission? Sorry for the inconvenience. Anyway, let me demonstrate one technique, but not here. Let's go out for some fresh air and I'll explain everything to you there. As long as it's not a waste of time. Jiraiya was a little offended by these words, because it was a long time ago that he learned to use this technique. And without showing it, he picked up the blonde and, finding himself on the nearest training ground, threw the boy off and began to show the technique. Watch and learn. A swirling sphere of two opposite streams began to appear in his right hand, power and incredible chakra control emanated from it. The next second, he made a side hole in the tree with this technique. Wow, that's some cool technology, and you dragged me out of the house for this. I know that you had a difficult childhood, and so that in the future you can protect yourself and your loved ones, for this I will become your mentor. This technique is called rasengan. Rasengan. This technique requires good chakra control and patience. I agree to become your student. First mission. The technique lasted for a while, and then dissipated. Jiraiya crossed his arms and waited to see what the boy would do. The blonde thought about how much time it would take to create such a technique and came to the conclusion that it would not be much, according to estimates. Give me 2 minutes and I will create a rasengan. The Sannin was very surprised. No one could claim that they would be able to create in such a short time the technique that the fourth Hokage had created over the course of 2 years. I'm waiting. The Sannin waited impatiently for the miracle and his jaw almost dropped from what he saw. The rasengan was created in his right hand and held its shape more than his, and the color shimmered from green to blue. And vice versa. Are you surprised? It wasn't for nothing that Izumi-chan trained me. And one more thing from you. What? Summoning technique. Ah, well, just a second. It's done. Write your name here in blood and remember the combination itself. Summoning. Biting his finger until it bled, he made a seal and, touching the ground, a toad appeared, on whose back stood a Sannin. Cool, I'll try. Having performed the same actions, the blonde summoned one of the trio of toads, Gamabunta. Who called me? The toad was surprised and her voice was worried. The last time she was called was about 12 years ago. Hey, it's me, the blonde shouted and the toad turned towards him. You, little one, is this a joke? No, Gamabunta, this smart guy summoned you on the first try. He looked at the guy and was surprised that he was still standing on his feet, since a lot of chakra had been spent. See you soon. The call was cancelled and the toad left behind a white haze. The blonde, blinking his eyes, could not understand everything and was dissatisfied with Sanin's joke. Because of you, they're already expecting me for dinner. Goodbye. He jumped up and heard Sanin behind him, not having time to finish his thought. Naruto. The Sanin left in frustration and went to a bar to get drunk. How he envied Tsunade, who had cut all ties with the village and did not regret anything. Naruto managed to wash himself in the shower and headed to the Uchihas. He was almost late and remembered that Izumi didn't like it when people were late. Kiyomi and Sasuke were sitting in their seats and waiting for Naruto to join them. The blonde made it in time and caught the other's eyes on him at the last second. Naruto, it's impolite to be late when we were waiting for you. Don't make promises you can't keep. Fine. After dinner, Naruto left them and headed home. He was preparing for the next day and was expecting something new. At this time, the Rock and Lightning countries along with the Grass were preparing to attack Konoha when the third stage of the Chunin exams would take place. Naruto was woken up in the morning by a Junin he had never seen before and introduced himself as Yamato, because Kakashi, his former sensei, had been transferred to another team. We have a mission in the land of waves, get ready, the customer is already waiting, the man said, calling for them to follow him and headed towards the residence. Rubbing his eyes, the blonde stretched and, having taken water procedures, collected his things in a spatial scroll. He went to the gathered Sakura and Neji. Sakura was also half asleep and hadn't had time to do her beauty. Looking at her hair, it was a mess, apparently she had just been lounging in bed. Neji was focused and collected. He had probably gotten up much earlier than them. Behind him was Yamato. No one knew anything about him, except what Naruto had heard, he was under Kakashi's wing. The customer himself was wearing a straw hat and drinking from the neck of a new sake bottle. He reeked of fumes from several meters away, making it difficult to breathe. Is this a joke? Should I be accompanied by children? We didn't agree on this. The old man said, tearing himself away from the bottle's neck and wiping the sake that had flowed from his lips with his sleeve. And the blonde man began to emit ki, so the others began to move away from him. Yamato wanted to use Mokuten in this case, but everything worked out. Naruto stopped using ki. The old man hiccuped from such a trick, dropped the secret sake under his feet and instantly sobered up. Maybe I was hasty. My name is Tanzuna. I am a bridge builder in the country of waves. I was looking for craftsmen who could help me in your country and was delayed. The borders of the countries are unsettled and I asked your leadership for an escort. There are no shinobi in the land of waves, right? It's next to the bloody mist. The bridge builder nodded and they set off. Sakura and Neji were surprised that the blonde was walking lightly while they were carrying a heavy load. Catching their glances from the side, he showed one of the things, taking it out of his sleeve, a katana, a gift from the Hokage. Neji was amazed, as was Sakura. Their captain was also quite surprised. They walked in a single file, Yamato next to Tazuna, Sakura and Neji behind, and Naruto in front. When they came to a crossroads, they passed two puddles, even though it was hot and there was no sign of recent rain. Moving away from this place, two twin killers, who are listed in the bingo book, emerged from the puddles. And having come close to the team, they began to separate them. The first sent a kunai at Sakura and did not have time to understand how his hand was grabbed by chains in his whole body. The second began to move away, but was caught in a wooden cage that Yamato made with Mokuten. Sakura and Neji had no time to do anything and were surprised how the two could work without telling each other anything. The criminals were tied together and couldn't even move. Yamato approached them and began interrogating them, squeezing their restraints. They remained silent until chains appeared in front of their faces, with kunai on the ends, aimed straight at their eyes, and Naruto released some more ki while Yamato waited for their answers. Bridge builder, we were hired to remove him. But they didn't know that they would send Konoha people after him. I see. You're in a prison that's impossible to escape from. Naruto sealed them into a scroll and strengthened the seal on it so that no one could get to it. And now you, these words were directed at Tazuna and he was shaking, you lied about the rank of the mission. We will have to cancel the order. If the intelligence is correct, then these two are working for Gato, a crime boss in your country. Listen, our country is poor and can't afford shinobi of a higher rank. And the bridge is the only way for the country to get rich. Gato will do everything he can to prevent this. So the mission is cancelled, Captain Yamato. I'm afraid so, Miss Haruno. But given the circumstances, we can't leave the customer to his fate. The mission continues, Captain Yamato. At least you and Naruto explained that an ambush was waiting for us. Neji, Captain Yamato and I had no idea that the mission would be tricky. Didn't you notice the puddles on a hot day? At first I didn't understand what it was, but then, when you protected Sakura, everything became clear. So, all we have left to do is survive, said the pink-haired girl, and at the same pace they decided to go to the ferry from island to island. Having sat down in the boat, they began to make their way through the fog, and the boatman himself was suspicious. He was twitching and nervous. Having dropped them off on the island, he disappeared. The team began to inspect the area, but nothing could be seen through the veil of fog. Naruto felt a sword flying towards them and ordered them to duck. Lie down. Everyone fell to the ground. The sword flew by inertia until it stuck into a tree. And at that very moment the owner of the Kubikiribocho sword appeared, Momochi Zabuza. He was very healthy and he had a thirst for blood that made your blood run cold. Sakura and Neji stood up for Tazuna. Naruto stood next to Yamato and infused wind chakra into a kunai. Zabuza pulled the sword out of the tree trunk and appeared in front of them, tens of meters away. It seems you are Yamato. I have heard about you, the only owner of Mokuten, as valuable a specimen as Kakashi Hatake. If you were able to catch those two twins. Momochi Zabuza, known as the Blood Demon. It seems that even young brats like you have heard of me. I will remove the barrier in your face and kill Tazuna. The sword seemed not to be a heavy burden, it moved as gracefully as the owner himself. The first blow missed, and the swordsman struck at the water clones. The next blow was dealt by Yamato and again a water clone. Zabuza did not expect that it would be a wood clone and began to dodge the tree branches that were trying to catch him, simultaneously cutting off in front of his face. Having gone far away, Zabuza began to fold the seals to create a huge water dragon, and Yamato began to repeat after him, since he knew the combination himself. Sweden. Great water dragon, they repeated in unison, and the two water dragons began to attack each other, causing a huge wave to cover the others. Neji couldn't find his way around in the fog because of Zabuza's technique that he used at the beginning. Sakura waited with bated breath for the duel to end. Naruto created water needles and tried to buy time for Yamato in every way, since he was not experienced enough in such missions. Zabuza avoided all the attacks and Yamato didn't have time to notice how he was caught in a water prison. The clone was Zabuza's insurance, and now Naruto was one-on-one against him. Naruto moved away and took a huge shuriken out of his backpack and threw it to Neji. He was a master at this. After catching it, Neji turned the weapon around and threw it towards the swordsman. Meanwhile, the shuriken thrown by Neji began to multiply in number and Zabuza looked in horror at the approaching danger, and did not have time to defend himself. Inadvertently freeing Yamato from prison, he hurried to cover himself. About time, Naruto. Neji will be credited to you, Yamato said and went to catch up with the swordsman. Taking out kunai from his pouch, they were sent towards the swordsman and reached their target, piercing his body. As he was about to finish him off, needles appeared out of nowhere and pierced the swordsman's neck. Yamato saw the appearance of one of the mist shinobi, who was engaged in the disposal of especially dangerous shinobi, and disappeared with the body. The team didn't have time to see this and continued to accompany Tazuna to his home. End of mission. Once the unknown person took the swordsman's body and his weapons, the team continued to escort Tazuna to his home. The fog itself seemed to release the travelers from its embrace, giving them the opportunity to examine the meager settlement. Several houses, a small selection of goods, the sad looks of the inhabitants and wariness. Their gazes were riveting, as if they had never seen shinobi from other villages. And at the same time, they looked at them with caution. This did not escape the blonde. He felt the fear hidden deep inside them, curiosity and hostility towards strangers. They walked slowly and none of the locals even said anything to the bridge builder, and they walked wherever their eyes looked. Approaching his house, his daughter Tsunami stood in the doorway and, seeing her father, immediately calmed herself down and prayed to the gods that nothing would happen to their family. Please, make yourself comfortable, I will prepare your rooms now, but for now you can go to the kitchen. Thank you, Tsunami, you can go. Please follow me, gentlemen. We'll talk at the table in a calmer atmosphere. Having entered the house, they took off their shoes and followed the old man inside. The boys sat down at the table and the guests accepted the tea brought by Tsunami, not daring to refuse the hostess of the house. Forgive me, old man, for not telling you everything. I didn't have much money, so I thought they would give me chunin. Not fearing for my life, I thought so, but it turned out that you would be chosen for a mission of such rank. Gato doesn't want the bridge to be built, I fear for my family. That's how it is. From our data, Gato has a whole army of thugs ready to do any dirty work, including one of the swordsmen of the fog. Captain Yamato, have you encountered an opponent of this level before? I'm afraid this is my first time, Miss Haruno, and Naruto works well with me as a partner. Kakashi didn't say this, but it seems that what Izumi Uchiha taught him was worth it. Oh come on, I wasn't much of a help anyway. And Neji's throw was good. While he was throwing one I created several shadow ones and thus caught him off guard. We were just lucky that you managed to get Captain Yamato out of prison in time. The water prison technique does not allow the imprisoned to move. And you, Naruto, are quite good at these techniques, well done. And, Captain Yamato, you also noticed that the masked one was a fake and he is the swordsman's partner. Having got into the neck with his needles, he only showed the appearance of death. You noticed, so you're also a censor. You have a whole list of qualities for joining Anbu. I will personally ask to send you there and teach you all the intricacies. What? You, Captain, are not joking. He, like us, is no more than 12 years old. Itachi and Kakashi became Anbu at your age and completed the academy program as external students. Sakura was one of the three who was shocked by this, unlike the other two. They either didn't hear or didn't show it. Their conversation was heard by a boy named Inari, who ran out of the house, not listening to his elders. Inari, come back. His mother tried to shout to him, but he disappeared around the corner. The boys were confused about what was happening and asked. Inari is my grandson, he has withdrawn into himself and doesn't let anyone near him. But you can't turn away from your family, said the blond man, and looking into the old man's eyes, he saw only sorrow. It would be hard for him to say the reason itself. He lost the person dearest to him, his stepfather. His real father died when he was still little. Gato's people killed him publicly. He didn't want the village to kneel before him. Forgive me, father, I can't do this. The woman started crying and couldn't take it anymore, holding in the pain that was slowly bleeding from the inside. Naruto sympathized with them, as did Sakura and Neji. Her father tried to calm her down, and only after he calmed down a little, the sobs became quieter. Naruto decided to walk a little and find Inari, who knows where he could have ended up. Not finding a house near the territory, he went to look for it. Then, concentrating on his chakra, he followed the trail of ours near the tree house. Finding himself behind his back, he heard him crying over one photograph. And as soon as the blonde put his hand on his shoulder, he pulled it away and looked at him with contempt, hiding the photograph. What are you doing, kid? Your mom and grandpa are worried about you. At least think about them, don't be selfish. What do you know about me? You are bad shinobi, since you couldn't intervene and save one life. Listen, Inari, stop being hysterical and pull yourself together. Do you think you're the only one in the world who has closed himself off from everyone? Look at me, I used to want to turn away from everyone, but one clan saw potential in me, and I'm grateful to them for that. I don't believe you, leave me alone. Inari didn't listen to him and ran away wherever his eyes looked. Naruto realized from his feelings that he could only go home to his room, locking himself from the inside. Having decided to walk a little more, he decided to walk through the local forest. And lying on the grass, he caught movement in the forest and by chakra it was the unknown person who took the swordsman. Carefully determining where he was, Naruto was surprised by his appearance, long hair and a beautiful dress, as if he were a girl. He was amazed by such a miracle and, without letting himself be discovered, left. Naruto returned back to the house, just in time for dinner. After thanking the hostess, they settled into their beds in order to see normal dreams. These days, Yamato was practicing with Sakura on chakra control. Naruto and Neji could walk on any surface without problems. Gato was dissatisfied with the mercenaries' work, and only his weapon did not let him get close. Realizing that it was pointless to mess with them, he decided to deal with them later. Zabuza was slightly paralyzed and, as soon as he felt a surge of strength, upon the return of movement of his limbs, he would still get even with the Konoha people. 2 days later, there were no workers on the bridge who were supposed to finish the work. Realizing that they had been dispersed by Gato's thugs, Tazuna reported this to Captain Yamato and that the fog was starting to thicken. The thirst for blood seemed to come from an unfinished bridge and grew stronger each time. Sakura trembled from such an amount. Naruto was not there, apparently he was looking for Inari. After leaving a note, they headed to the bridge. Meanwhile, Naruto found a trail of footprints where Inari was heading and heard Tsunami screaming near the bridge builder's house, and then, breaking away from the spot, rushed there. Inari wanted to protect his mother, but his body would have been hit directly by the killer's katana, but for a split second this did not happen. A substitution occurred and, having removed Tezuna's family to a safe place, the blonde dealt with the killers. Naruto, thank you for saving us. You're welcome. Inari, remember what I told you, it's time for me to save my friends. Naruto disappeared into the Shunshin and found himself in front of the bridge where the battle was already in full swing. Neji was trapped by that long-haired brunette in the mask, and Yamato was trying to stop Zabuza with Mokuden. But the fog was getting thicker and thicker, Yamato couldn't react to the attacks close by. Naruto managed to create a whirlwind and the fog dispersed, opening up space for Yamato to maneuver. Thanking him, Yamato managed to trap Zabuza and held him back. Naruto himself went to Neji's rescue. Once there, Neji was already exhausted and needles were flying at him from all sides. The trap was made up of many mirrors and there was that guy in the mask. Having managed to create a barrier, Neji remained alive. Having caught his breath, he noticed that the masked man was unsuccessfully trying to break through Naruto's defense. And then the mirrors, breaking into fragments, began to gather into a mass. The moving fragments were one mass and in the next moment turned into an ice dragon. The eyes glowed red, the wings of enormous size lifted the dragon into the air and, soaring high, disappeared. The agonizing time dragged on and the dragon brought its carcass down on the barrier, which withstood such pressure, leaving the owner of the improved genome amazed. The barrier was showered with ice shards and a second before he decided to use the technique, he saw Naruto in front of him, tightly squeezing his throat. You are a worthy opponent, Lord Zabuza praises you. You are his weapon, as I understand it, ready to fulfill any request. Your master has lost, and your customer is already here. Bastard, let me go, I'm protecting Mr. Zabuza. Don't get in my way, boy. Are you sure? I'm giving you a chance to get revenge for your contract. He wouldn't have paid you and would have stabbed you in the back. My clone infiltrated his base and found out everything. What? Hey, kid, it's true. It wasn't for nothing that Cats gnawed at my soul when he talked to me while I was wounded. I didn't trust him, and if you don't mind, then we'll kill Gato for free. Yamato and Naruto let them go and they began their revenge. The fog covered the bridge again and it didn't last long. The whole bridge was covered in blood, the corpses were in the most perverted poses, and the leader was put on pikes. No one heard their screams, groans, the fog seemed to absorb all sounds. Before the swordsman disappeared with his assistant, they gave everything that Gato had stolen in the suitcase. Goodbye, kid, and I will remember your name. One day our paths will cross, good luck. The fog hid their silhouettes and the villagers arrived, seeing that it was all over with Gato and his men. Tezuna breathed a sigh of relief and after the bodies of the dead were removed from the bridge, they continued construction. 3 more days passed until the bridge was completed. Naruto was the center of attention at Tezuna's house and they were thinking about what to name the bridge. The decision was spontaneous, the Uzumaki Bridge. Naruto was not against it and it was a kind gesture in honor of the once great clan, famous for their techniques. Naruto and his team were seen off by all the villagers and in the evening Team 7 safely returned to Konoha. Yamato did not report all the details in the report and only in a personal conversation with the third one did he tell about Naruto in detail. Hiruzen was pleased with the mission he had accomplished, but was upset that he had left his swordsman's weapon with him, and it was unknown where he would show up next. The Chunin exam was coming up soon, and he warned Yamato that he should be extremely careful. Exam Part 1. After a successful mission, Naruto hurried to the dorm to wash off the sweat and dirt. Once inside, he took off his clothes in a hurry and almost hid himself in the bathroom. The water was relaxing, and he seemed to dissolve in her embrace, that you don't notice the little moments. The blonde closed the tap with hot and cold water, leaving the bathroom. Grabbing a towel, he dried himself and flopped down on the bed. After lying there for a while, he saw the envelope he had left with the completed mission in the Land of Waves and a note from Izumi. Naruto, if you're reading this note, then Kiyomi and Sasuke won't be here for another 2 days, sorry to disappoint you. When you're free, I'll train you. After removing the note, the blonde changed his wardrobe and went to Izumi for training. Jumping on the roofs, he noticed that Sakura was arguing with Ino about who would get Sasuke. It's better not to get involved, the guy concluded mentally, fearing a showdown with angry girls, and immediately moved away from them towards the training ground. Hearing from behind that the fight had already crossed all boundaries, a chill ran down his spine. Naruto felt that the grandson of the third Hokage was in trouble. And he went to find out the reason for what had happened. Watch where you're going. Haven't they taught you to look around, little brat? You can't touch me, I'm the Hokage's grandson. Leave him. A girl who was in Konohamaru's company shouted, and another one tried to find a compromise. The one who was holding Konohamaru was from Suna, his costume was somewhat reminiscent of a cat, and his face was painted, something was hidden behind his back. A blonde with a huge fan behind her back stood further away from him. She didn't get involved in her brother's squabbles and stood silently aside. The girl wouldn't be so fragile if she couldn't hold a fan. And another one was hiding somewhere, hiding in the shadows, concealing chakra. Naruto used the needles that he used very rarely, they hit the cat right in the hand. He pulled his hand away, thus allowing the boy to escape. Blood flowed from his hand to the ground, tearing the needle out with his teeth, he began to bandage the wound. Damn, it hurts. I thought that Suna respected subordination and I didn't expect that on the eve of the Chunin tournament he would break this rule. Oh you. Kankuro, we'll talk about your behavior at home. Gaara, one more word and you're dead. Forgive my brother, the fool. So you noticed me. Rather, your aura gave you away. Upon closer inspection, the blonde saw that the red-haired man had a kanji on his forehead, a seal that restrains the tailed one. And lack of sleep, his eyes seemed empty, devoid of feelings, as was the tone of his manner of speech. The blonde was amazed at how this blonde was able to hit his brother's arm with a needle and notice the other one, and even talk to him. You're such a stinker, Fox. What are you yapping about, you half-licked raccoon? Are you squabbling with me? You don't have the strength to compete with me. Come out and fight me, flea-bitten one. Watch out, raccoon, or you'll get sealed up again forever. The Suna team did not linger, afraid to sort things out with the Anbu squad. Gaara watched Naruto for a long time, and then noticed that his sister had also paid attention to this boy. Naruto made it to the training ground just in time, where Izumi was standing in the shade of a tree. Smiling slyly, she threw a kunai at him, which literally missed his face by a few centimeters. After catching it, he sent it into the tree where the Uchiha had been standing before. Then a stream of fire flew at him, which was immediately shot down by a water technique. Your skill is getting better and better each time. You can only argue with Sasuke, he's definitely taken after Itachi. Kiyomi isn't far behind you either. If you hadn't taken us on as a trainer, we wouldn't have been much use. By the way, do you know when the Chunin exam is? They'll tell you in a few days, other villages are now presenting their candidates. And I don't like at all that shinobi have arrived from Mist and Lightning. Chunin with Junin. Yes, they probably came here to destroy the village and most likely came here to take several unique clans as slaves. The Hyuga and the Uchiha. You will also most likely interest them if someone spread about your status. I'll have to talk to our new captain Yamato. He wants to send me to the Anbu squad after the exam. I heard about him. That's why Kakashi became the new mentor of Sasuke's team. Be careful, Naruto. I'll try. Shall we continue? They broke into a sparring match until Izumi became exhausted from using the Sharingan. She couldn't use it for as long as the rest of the clan. While resting under the shade of a tree, Neji appeared next to the blonde and handed over the permission to participate in the tournament. He thanked Neji and, getting up from the ground, went to rest while he could. The next day, he and his team were approaching the academy, and they saw a huge crowd of genin, much older than them. From other shinobi villages, clearly invited here as a distraction. They needed to get to the third floor, and as they climbed the stairs, they saw that the crowd of onlookers were looking at the door with the right number, not noticing the illusion. Not paying attention to them, they went up higher, where the pink-haired girl explained to the blonde. We missed the right office. Calm down, it was an illusion for the first years. Wow, I didn't even notice. Then Rock Lee, Might Guy's student, approached them, their hair cut in the same style and wearing identical suits. So you're the new team number 7. I'm Rock Lee, and you're a beauty, maybe you'll date me. Lee, don't, otherwise all your bones will grow back together piece by piece, his teammate said, releasing a little key, which made him stop the idea. So, you and Captain Yamato were able to stand up to Momochi Zabuza together, he is a worthy opponent for many. I, Tenten Takahashi, am this idiot's partner. Nice to meet you, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and this is Sakura Haruno. There's no need to introduce your old partner Neji, you know each other very well. Fight me, I want to know how quickly you can repel my attacks if you were trained by one of the Uchiha clan. No one had time to notice how Lee tore off and ran into the barrier, and hit the enemy. He flew back and attacked again and unsuccessfully reflected the blows on his body. Seeing mockery from Neji, who was watching this with Sakura. Lee, stop it, don't you know that this is Uzumaki's Fuinjutsu? Barriers, seals, they created it. Ah, the spring of youth beats so much from my soul. No, sensei, and Neji seems to know the principle of these seals. He's laughing at me. Stop the hubbub and take your seats. The exam is starting. A Junin with a scar on his face came out and literally glared at each of the arriving shinobi. And slightly diluting the show with the addition of ki, some, having lost consciousness, were immediately disqualified. Everyone sat down at their assigned place and Naruto felt in his skin that this was a psychological test. There were only one rumors about Morino Ibiki, a master of torture and sadism. Each person was given sheets of paper with pens. Only when he picked up the test was he horrified that these questions did not relate to the program at the academy and were from other specialties. Having written only his initials, he put the paper aside and began to listen to the examiner's instructions. From time to time, more shinobi passed by each one, watching each one for any sin. You have 2 hours to answer 9 questions in the test, and at the end you will answer the 10th. I will warn you right away, the team that fails will be disqualified. For each wrong answer the score for the whole team will be lowered. Time is running, bastards. He spoke with obvious pleasure, showing that he was their master and god in one person. The tense atmosphere in the office also put pressure on some of them, which is why they got caught early and were immediately kicked out of the class. Next to Naruto sat Hinata, who looked at Uzumaki with some excitement and was about to give him the copied answers to the questions, but stopped at his nod. As time passed, there weren't many genin left in the classroom and time was running out. With 2 minutes remaining, Morino voiced the 10th question. Are you ready to become a shinobi, brats? There was no need to answer the rest, this was the important one. Everyone seemed to be thrown off track, and that was a question. They were overwhelmed with emotions, as if they would break down and do something crazy, when everyone answered in chorus, yes. After that, they could breathe a sigh of relief and the next examiner appeared from the window in the opening. She was clearly a woman of easy virtue, not embarrassed to show off her body to the young, immature genins. So, now you will listen to me, understand? Everyone follow me, quickly to the forest of death. The genin jumped up and followed the examiner, afraid to stay with this sadist. As he checked each test, he silently praised Uzumaki for his courage. Exam Part 2. The crowd of shinobi crowded together, preventing each other from listening attentively to the examiner Anko Mitarashi. She smiled contentedly, clearly anticipating an unforgettable performance from these brats. Naruto, Sakura and Neji stayed away from the others and began filling out the forms they received from the other Chunin, stating that no one was responsible for their lives except them. And the most important thing was to get the scroll from the other team. Listen here, small fry, I won't repeat it twice. Shut up, you've had enough, I'll soon lose my voice because of you. So, you need to get the scroll by any means. If you have a scroll of heaven, then you need one of earth and vice versa. You have 3 days to get to the tower in the center. Time is running out, bastards. Who would be afraid of you? Brave or foolish? She grabbed a kunai and threw it towards Uzumaki, who took advantage of the substitution and ended up behind her, holding the kunai to her neck. You have the balls to be cheeky to me. The blonde removed the kunai from her neck and disappeared before her snake arms could almost catch her. The Chunin who saw her praised her for her audacity and continued their work. Naruto, having caught his breath, headed with the team to the forest of death after the start signal. After about half an hour of wandering through the wooded area, cries of pain were heard from everywhere and the voice of despair pierced to the bones. Naruto used his sensors to sense the space around the team and easily lead them away from danger, and Hyuga himself sometimes warned them in advance. The scroll was with Naruto, hidden in a spatial pocket, where not everyone would think to reach. The blonde determined by chakra that somewhere nearby there was another Uzumaki. The girl was in danger, her entire team was killed and left alone to be torn apart by the beast. Leaving the clone, he set off on the trail of the girl's chakra. He could not believe until the last moment that he was not the last Uzumaki. The girl's clothes were torn in several places, and she looked in fear into the eyes of the bear, who was not averse to having a bite of human flesh. The bear didn't have time to do anything to her, as the blonde put up a barrier, and thus saved her. From the whirlwind that the blonde used, the bear was simply blown to pieces. The girl didn't get blood on herself, which can't be said about Naruto. She couldn't believe that someone would save her from death. And something warm and radiant emanated from the blonde. You feel safe behind him. Naruto removed the barrier and looked closely at the rescued one. Her hair was blood red, there was less hair on the right side than on the left. They were like thorns, glasses indicated problems with her vision. She was wearing a mesh tank top, and on top of that was a vest, and a short dress. A protector from the grass village. Are you okay? Yes. Thank you. I couldn't leave my clansmen in trouble. Naruto Uzumaki, and you, little sister. Karen Uzumaki, I have nowhere to go, I have no one and I do not intend to return back. They would continue to use me as a battery, my chakra from bites restores chakra and strength instantly. This is my clan power, and my mother also had the same ability until she died. Don't you want to stay with me, little sister Karen? I'll be the brother you've always dreamed of. And no one will know about you, I'll tell the third Hokage that I want to take you in. What do you say? I agree, brother. Great, now let me seal you in a scroll. Don't worry, time is stopped there and you're safe. I'll unseal you later. Fine. She believed him and allowed herself to be sealed. Naruto put the scroll away and returned to the team, who were waiting for him to explain. He saw that Neji and Sakura had not wasted any time and had gotten the sky scroll from the other team. Naruto dispelled the clone and began to tell where he had gone. Naruto, where have you disappeared to? This is no way to treat a team. Sakura, I left a clone with you, and by the way, I found my clanmate. What? So you're not the only one left. You could have at least told me and not run away at the last moment. Sorry, I'll introduce you later. For now, the others shouldn't know about her. Okay, it's time for us to move, what? Suddenly the pink-haired girl fell to the ground, unconscious. Neji couldn't cope with fear and looked around. Naruto managed to create a barrier before the fire element hit them. The enemy himself was well camouflaged with the terrain, and he would not retreat. Shadow shurikens flew towards him, which he saw and repelled without any problems. The enemy effectively emerged from the tree, pulling the mask off his face. White skin, snake eyes and bloodlust were simply terrifying. It was Orochimaru. Naruto managed to move away from him, not wanting to collide with him. Sakura was still shaking and had to be carried in his arms while Neji covered his back. Phew, we got away. We almost ended up in the arms of death. Who was that? My Byakugan didn't even detect him. It was the renegade Orochimaru, the old Hokage told me about him. We were lucky that we left in time, otherwise we would have died. So you used the resources that the third Hokage gave you. Surprisingly, looking at your abilities, I am amazed. Soon we need to spend the night somewhere. It's getting dark and it's risky to walk at night. Everything that hides here in the forest will eat us. I don't want to know what kind of creatures roam at night. I agree, Sakura needs rest. Sakura was still shaking. After that horror she had experienced, this Sannin was stuck in front of her eyes for a long time. His eyes, face and his appearance instilled a primal fear that it was impossible to even move. She didn't fully understand that the blonde was still carrying her until they reached a safe place where they could safely spend the night. The blonde created a clone and sent it to collect firewood to light a fire while Neji looked for a source of drinking water. Neji found him not far away, and the container that the blonde gave him was enough to heat up the water and drink tea. The clone brought brushwood and the blonde lit a fire in a simple way and the clone dispersed for his service. Sakura was shaking and Uzumaki covered the girl with a blanket that he kept with him so that she wouldn't shake so much, and brought tea to her hands. The chatter of her teeth echoed so loudly that it seemed she was completely frozen. Not letting go of her hand so that she could hold it herself. For a moment she stopped shaking, feeling the warmth that the blonde man was radiating. His eyes were drawing her in and beckoning her to him, instilling confidence that everything would be fine. Thank you, Naruto, I feel a little better already, Sakura replied and was already able to drink tea on her own, and the trembling in her body had subsided. Neji was calm about the team, as was Naruto. The next day they had to get to the tower and open the scrolls there. The entire team settled down to sleep, not worrying about being attacked. The blonde had thoughtfully put up a barrier for that eventuality. The next morning, the team headed to the tower and realized that they were among the first to succeed, opening the scroll at the same time Captain Yamato appeared in front of them. You did a great job, guys, congratulations on the second stage. You can rest, There is a kitchen and a toilet. If you need to, then go to the second floor. By the way, Captain Yamato, didn't you find it strange that Kabuto Yakushi, who was taking the exam for the 4th time, showed up? He has information on many people, including me. And Orochimaru showed up. I'll try to find out more about him and inform the 3rd Hokage. Orochimaru will be difficult. I'll try to inform the Free Jonin as soon as possible that they are dealing with a difficult opponent. The team remembered these encounters well and did not want to see them again. Yamato disappeared and the guys could put off the battle for a short break to rest. After a while, 2 more teams arrived, Asuma's and Kurenai's. Seeing Sakura alive, and that she had arrived much earlier, Ino's eyebrow began to twitch nervously. Shikamaru didn't miss this and used the clan's shadow technique to restrain her from making rash actions, although he later got it from the angry blonde. Hey, big-headed one, how did you survive and get here? Huh, I can't hear you. Why are you silent? You. Yamanaka, shut up, you haven't had to deal with one of the worst nightmares, Orochimaru. His name is feared in the village, he is crazy and dangerous. He almost caught the 3 of us. Sakura was in a state of shock, and now you are bothering her. Be kind enough not to touch our team. Don't push me, Uzumaki, do you think you're smarter than Shikamaru? You're not strong enough to defeat me and Akamaru. Inuzuka, it's better not to mess with us. You used your senses and caught all the smells, while Hinata checked the area around her with the Byakugan, as did Shino with the bugs. Neji-kun. And what does it matter to you about Neji's new team? The old one was disbanded and without you they are also participating for the title of Chunin. It doesn't concern you, I trust my new team and Naruto has much more abilities than those with whom I had to work. Inuzuka finally bit his tongue and didn't talk back to Team 7 anymore. What pissed him off the most was that he was put on the carpet in front of everyone like an obedient dog. Naruto felt that the 3 of Sand were resting somewhere and were the first to arrive here out of all the others, but why? Maybe it was because of the ability of the one with kanji and his fierce chakra that he hides inside. And he felt with his whole body that someone was watching him from the side, and not just one, but several. By maintaining a mask of calm, he avoided suspicion and calmed down a little. At this time, Yamato informed the 3rd Hokage about the new danger and Examiner Anko Mitarashi, together with the Junin, in order to quickly comb the forest, brought the remaining genin to the tower. We'll take measures, Yamato. After the Chunin exam, you'll take Naruto and train him in Anbu anyway. There shouldn't be any problems. You weren't wrong when you chose the composition of team number 7, 2 families were friends of Kushina and Minato. We could use some help from Kakashi-senpai, I have a bad feeling about this. Kakashi will appear after the 2nd stage is over. He trains the Uchiha in Sharingan and elemental control. Okay, I won't distract you. Yamato disappeared from the Hokage's residence and headed towards the tower where the preliminary fights were about to begin so that the best could advance to the 3rd round. Danzo stopped by Hiruzen's side for a moment and began a conversation. The boy is developing quickly, he is a complete copy of Minato. It is not in our interests to lose our main trump card in this arena. Danzo, don't interfere. How many times have I told you that I won't give him to you in the route? It's much more to say over and over than my name, old friend. Yamato and Kakashi must control him in any case, as well as that Uchiha. He can't be allowed to betray the village. Out. You will regret your decision. Remember. The door slammed loudly and Sarutobi leaned back in his chair, lighting a cigarette to calm down a little. He understood perfectly well that he couldn't lose this child. And telling him was too dangerous, because someone had already let it slip that he was a Jinchuriki, but they hadn't been able to find that person. The best solution was to send him with Jiraiya, but the boy would refuse. He had already been accepted by one family that was on friendly and close terms with the boy's parents. Exam Part 3. Hiruzen went with his Anbu to the tower where the qualifying tournament was to begin, after which the participants would advance to the 3rd final round for the title of Chunin. Several teams were exhausted, tired and angry. Not everyone was able to survive all the horror of the forest, in which any creature is ready to devour you. Hayato, a Chunin who had problems with his lungs and coughed from time to time, called everyone to the podium. He also had a slight fever from his illness. There was only one team left from each neighboring village, and each one's chakra level was different, some of them were Junin. Although, how could they have been allowed here? Somewhere they had been negligent, or the tournament judges had been bribed. The feeling of anxiety did not leave the blonde for a second. The 3rd Hokage greeted the participants who had made it this far, and Hayato corrected the Hokage by appearing in the center. Sorry, Hokage-sama, but there are too many participants to be admitted to the third stage, so we will hold a qualifying tournament between the participants. The remaining ones will be admitted to the third stage. You heard, the tournament participants whose name will be shown on the tournament table will remain below and go to the arena, the rest will follow to the stands to watch the fight. Then everyone saw the names of each participant pop up and she randomly selected the participants. The choice was made and the first participants were from Grass and Lightning. The fight wasn't too long, the girl defeated the enemy with lightning before he could use one of his techniques. As soon as she passed close to Naruto, the same chakra as the Sandman could be felt from her. She is a Jinchuriki, and was most likely under Henge. Be careful, my girl, this boy is no match for you, even my strength is not enough to defeat him. Matabi, are you scared of him? He couldn't have known that I was a Junin and under Henge. He's the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and he hides his chakra better than you do, and he knows he's being watched. Don't mess with him, please. I have to capture him, our lives are at stake, and grab a few more valuable specimens from this rotten Konoha. The Raikage will be glad to get the Hyuga and Uchiha into his personal army. Come to your senses, my dear, we can run away and disappear forever, you love freedom, just like me. There is no way back, we have gone too far to leave. I warned you, don't complain later. The conversation between them ended and Yugito began to watch this blonde guy. According to the latest information that their people got, the boy poses a direct threat to the leader of the Lightning Country. The next fight was between Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba. His dog began to resemble his master and began to use double Gatsuga. Naruto managed to move around the arena while Kiba searched for him by scent for a moment, but the guy put a seal on Akamaru's forehead, causing him to fall into hibernation. Kiba rushed to his friend and immediately received a blow to the jaw. The blonde put in a considerable amount of chakra to knock out his opponent and gain his first victory. This will be a lesson for you, don't underestimate your opponent. Naruto left the arena and went upstairs to see Yamato, who was pleased with the fight. He patted the blonde on the shoulder. Well done, after receiving the rank of Chunin, you will be trained under my supervision. I can't say anything about Orochimaru and Kabuto, they haven't been discovered yet, he mouthed a wordless message. They can hear us, so listen. Not only Root has started to closely monitor you, but other villages wouldn't mind getting what's inside you. Be careful. I noticed that it seems that the Raikage is in cahoots with the Mizukage and Kazekage, and they want to destroy us anyway. They are carefully disguising themselves and want to create the same tragedy that happened to Uzushio. They mainly have mercenaries who are listed in the bingo book. Things are bad, we'll work out a plan with Kakashi and the other Junin to save more of the villagers. I have to go. Goodbye, sensei. What were you talking about? Asked Sakura, who was waiting for her turn in the arena. After the tournament, he came close to her and whispered in her ear, and she didn't ask any more questions, realizing that they could be listened to. The fights that followed were not so interesting, except for Rock Lee and Gaara. Sandman defeated him, and everyone was shocked by what was shown there. Might Guy stopped the fight, because his student had several broken ribs and an arm. The doctors hospitalized the wounded in the infirmary. The remaining participants moved on to the finals. They were given a month to prepare. Everyone from the Blondes team made it to the finals, except Sakura. She was unable to defeat Yamanaka, falling down without strength. After the tournament, Naruto returned to the Uchiha house. Kiyomi and Sasuke were resting until Naruto knocked on their door. Kiyomi opened the door and threw herself into the blonde's arms. I missed you. Well, did you pass the tournament? They weren't that difficult. In a month there will be a final and the remaining participants will compete with each other. You're great, I'm happy for you, the brunette replied and kissed the blonde, not embarrassed by her brother. And then she blushed, embarrassed, and turned away. I haven't introduced you to the guest. So, this is Karen Uzumaki, my adopted sister. Having taken out a scroll and opened it in front of them, the red-haired girl appeared and Kiyomi liked her right away. Sasuke hadn't reacted to this before, but something inside him said that she suited him. I'm Karen Uzumaki, nice to meet you. And I'm Kiyomi, and this is my little brother Sasuke, the brunette answered and began to hug her new friend. Hi everyone, I just got free. Kiyomi, Sasuke, Naruto, the guys ran out to meet her and almost knocked her down. Karen was confused and followed them. Izumi patted everyone on the head and looked at Karen. Come on over, I don't bite, welcome to our family, Uzumaki. You're all probably hungry, and we're having miso soup for lunch. And you should probably find some new clothes, Kiyomi, help her while I cook. Okay, let's go Karen, she took her friend and the blonde turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, I'm going to need your help. Help, you usually manage on your own. You need to back me up while I work on creating a new seal. I'll explain now. A team has arrived from Suna and there's a Jinchuriki on it, like me, one guy. His seal is too weak to hold back the tailed beast and believe me, no one wants to survive a second attack from the tailed beast. Okay, let's go, we have enough time, lead the way. The blonde and the brunette jumped out onto the street and ran towards the hotel where the guests from Suna were staying. They didn't encounter any barriers or anything like that on their way until a sandman appeared out of nowhere in front of them. Sasuke activated his Sharingan with 3 Tomo and put it into Genjutsu. Taking advantage of this, Naruto put a piece of paper with a seal on his forehead and began to activate it. The seal on the Sandman's forehead changed and he began to breathe noticeably more calmly. Having finished the procedure, they ran away before other guests arrived. Tamari. What? There's Gaara. Seeing her brother lying down, the blonde rushed towards him. I'm fine, don't worry, the sandpiper stood up without his sister's help. What happened, Gaara? Don't know. Your seal, it's become different, the blonde noted, which made him a little surprised and didn't feel that the tailed one was breaking free. It was probably Uzumaki who did this. From what I heard, they can seal tailed beasts inside themselves. Like me, the same vessel for them as Uzumaki. After his words, Tamari and Kankuro sighed calmly, now his brother will not suffer from insomnia. Gaara returned to his room as did Kankuro and Tamari. Naruto and Sasuke managed to return, because the miso soup was already poured into bowls. Karen shared new emotions in the new family, and a wave of joy and happiness emanated from her. Izumi and Kiyomi burst into laughter from her smile. Oh, little brother Naruto is back. We took a little walk, aren't we late? The blonde answered, scratching the back of his head. The miso soup is just ready, sit down, Izumi said and sat Karen down in her seat, but she felt a little awkward, because no one cared about her like that. Thank you, Izumi-san, Karen said. No need, you're our guest and a new member of the family. Sasuke will give you a tour with Naruto. Now eat, my dears. Having thanked her for the prepared dinner, they began to eat. Karen was happy, like a kitten that had been fed and scratched behind the ear. The smile did not leave her face and a little later she was already walking around Konoha with the guys. Closer to evening they began to return home and Karen stayed with the Uchihas, and the blonde decided to return to his dorm. Crossing the threshold, he came face to face with the Sandman. I didn't think that you were a Jinchuriki and would advance much further than me. Why don't you destroy the village that considers you an outcast? Answer me. I have friends and family who believe in me. If I destroyed a village, then what? Where would I go? Become a renegade, so that they could hunt me down and get what's inside me. I'm just a normal person like everyone else. There is some truth in your words, and that is why you felt sorry for me, because we are similar. I do not want a war between our villages, you are the first who accepted me as a friend, and not a monster. After that, the Sandman left his room and went to his own. The blonde considered his words to be correct and was about to fall into the kingdom of Morpheus, but he was captured. There was a bag on his head, and his arms and legs were tied with fishing line and held tightly. Everyone was silent and only the approach of an old man with a cane gave a bad feeling. He removed the blindfold and put the blonde into a genjutsu that he was unable to resist. After passing out, exposing the blonde's stomach, Danzo touched his seal and began to open the seal, not afraid of the Kyuubi's poisonous chakra. The blonde arched his back, unable to do anything. As soon as Danzo rejoiced over his victory, thinking that it was all over, he was greatly disappointed when he saw Shinigami-sama appear over the boy's body. Everyone feared the god of death and no one dared to joke with him. He didn't care how many souls he took. Shinigami raised his wedge and began to take their souls. In the morning, Captain Yamato discovered the bodies and reported the incident to the third. Kiyomi couldn't believe what she heard, and neither could Karen. Izumi, who had looked after him for so long, fell into depression. First her clan, then Naruto, and what next? Sasuke could not put into words the pain of losing his first friend and brother, with whom he had trained side by side. Hiruzen cursed the dead Danzo for his mistakes and stupidity. Not many people in the village knew about it, and the funeral was quiet. Kiyomi cried into her pillow for a long time and Karen couldn't calm her down. Jiraiya couldn't believe what he heard and cursed Konoha's entire policy for a long time. Karen inherited all the scrolls he had studied from Naruto. The Sannin couldn't stay away and began to teach Karen, just like Kiyomi and Sasuke. Kakashi couldn't forgive himself for that, he was the last person who was connected to his parents. Kiyomi awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and was a step above Sasuke. Itachi learned of this from his sources and was saddened that Sarutobi could not protect the boy he was responsible for to his deceased parents. Kiyomi made him happy and he was a little proud of her. Sakura with Neji, Shikamaru and Choji also came to the blonde's grave and no one could utter words of loss, such a gifted and joyful shinobi of the village. Hinata could not come with the others and show her weakness that she lost her idol. In the finals of the Chunin tournament, Orochimaru framed Suna and the attack on the village itself began. Several shinobi were lost, as was the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. The entire village shed tears again. Jiraiya went to look for Tsunade, as she is the best candidate for the role of Hokage. Tsunade refused this position for a long time, but in the end she agreed, because she knew better how to conduct politics. Several kunoichi who could endure all the hardships of training asked to be her students. Sakura was her best student. Karen and Kiyomi were not at such a strong level that Sakura could still provide first aid. Consequences. Darkness. Darkness surrounded and it was impossible to understand where the end was. Infinity is what one can imagine, floating in this darkness, where there is no place for light. Only emptiness, both inside and outside, surrounded her. The soul of man has reunited with the void and has become one current, where everything is darkness. Neither sound, nor emotions, nothing can exist here in principle. The whole idol was broken by an approaching noise. From his step the darkness began to part and in all its glory presented the inhabitants of the current. The blond man slightly closed his eyes from the sound of clicks and could not guess what would happen next. His body did not obey him in his attempts to move. Shinigami. That's who ruled the souls he took into his kingdom. And the blonde was lifted into the air so that he could see the god of death, and just looking at him sent shivers down his spine. No one had ever looked so closely into the face of death. And another click was made by him. After the fall, he felt mobility again and rose from his fifth point. Shinigami disappeared and in his place appeared the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. They were like two peas in a pod. He saw his face on the Hokage rock and only Sarutobi called the name of the Hokage who died 12 years ago. Hello, Naruto, glad to see you. It's a pity that Kushina, your mother, can't see you. You know my name, so you are my dad. Yes, I see that you received the village protector, but what happened to you? I was attacked by Anbu from Root. Danzo was there to extract the 9 tails from me. And without the key, they released the Shinigami, killing everyone around them. I didn't expect that this ancient mummy would risk such a step. It would be better if Kushina and I left Konoha and returned to Uzushio. Uzushio? Wasn't the village destroyed? Not exactly, we are in it. After our souls are taken by Shinigami, we go here. Apparently, the Uzumaki worship their protector and temples were built here. We can be summoned to the world of the living, but only with the Edo Tensei technique, also an Uzumaki technique. Wow, I didn't think that such techniques were created by my ancestors. The first Hokage and his brother are also here. Unfortunately, Hashirama-sama can't understand that he can't get out of here, and a cry of rage and a release of ki was heard from behind, sending shivers down his spine. I never thought that the strongest of the Senju clan would be a complete idiot when he wasn't serious. It looks like Tobirama will be stronger than even Bachi. How many times do I have to hammer it into you that we are locked away forever? You yourself, without thinking, made a contract with these Uzumaki when you took their Hime Mito. Every Hokage awaits such a fate. You haven't tried it differently, give me a minute. Enough, we have a new guy. And why is my brother so impenetrable? Tobirama grabbed his head and his brother looked at the new guy. Hey, Tobirama, he reminds me of someone. Hashirama thought until a heavy blow landed on his head, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. He's the fourth Hokage's son, you idiot. And he seems to be a distant relative of yours, his chakra is like Mito's. And the 9 tails chakra is also sealed in him. Ouch, brother, why? So that it doesn't occur to you to mess around with stupidity anymore. Okay, I get it. And really, he reminded me of Mito in some way. Mixed character, he doesn't know whether to be happy or angry. Mito was the same. Although no, she promised to castrate me if I hung out with Madara again. Hashirama sighed about one memory of her. The 9 tails chakra, did he really become a Jinchuriki from birth? I told Sarutobi not to treat Jinchuriki like the scum of society. Even though they are almost all Uzumaki. Let's go, brother, let's not distract them. Let the father and son chat, Hashirama said, and Tobirama went with him to another place to sort things out. Minato also talked about his childhood, when he met Kushina. She amazed him by wanting to become the first female Hokage. For her age, she was so strong that everyone was afraid to joke about her hair color. My mom is so cool. Makoto was a close friend of hers and was supposed to be Naruto's godmother. Like him, she worked in Anbu and studied the FUNN seals that Kushina taught him. He also learned that his father had created the rasengan technique. He had been working on it for 2 years. Dad, so you learned all your techniques thanks to your mother? Yes, she was a very strict teacher in this discipline. Oh, how I remember her in anger, even my soul is pleased. Not everyone could bear to live with Uzumaki under the same roof. It must have been scary. Better not ask. By the way, how is Kakashi? He probably became a captain already. So he was your student, Dad? He was the only one who managed to survive from the entire team that I trained. Obito Uchiha and Rin Nohara died. Obito died under the rubble. I didn't make it in time, dealing with the shinobi from Cloud. Rin died at the hands of Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. But how? She was chosen to be the vessel of the three tails and had a seal on her that would release him if she were to reach Konoha. Kakashi chose to save the village. It was hard for him to do so. The second Mizukage. Yes, I also thought that the mist was involved. They launched the tailed beast into Uzushio using the same scenario. However, I am surprised that they were able to bypass their barriers. But why? The Uzumaki were neutral to all villages, why were the others so afraid of them? I've been asking myself this question for as long as I can remember. In memory of Uzushio, Konoha began to wear the symbol of this village. Who have you made friends with? Or do you have a girlfriend? Almost everyone from the class one studied with. I was taken in by the Uchiha clan when I was 5 years old, then I was kicked out of the orphanage. Izumi Uchiha took care of me in the hospital, she was like an older sister to me. If Kiyomi and Itachi hadn't noticed me, I would have died earlier. You have an interesting life, Naruto. And Kiyomi probably has a character like yours. It's a pity that Kushina is not with us, she would be happy for you. She probably has her mother's personality. Jiraiya never came or showed any interest in me. He only showed up recently and I took the key that can be used to open the cage. You know about the cage, too, good boy. This doesn't sound like sensei, it looks like the elders shielded him from you so that you wouldn't get close to him and find out about your origin. After all, you have a large fortune. And they divided the entire fortune between themselves, the dirty old men. What? Third Sama, Hiruzen himself appeared, walking towards them. Forgive me, old man, Minato, and you, Naruto. Orochimaru attacked the village, and I had to seal his jutsu in exchange for my life. Orochimaru, the village's renegade and your former student. Third, why did you do this to Naruto, taking away all his inheritance and hiding the whole truth from him? Answer me. I couldn't do otherwise, they threatened to put a bookmark on Naruto and tie him to the village. I was disgusted to share your inheritance with Kushina with them. As they said, the dead do not take revenge. And here is the result, you, Naruto, Danzo are dead, and I am after you. This is the temple in Uzushio. It seems that my teacher Tobirama-sama is sorting things out with his older brother. Seeing the silhouette of sensei, he went to him, and the conversations dragged on endlessly. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the Chunin exam was postponed until next year, and Tsunade Senju was faced with the difficult task of raising her native village from its knees. Kiyomi walked around Konoha and couldn't forget the day she learned of his death. Not even a single photo of him remained. Izumi was also worried, just like her. Uchiha would have gone on, not listening to the noise of the village, but Kiba started talking about Naruto, saying all sorts of nasty things. Yes, he is weak, he was just lucky to defeat me. To die in his own apartment, so stupid. Apparently, he came up with the last name Uzumaki, all their women were whores and his mother was the same. Kiyomi could no longer tolerate insults towards him and pounced on Kiba, activating the Sharingan. Repeat what you said about Uzumaki, you piece of shit. Huh, I can't hear you, you freak. Why are you so angry because of this clanless bastard? Forget him. Don't you dare say that about him, do you understand me? Her ki was growing monstrously with every second and he only nodded, afraid to further anger this fury. For the first time she was so furious, no one knew she would use Mangekyo Sharingan. She went around the corner and started crying, it was hard to hold on, she loved him. Previously, I could take this for ordinary sympathy, but now I began to understand that I loved him and did not understand my true feelings. Sasuke was looking for her and found her very quickly. Not long before that he met Kiba. For the fact that he offended his sister, he got punched in the face. No one interfered in the showdown. He was my friend, don't you dare speak ill of him. Unlike the others, he considered me a brother. And all those who came to me with declarations of love were just empty shells without a soul inside. A friend, he didn't want to be friends with anyone. You didn't stand up for him when he was beaten and left to die on the street. I curse you and your Uchiha clan, Kiba declared, earning him a powerful blow that knocked him out. Sasuke was furious after that, and, taking his sister, hid from the hateful gazes. Jiraiya went to teach the Uchiha with Uzumaki on their travels. Yamato managed to catch the Jinchuriki of the two-tailed cat with Kakashi. Niyugito did not deny that she had come to sabotage the Raikage. I only had orders to test your weaknesses, as well as to capture unique specimens and hand them over personally to the Raikage. The Raikage will deny everything, as he did several years ago and more than once. You are a two-tailed Jinchuriki, my man was able to figure you out. And the Raikage will not want to lose you in any way. He needs loyal shinobi, as well as Jinchuriki. You won't be able to hold me for long. She began to release Matabi's chakra and Yamato managed to encase her in a shell and she only became angrier. You won't be able to hold me back for long, I'll tear you to shreds. While Yamato was holding her back, Kakashi put her in a genjutsu and she calmed down. We made it, Kakashi exhaled, and a sharp pain in his eye made itself known. Kakashi went to report to Tsunade while Yamato restrained her. And soon she will have channels restraining chakra and will not be able to use any technique. Akatsuki went into the shadows for a while, but not Itachi and Kisame. They were close to the land of lightning and the guards couldn't even do anything against them. The Raikage was in the residence and could not immediately figure out how two renegades, and very dangerous ones at that, had wandered into his country. You, get out of my country immediately. He was literally seething with rage and could explode at any moment. I don't advise you to do that. If you even touch my family, you will regret that you met me on your way, Itachi said calmly, and the Raikage didn't even think about changing and was even more angry that his lightning literally filled everything around. You dare to threaten me, I will crush you. He stood paralyzed, not understanding what had happened. And the world plunged into dark tones. I warned you, and I won't repeat myself. I could have eliminated you, but the organization won't allow us to fight you without their permission. Kisame, we're leaving. Already. What a pity, I wanted to feed Samahata, she is very capricious. As you say, Itachi-san, the partner responded, stroking the sword and following him. The Raikage couldn't even squeak, the world before his eyes faded again and he couldn't even forget those terrifying eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan was impressive, and at the same time alarming. Itachi did not regret that he had so brazenly appeared in the land of lightning and used his trump card so that his family would not be touched. He knew they would be fine and there was no need to worry. The shinobi couldn't even explain why it happened, as if they had been temporarily disabled. Itachi and Kisame walked in silence until Zetsu appeared from the ground. The leader told everyone to lie low, the same goes for you. Itachi, you're drawing unnecessary attention to our organization, we risk being exposed and losing contracts from the villages that order us for dirty deeds. No one dares touch my family. The Raikage is frivolous in thinking that he can get away with it. I only scared him, and next time he gets in my way, I'll kill him. Let's assume that you heard. Zetsu disappeared from sight and the pair of mercenaries continued on their way. They crossed the lightning border and moved to one of the shelters where they could sit out without any problems. Changes. Naruto was talking with his father and the other Hokage until a figure appeared out of nowhere, wearing a white robe, with two small horns on his head, a rinnegan, and a staff in his hand. The figure was floating in the air, his gaze fixed on Uzumaki. So here we meet Naruto Uzumaki. You know my name, then who are you? In your world, they call me the Sage of Six Paths, or Rakuto Sanin. But my real name is Hagoromo Otsutsuki. The Senju brothers heard about him in their childhood, but very little, and no one knew where his artifacts could be stored, for which many are ready to sacrifice everything. The first god of the shinobi world, amazing, I didn't think I'd meet him in such a place, said Sarutobi. Kurama, he turned to his son, who was divided into two parts in Naruto and Minato. The fox responded and appeared in small sizes, only there were two of them, one darker, the other lighter in color. I haven't heard from you for a long time, father. And you haven't changed, Kurama, you let the boy die. He is the child of the prophecy, have you forgotten what I told you? 9. I remember the prophecy, one of two things, destruction or salvation. You all quarreled over your strength. At least you can't be summoned so easily. Those who use the death god seals are doomed to failure. Your name is Kurama, why didn't you tell me your name? Shut up, weakling, you humans only need strength, nothing more. In recent centuries, people have become more embittered and nothing is enough for them. Only the clan of red-haired devils was closer to me, they were wandering monks and preferred solitude. In my honor, they built a temple and reliably protected it with barriers far from Uzushio. They were peaceful warriors, but they were considered the most ferocious when they fought. They valued their blood and blood ties. And also, they were not conquerors. You mean that Uzumaki is the greatest clan and you weren't completely sure that you could trust me? I never asked for your chakra, except for the times when I was unconscious and you healed me so that you wouldn't die yourself. You can think, unlike some. But that's not the point. Besides you devils, there is also the Kurama clan, they also worship me, and their call is the foxes, who consider me their deity. Father, what makes you think that he is one of the reincarnations of Ashura, your son? Ashura's chakra flows in him, even after death it continues to live through the generations in which he was reborn. And Indra's blood flows in Sasuke Uchiha, it's strange that these two get along, unlike his other reincarnations. This is an exception to the rule. It seems that their war for the right to be the strongest has stopped. Maybe you, old man, can tell me, because I don't get it, Datbeo. We have plenty of time, listen, Naruto Uzumaki. If you decide to become the savior of the world, then you should learn the hermit mode. I once trained with the toads and you have a contract with them. Here we have enough time for you to master it, and the Biju mode, however, you will have to fight Kurama and combine chakra together. When I am done messing with you, then you can improve at your own discretion. Kurama just bared his teeth and didn't want to give chakra to the little one without a fight, and finding a place to sleep, he fell asleep, putting his paws under his muzzle and covering himself with his tails. From that moment on, Naruto began to undergo training from the sage. Life in Konoha was in full swing and didn't stop for a second. Tsunade read Naruto's case and couldn't understand why such a talent died so early. He was a Jinchuriki and almost everyone in the village knew it. Danzo was the culprit who caused the death of himself, the boy and several of his people. The elders didn't like how she read the name of this child so carefully, they kept their cool towards everything but the status of the village and enrichment. Izumi first appeared at the residence after the academy, because after receiving Chunin, she studied Irionanjutsu techniques. She was called by Tsunade herself for a conversation. Tsunade hesitated for a long time, but nevertheless began a dialogue. Who is Naruto to you? I am his guardian, he has no one in the village who could stand up for him and be friends with him. My guardianship was approved by the third Sama after the clan massacre, Lady Tsunade. So, for you he is like a younger brother, who needs to be looked after. For some reason the records were not preserved, perhaps they were destroyed. I couldn't do otherwise. He was always brought back bruised and wounded, my heart bled from that horror, there wasn't a single living spot on him. I have a copy of the records, here, Izumi answered and held out the documents. Tsunade studied them carefully and nodded approvingly, knowing that the seal was worth her teacher. So, it all fits. I don't know if I should tell you about his parents, may they forgive me. There are no special secrets in this, until recently I would have kept silent, but my teacher would have wanted that too. Parents, but didn't they die that night? Yes, it happened that night. His parents were Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. You probably saw his face on the Hokage rock, he is called the Yellow Lightning of Konoha, the woman answered, looking at the faces in the rock. What? So he's the Hokage's son and the next to succeed him. Oh God, why did they do this to him? She couldn't hold back her tears any longer and started crying. It's hard to put the squeeze on the remaining two now. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the documents for Minato and Kushina's property. As soon as I see them, I'll kill them. So, okay, we'll sort this out. Karen, as the last of the Uzumaki clan, can inherit everything that's left of them. I'll make sure that she doesn't need anything for the rest of her life. These elders have made such a mess, it looks like they disobeyed my second grandfather. Oh well, we'll fix this in a jiffy. I'll go, they're waiting for me at the hospital. I asked for time off for this reason. Free, the woman answered and Izumi left the residence with funny feelings. She was glad that she learned a little more about Naruto and was upset by his sad and tragic fate. Wiping away her tears, she walked confidently to the hospital. Tsunade sent Anbu to watch her and make sure she didn't get hurt by the elders. Returning to the papers, she grabbed her hair, horrified at what kind of crazy rules had already been written, on which space had already been allocated for seals. The stacks of papers seemed to never end, and if she didn't fill them out on time, there wouldn't be enough space in the office. Leaning back in her chair, she looked tiredly at Yamato's report with Kakashi. The Jinchuriki from Cloud had been sent to the Chunin exam for the purpose of reconnaissance and getting the Hyuga and Uchiha. Fortunately, she had been found, and all thanks to Naruto. He had been able to decipher her from under her henge and use a clone to transmit the information while he was at dinner with the Uchiha. Meanwhile, Sakura, under the guidance of Captain Yamato, was learning to use the element of water. She developed a predisposition to this element. She did not want to lag behind Naruto. He had mastered Suiden much earlier than she did. Wet, standing over the water surface, she tried to collect at least a small stream of water in order to later turn it into a current. It's not that simple, Miss Haruno, you must have excellent control to achieve results. I want to become stronger, Captain Yamato, otherwise why did I choose the path of a shinobi? Tsunade-sama has placed great hopes on me, and I do not intend to disappoint her. With Naruto the process would go faster. By the way, he left one of the techniques for you, but it uses up a lot of your chakra. Cloning. Mass shadow cloning. It is forbidden to use and therefore it is stored in a forbidden scroll. I saw Naruto use it to crush an enemy or distract him. But there is a limit, he is an Uzumaki and he doesn't care how many clones. For me, 3 will be the maximum. I'll try with 1 clone for now. You should succeed, I believe in you, Miss Haruno. Yamato left her by the river and went to the residence to find out the fate of the captured Jinchuriki. After her capture, the Raikage demanded her return, but was refused, since she was sent by him as a spy and on the grounds that his mercenaries also participated in the attack on Konoha. Suna referred to Orochimaru with the grass, that they had planned everything. They were the only ones who sent letters of apology, except for Rock, Mist, and Cloud. The current state of affairs remains tense. On the borders of the Land of Fire, the population suffers from attacks from various renegades and hidden organizations. Tsunade had to urgently start a new reform in education, because the released genin could die an absurd death. Although this was the norm before, preserving the lives of the population became more important than anything else. And the captains themselves began to train the team more diligently in taijutsu, and in ninjutsu in some cases. New Chronicles. Through the leaves, the wind carried various sounds, like the whisper or singing of nature. In the shade of a tree, a kunoichi was resting, who had just decided to listen to the whisper of the wind for a while from the everyday noise. She breathed deeply, and her gaze was directed to the sky. The passing clouds could not describe the exact picture, but the imagination could create many different associations. Her hair was fluttering from side to side in the wind, which is why she constantly had to lift it behind her ear, but it didn't always work. She would have continued flying in the clouds if her friend's scream hadn't brought her back to earth. She approached without making a noise, although how could she not notice her? Sakura, how much longer do I have to scream? Ino said indignantly with a displeased look. Sorry, Ino, I decided to stay in the shade for a bit, the heat is unbearable, Sakura answered, getting up from the ground, brushing the fallen leaves off her clothes and hair. Have you forgotten that Naruto's sister is supposed to come in a few days? No, I haven't forgotten, you blondes can have bad memories. Are you asking for trouble? The blonde replied, not appreciating the joke, and immediately heard her friend's laughter. And she herself did not know how to react to this. Sakura stopped laughing and she, not paying attention to the statements of the blonde, who was ready to explode like a volcano with a whole collection of quotes for her personally, walked ahead, hearing that she would soon receive an insult from the blonde. 3 years had passed since the day Karen, Sasuke and Kiyomi left Konoha with the Sannin Jiraiya. Nothing had been heard from them, not at all. She didn't know Karen at all, because she had learned about her from Kiyomi. She is now a Chunin, she retook the exam in Suna last year, like some of those she studied with. Haruno was walking confidently, she had a weekend that she wanted to spend with her parents. Because of her training with Tsunade and Yamato, she didn't remember them having dinner together. The blonde was angry at her joke and trailed behind. During this time, many had changed. They began to look better than they did 3 years ago as children, and now it was adolescence, when hormones made themselves known. Sakura had become more beautiful, and her shape gave her a feminine look, Her hips and waist were probably the first thing that caught the eye, and her small breasts. Ino could be considered a goddess, many people were courting her, but she did not let anyone get that close to her. They were the damn strongest of the slime princess's students. Furies are more suitable for them. Kakashi once tested their abilities while Yamato was on a mission. And involuntarily remembered Kushina Uzumaki, who was not inferior in strength to men. With one blow, they could break the ground under their feet, putting a lot of chakra into one blow. Ino stopped following her and returned to her father's flower shop. When there were no missions, she helped her mother around the shop. Yugito remained a hostage of Konoha, since the Raikage could not do anything to take her. And there was no talk of resealing, because the only master in seals was Jiraiya. He knew many seals, especially sealing the tailed beasts. It was getting on for noon and Sakura decided to train with Sweden, during which time she was able to achieve that she could create a water dragon, like Captain Yamato. However, she could only use the technique once in battle, then she had no chakra left for other techniques. But she couldn't forget the day she lost a team member who was a strong link. On that fateful day, she brought flowers to the memorial and stopped at his name. She wasn't the only one who came that day, Izumi couldn't forget him either. While talking to her, she learned what he was like: cheerful, mischievous, sad, gloomy. It was amusing from the outside, as they were very similar to Kiyomi. Sakura couldn't remember a time when he was like this, always serious and able to calculate moves in advance. Although, she will never forget how he called Kiyomi kitten, probably the cutest thing he said. Even the others could not pull something like that on their female graduating class from the academy. Haruno could create a water prison like Zabuza, although it took 2 years, but the result was worth it, and she also mastered the Great Water Flood. However, after training, her clothes were wet, because of which she had to dry out a little in the sun and return home for new clothes. Sakura, are you home yet? Mom's voice came from the kitchen. I was training with Sweden and my clothes are soaked through. I need to change them, the pink-haired girl answered from the room. Ah, you're a good girl, daughter. Unlike your father, you've become a chunin and you control one of the natural elements. We're having dinner today, don't be late. Okay, I'm running, Mom. I need to stop by the hospital to see Shizune. Run, and don't be late. Sakura went downstairs, putting on her sandals and waved goodbye to her mother. Her mother continued to prepare dinner. Going outside, the kunoichi walked towards the hospital. She wanted to ask if there were any new patients, but mostly there were people with minor wounds, which she easily healed. She would have reached the hospital if Kiba hadn't grabbed her wrist. He had become noticeably stronger and taller. The guy didn't let go of her, despite her protests. You should forget this Uzumaki, he is pathetic trash. Let go, Kiba, you don't know him. Unlike you, I can rely on him in my life, and you're more of a bully. No one will protect you, you are in my power. Let go, I say. It's useless. She turned into a puddle before his eyes. So, it looks like you still haven't gotten it. Sakura appeared behind him, squeezing his hand so tightly that he couldn't free himself. Sakura, stop, you'll break my arm, the boy began to whine. If you bother me again, I'll talk to your sister, she'll be happy to take care of you, the girl said with a menacing look. At this, Kiba gulped in fear of the terrible punishment that awaited him from his sister. He tried to win Sakura's heart, but always unsuccessfully, and this time the mistake was very harsh, at the cost of only suffering. Sakura let go of him and, making a seal, disappeared into a white haze. Kiba couldn't be mistaken, because his sense of smell never failed, although she could use scents that could block her presence and add her own mixtures so that he would bite into the trap. Sakura was at the hospital and had already found Shizune at the reception, where there was already a small line. The patients parted for her, letting her go first, because they knew that she was the best medic after Tsunade. Shizune-san, is everything okay? Don't worry Sakura, there aren't many sick people this time, you're free today, your help won't be needed. Fill out yesterday's reports and give them to Lady Tsunade. Oh, I almost forgot about them, with these trainings I could have forgotten a lot. Go. Sakura went into a separate office, where she, as a young specialist, along with the other newcomers, wrote reports and prescriptions for treatment based on the patient's card. She found her report and began filling in the blanks on the form, and a few minutes later it was ready. After checking, just in case, she made sure that it was written without errors and with a clear conscience went to the Hokage's residence. After she knocked, she entered with permission and made a report, placing it on the table. You students have relaxed lately, What's wrong, Sakura? It's been a while since I've chased you. No, Tsunade-sama, I was just exhausted yesterday and my hands were shaking from overdoing it. I tried to summon Katsui yesterday. I didn't think it would work on the first try. I'm not angry, she already told me. Just remember that you shouldn't relax. Okay, can I go? You can't forget him, she asked Sakura before leaving. The girl stopped half a step away from the door. He was the best of us in the academy, and I became stronger only because of him. If you knew him, you would also want to get to know him better and not let him go, the kunoichi answered and closed the door behind her. It's quite possible. Well, it was really hard to return all the inheritance of the fourth Hokage and his family to Karen, but I did it, let them just say it. Senju rejoiced in her thoughts and put Sakura's report aside until she finished with the last report. Sakura walked with an elevated mood and saw that Izumi was also walking around Konoha. Maybe she had a day off. And she greeted her. Hello, Sakura, how are you? I bet you're waiting for them to return. And this too, Izumi-san, are you resting? This time I was given a well-deserved vacation for my time working at the hospital. Well, you're probably going home. Congratulations. Yes, Mom is cooking dinner, maybe you should join us. You live alone and haven't started a relationship with anyone. My heart has been occupied by one person for a long time. Well, okay, I'll come, just warn your parents. Necessarily. Sakura hurried home, because it was already approaching evening. Izumi moved with the help of one seal that the blonde created, and once home, she went to the shower, changing clothes. Sakura entered the house, taking off her sandals, and headed to the kitchen, where her mother was sitting at the table and cutting vegetables. You came back quickly, Sakura, how was your day? Mebuki asked, noticing her daughter. It's great, Mom, if Kiba hadn't pestered me, everything would have been great. You cared about Naruto Uzumaki. It's a pity that my father and I didn't tell you right away that we were friends of his parents, the mother regretted, having finished cutting. He was a Jinchuriki and by order of the third Hokage, you did not tell him about his origin. After all, this information could only destroy him. I felt calm with him and I felt completely safe. By the way, I met Izumi and invited her to our dinner today. Izumi, and this is the Uchiha who took care of him when he was expelled from the orphanage. Yes, she and Kiyomi had it the hardest, they had already lost their loved ones, and Naruto was the son that led them. His sister Karen should come with the others in a few days. Another Uzumaki, well, no one was expecting a second Kushina in Konoha. You can't even imagine how strong she was. She threw boys around with her bare hands, it all started because of the color of her hair. Red devils, that's what those who fought them called them. Okay, Mom, I'll wash my hands and help you set the table. Sakura quickly washed her hands and together with her mother they set the table. The head of the family was late and arrived when everything was already set and Izumi's guest was with them. Return from wanderings. The sun was so hot that you could lose consciousness. Dark hair could only make things worse for those with this color, except for two who didn't give a damn what kind of day it was. The smile never left the brunette's face, who was so homesick for her native village and at the same time grieving. Her fountain of feelings was mixed, she could not sit still since birth and the association was with Uzumaki. Speaking of which, the Uchihas are very similar to them. The red-haired one walked next to the Sannin and all his hints of vulgarity were sent far away, as were his tastes in chicks. If there had been a breeze, it would have been nice to walk like that, but not today. They made stops in small villages and then only for a while, so as not to overheat in the sun. Walking slowly along one of the roads that led to Konoha, the company noticed a symbol on the gate from afar. A sign of a leaf with a whirlpool in the center. When they got closer, they felt a slight gust of wind, small particles of dust and debris almost got into their eyes, which is why they had to close their eyelids, but leaves still got tangled in their hair. Approaching the gates, the eternal guards Izumo and Katetsu did not immediately recognize that these were the genin who went on a journey with the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. And they were very surprised by the changes on the part of Kiyomi. She had noticeably grown up and began to resemble her mother Makoto with a kind smile on her face. Sasuke was still attractive to women, and they didn't know Karen at all. She was bright, provocative, somewhat similar to the fourth Hokage's wife, only those who lived through that time remember her character. Jiraiya didn't stop them and slowly decided to get to Tsunade without rushing. Kiyomi jumped up and used chakra to climb the steep wall to get a better look at Konoha. Sasuke didn't stop her and stayed below to watch. I'm home, Mom, Dad, Naruto and everyone else, I'm back. Oh, Tsunade Senju's head has appeared on the Hokage rock. I came back home, it's so beautiful here. Listen, Konoha, I'm back. Uchiha Kiyomi is back. Her scream sent the birds flying off the roofs, the wind came back and her hair got tangled again, which forced her to immediately go downstairs. She was clearly out of breath and almost collided with Karen's face. Are you happy? Yes, the kunoichi answered. Karen, seeing her tangled hair, couldn't suppress a fit of laughter, which made her pout and look funny. Sasuke also felt funny, and then Izumi joined them, who appeared just in time. Kiyomi was the first to rush to hug her, and she felt the warmth from the one she was hugging, which warmed her soul so much. Izumi hugged each of them in turn. She was in casual clothes, and hadn't changed a bit in appearance over the past 3 years. The same kind heart and soul. Welcome back, my dears, how was your trip? Did you miss me, Kiyomi-chan? We've seen a lot of interesting places, but there's nothing better than home. And I'm not bored at all, Kiyomi blushed again. Little liar, Izumi said, adjusting a strand of hair that was trying to hide her face from the wind again. Not true. You haven't changed a bit, Kiyomi. Karen is waiting for you, the 5th Hokage Tsunade Senju, she is awaiting your arrival. She did not expect such a turn of events, and yet curiosity took over and she agreed. Yes, in that case, I'll go. Kiyomi was rather interested in this, and she followed her, although she needed to have a snack, otherwise her tummy was rumbling traitorously, like little kittens. She decided that she would find out all the details from Karen later, but for now she went after Izumi, who probably cooked them something tasty. While they were walking, she was surprised that Konoha managed to recover after the attack, and now there were more updated houses, and some of the houses were 1 floor higher. Izumi led them in a completely different direction, and stopped in front of Sakura Haruno's house. Her face was impossible to forget, in which the joy of her friend's return was read. The silhouette was visible from the window and immediately a joyful cry was voiced. Mom, they're back. She went downstairs, opening the doors for them, and was the first to hug Kiyomi, who missed her first friend so much. But again, she couldn't keep calm, and laughed. After this scene, the guests entered the house, where they were already met by the mistress of the kitchen. She greeted them kindly and could not let them go hungry. Hearing the rumbling in Kiyomi's stomach, she decided to give a double portion of miso soup. Kiyomi didn't know what to say, since she had never met her friend's parents. But she thanked them for the delicious food and warm welcome. She was happy. Although if she were given false ears and drawn whiskers, she would look just like a cat, Izumi somehow forgot, since Itachi had once done the same with Shisui. Karen knew which direction to go, even though she was here only for the second time in her life, but she was guided by the chakra of this perverted Sannin. She couldn't confuse it with anyone else's. When she was already getting up, she saw Shizune, her first student. She was all nervous. Seeing Karen, she escorted her to the office, where Jiraiya was already. Senju had her fingers clasped together and her concentrated gaze was directed at her old partner in the literal sense of the word. Unlike her, he was an aged man, and she was like a ripe berry. Sorry to interrupt your conversation, Lady Tsunade-sama, but Karen Uzumaki has arrived at your request, Shizune said, causing Senju to look away and, glancing in their direction, nod to Jiraiya to explain everything later. Shizune left with him, leaving Karen alone with her. Come in, Karen Uzumaki, I don't bite. So why do you need me urgently? It's not really urgent, but I don't intend to put it off either. I don't understand what you're talking about, maybe you can explain. Put your signature on these documents and we'll go our separate ways. You're the only Uzumaki left in the village and I couldn't allow this inheritance to go to someone else. It belongs to the family of the 4th Hokage and his descendants. There's also something left here from Naruto, showing a document with a place for her signature. Karen was confused, she didn't know what to do. You don't know me, how can you trust me? I assumed that you would ask me about this and I will answer. I knew this family and even before they were recognized as the next Hokage, people believed in them. Without the support of friends this is not possible. Naruto could have received this inheritance, but you yourself know what happened, and he trusted you. After all, you value your blood more than anything. So, what are you signing? It's hard to accept, I have no one left. Let them forgive me, the kunoichi said, unable to hold back her tears, and signed the document, immediately receiving the keys to the house and a scroll with the documents locked there. During the time she had been traveling, she had been able to open such scrolls and had gained access to Naruto's spatial pocket. Just remembering such short memories of him made her truly smile. She went to take the documents to the new house, but decided that it would be better in that pocket. As she left the residence, she wiped away her tears and headed towards the Uchiha house, but it had not been long since she saw Sakura in the company of the rest of her friends. Karen. What took you so long? Well, tell me, why did the fifth call you? Well, is he going to lecture you again, that you should live up to the status of Uzumaki? Be proud and not let scoundrels near you. Rather something else, Kiyomi. Then tell me, don't keep me in suspense. I received the inheritance of the Naruto family. It turns out that his father was the Hokage, and his mother was an Uzumaki, that's why his chakra seems so familiar to me. What? I'm glad you have everything now, maybe you can show me, Dadbane. Oh, the Kunoichi exclaimed, causing the crowd to laugh again, causing her to turn red and remind them of Naruto. Oh, Kiyomi, you're the spitting image of Uzumaki, Karen grinned, which made her friend even more angry, but she couldn't show it. Maybe we should go already. You're right, Kiyomi, let's go. Choice. Shikamaru was too lazy to go with his teammate Yamanaka. It would have been better for him to spend the whole day lying on the clearing and watching the clouds float by, but he couldn't shirk his work. Otherwise, another one would condemn his family, the princess of the sands Tamari no Sobaku. Annoyed, he imagined this day differently, even the usual waking up, with the alarm clock set. He woke up a second before the bell and stopped the crackling of the alarm clock with his hand in time. Frequent yawning told him that he was fed up with the same old life over and over again. He wanted a change, even if only for a little while. Ino kept complaining about working in the family business, not a single serious mission lately. No, can you imagine, Shikamaru, there is not a single mission left for our rank. I'm tired of constantly meeting these clients for flowers with a smile on my face. Damn. When will there be something new? Maybe Sasuke-kun will ask me out on a date. Yeah, dream on. He won't let you anywhere near him. He's cute. Does she even hear herself? His father was the Hokage. Karen's voice was heard, catching his attention, and then the blonde stared at him. What's the matter? Ellipsis. Let's go. The last phrase that Ino heard, looking at the company where the Uchihas with Karen Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno were. She couldn't understand why her teammate was silent and immediately voiced his theory. Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage. What? That can't be. You're not serious, are you? No, I clearly heard what Karen said. That's why they didn't want to give Naruto to any family, and they didn't talk about his parents even once. And you believed that he? Ino, I believe in this and I want to find out from my father. If he confirms everything, then yours will not deny it either. Well, I don't know, are you sure about this? There's definitely a high stakes here. If it's true, then please spread the word so everyone knows who Naruto is. Snorting at this, the blonde only slightly adjusted her long bangs and decided to take a little walk. Nara in turn decided to talk to Tamari for now. The princess herself was sitting in one of the best places for a quick bite, Ichiraku ramen. She ordered one portion for herself to while away the time in Konoha. She was here as a representative of her village. Unlike Shikamaru, she was a Junin. She always had a fan on her back, which she was used to working with. No one would dare to anger her. Not only was she the Kage's sister, but she would also give them a beating herself. Entering the diner, Shikamaru greeted her and ordered himself one portion. She noticed that he was puzzled by something and was somewhere in his own world, where he usually thinks about some things. Chef Tsuki took the order and started cooking. Shikamaru was thoughtful and didn't pay attention to anything until he was nudged in the side with an elbow. You were lost in thought and almost missed your portion. Yes, Naruto's sister came back. I saw her before I came here. What do you mean? Does he have a sister? I don't know everything myself. I wanted to talk to her about it. It seems like Naruto found her in the forest of death. Why are you so sure? There are many people with hair color like Gaara's. Her chakra is the same as his, plus there is also a reserve of chakra. She can use chains, like Naruto, they serve to restrain the tailed beasts. I still don't understand. Maybe we can talk about the upcoming tournament at your place. The third Hokage's grandson will be participating there. The relay is at your place now. You're right. While you eat your ramen, I'll wait. I'll have to compile a list and give it to Gaara so he can review the candidates for the rank of Chunin. You don't have to wait. I'll give you this list myself, go. And what's the catch, so that I don't bother you? The blonde frowned at him. I need to go to my father right now, and then I'll take the list and give it to you during the day. All the better, I'm going. The blonde seemed to wiggle her butt in gratitude and went off to do her business. Nara finished his portion, paying for it with a banknote, without asking for change. At this time, Jiraiya was in Tsunade's office and got to the heart of the matter. He put up a barrier that did not let the sound out. Reprinting is a stupid idea. She must swear allegiance to us. In case of refusal, the two-tailed will be sealed in another carrier. By the way, did you tell her about Naruto? This shouldn't be a secret. It's a pity that you and I found out about it too late. The idea is crazy. I don't argue. This is how we expressed ourselves in response to the insult to the Raikage. Do you want to make Karen a two-tailed Jinchuriki if something happens? I wouldn't like that. It's a backup option. By the way, I won't be in Konoha anytime soon. I need to continue monitoring Akatsuki. I understand. Be careful. Sanin jumped onto the window frame and immediately disappeared. Senju took a deep breath, relaxing in her chair, and the image of her younger brother, Naoki, appeared before her eyes. He died dreaming of becoming Hokage. There were 2 photos on the table, which she took out for comparison. One was of her younger brother, the other was of the team Naruto was on. They were very similar, as if they had something in common. Spiky hair and smile with 32 teeth. Their dream was to become Hokage, but alas, this did not happen for a number of reasons. Both were killed. In front of her was also a list of genin who had been admitted to the Chunin exams in Suna. After that incident, Gaara had been chosen as the new Kazekage, and Suna was willing to cooperate with them. In the drawer was one of the emergency sake supplies that she hadn't touched in 2 years. Shikamaru was looking for his father and knew that he could have been at the Junin Council, although he could have been mistaken. Listening to the conversations in the hallway, he found him talking with Asuma-sensei. It looks like I'm the odd one out. We'll discuss it next time, Nara, Asuma said, seeing his student walking, taking a new cigarette from the pack and lighting it with his signature lighter. What's the matter, Shikamaru? We don't have much time before the next meeting. Is it true that Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage? Yes, I don't hide the fact that he is his son. Although, I don't understand why our village leadership was so reluctant to reveal this. How did you find out? Karen Uzumaki told Kiyomi Uchiha, and everyone who was nearby heard it too, including Ino and me. And why did you keep quiet about it and not tell me? Rather, he didn't want to put you in danger. Lightning, Rock and Mist are sharpening their teeth for the 4th Hokage's insults. This information shouldn't have been spread among the entire population. The top brass thought differently, and the Hokage couldn't allow them to plant a bookmark on him in exchange for keeping quiet about his parents. Did you and the others participate in this? This is politics, my son, and not all methods are so humane. Shikamaru patted him on the shoulder and left for the next meeting. Digesting the information, Nara went to the 5th Hokage for the documents. Climbing up 2 floors, he found himself in front of the Hokage's office. Only after a knock on the door did he enter. 5th, I came for the list of genin who are going to the Chunin exam. Is that all? She handed him the sheet of paper, and from his expression she saw that he doubted something, remaining tense. You weren't aware of what the village elite was doing here, were you? No, when I came here at my friend's request, I had no idea what a mess it was. Some documents were missing, and I started digging around in search of documents on the current status of the 4th Hokage. An inheritance, to put it simply, and I didn't find anything like that. Thanks to Asuma, he had copies that my teacher saved, suspecting that they would be needed. Who else knows about this? Several people. I did everything in my power to make sure they didn't mention it. You can use the information at your own discretion. He took the unexpected answer calmly and, leaving the office, suddenly remembered that he urgently needed to find Tamari, otherwise he would arrange a warm meeting with the fan. However, he didn't have to look for her for long. Walking down the street, he saw her talking to Ino. Approaching them, he handed Tamari the list of candidates and she put it in her sealed scroll. Ino stared at him and he immediately told her everything. By the end of the day, many will know about this, but now I'm going to go. Ino left them alone, and she left in high spirits. Tamari did not want to go with him in company and left him alone. After standing for a while, he returned to his duties. Solution Part 1. Karen and the others got to the place where the house was, which could not be damaged by the attack of the nine-tailed, stood intact. Approaching it, she was able to notice barriers that not everyone would notice, because only they could create them. Having come close enough to the barrier, she penetrated inside it and having approached a larger seal, or rather the central one, and having removed the barrier for a while, the friends passed and immediately behind their backs the barrier closed. Wow, wow, what a beautiful house Naruto's family has. I never would have thought they had such skill. Kiyomi, you don't know all the secrets about my clan. Although, we are similar in one thing, we can only love once. It was clear that Kiyomi and her blushed a little, and only Sakura was embarrassed by the red-haired girl's answer. Sasuke tried to find the hidden seals with the help of the Sharingan, but he couldn't even figure out where they were located. Izumi liked the place itself, where Naruto's parents had chosen for themselves. Very mesmerizing, the house was the largest she had ever seen. 2 stories, trees were planted and whirlpool symbols were carved into the doors and other places. Kiyomi couldn't tear her eyes away from this sight and became even more eager to find out what was inside the house. Karen, seeing her eyes light up, immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her along. She didn't immediately understand what they wanted from her and almost screamed. Karen opened the door with a key and, crossing the threshold, was even more surprised. The house was clean despite the fact that during the absence of the previous owners, the corridor that opened before their eyes was wide. Taking off her sandals, Karen did not notice Kiyomi next to her, probably burning with the desire to get to know the house better. They rushed forward. She couldn't find anything suitable for a comparison example, because her room was spacious enough to live with someone, not alone. She felt embarrassed by her own thought and managed to hide it from Izumi. Sakura was even surprised by how much space there was. Even in her parents' house this was a real palace. Even running her finger over the surface of the furniture, she was surprised that there was no dust. How could that be? There were scrolls with techniques on the shelves, and a stack of 16-year-old newspapers on the table. The flowers hadn't even dried up, which surprised her even more, although this was already on the verge of what she didn't know about Uzumaki. Sasuke didn't even comment on what the others were doing, but he needed to keep an eye on the younger one, just in case. Although, he didn't take his eyes off Karen, a little behind her he noticed a strangely shaped kunai and on them were seals unfamiliar to him. As he approached, he saw that they were the legendary kunai used by Konoha's Yellow Lightning. He didn't know how this technique worked, but it made the user very fast, like lightning. During his wanderings, he perfectly learned all the fire techniques, not without the help of Jiraiya, as well as Kiyomi, who even mastered these techniques faster. In addition, she had a Fuetin. Sasuke could call upon the god of lightning and bring down all his power on the enemy. In addition, he managed to improve some of the techniques created by Kakashi. In memory of Naruto, he used the rasengan, just like him in training. Izumi knew from the Hokage that Naruto's parents were respected shinobi in the village, and she couldn't believe that they had worked so hard for so long to make sure their child didn't need anything, and then they were stabbed in the back. The entire family was buried in one place, and few brought flowers there, although many were glad that the Jinchuriki was gone. Gradually, Kiyomi began to approach every door in the house, although she could not enter everywhere. Some of them were forbidden from strangers. Karen could not get used to this, and for a long time she looked enchantingly at the beauty of the house, until she noticed how evening had come. Kiyomi was already exhausted by this time and fell asleep on the floor. She didn't want to leave this house, as Sasuke thought, taking her and carrying her to one of the free rooms where they could sleep. He himself was a little tired of all this. Sakura decided it was time to go home, looking at the Uchiha who wanted to share the comfort of home with Karen. But she almost forgot one thing. Karen could temporarily remove the barrier, not her. Then she decided that she wouldn't mind staying here. Izumi went out of the backyard, where besides it there was also a training ground, though it was the same size as the Uchiha clan. Trees, a pond, targets and it all looked like they had recently trained here. And she also saw a semblance of a small temple, where a Shinigami mask made of stone was depicted. The Uzumaki revered their protector and even here there was a semblance of his sanctuary. Izumi returned to the house. Meanwhile, Ino had already spread the rumors as agreed with Shikamaru. She herself was already returning home. She had to take a shower, get a good night's sleep and start the new day with renewed strength. As soon as she entered the house, she saw her father waiting for her. He was sitting in the kitchen, sipping a cup of aromatic green tea and thinking about something intently. Dad, you're early today. Did something happen? No, let me find out what kind of news you spread throughout Konoha. Do you even know that this news won't make the elders very happy? It's like a bone in their throat. Why did you want to tell Naruto Uzumaki? You didn't have any feelings for him. Dad, it's not up to you to decide what I gossip about. You know, I don't care what you think. I just want everyone to know what the people in power did. Shikamaru asked me to do this. Is that all you wanted to tell me? How do you talk to your father? Do you think that if you are the next heir to the clan, then you can do anything? You are wrong. You are punished and will be under house arrest. Dad pronounced his verdict sternly. What? Dad, are you serious? Are you thinking of keeping me under arrest? I'm leaving. As she was about to leave, her father grabbed her hand and didn't let her take a single step further. Stop. Who did I tell? He shouted at her in anger, which made her afraid of his voice. Let go, Dad. She asked him to let go, almost in despair, and was about to cry in front of him. You won't go anywhere else, do you understand? And he began to forcefully lead her into the room where she was sleeping. She could no longer resist. Ino was driven into her room with force, where she had already given up trying to resist. Hugging her knees, lying on the floor, she began to cry. Her mother heard her, but she could not intervene in this situation and help in any way. Asuma Sarutobi was walking around Konoha with Kurenai Yuhi. The two Junin captains were currently on a walk and did not hide their true feelings of love for each other. In addition, Asuma's hand was touching Kurenai's stomach. She was 2 weeks pregnant. They only found out about it recently when she threw up and had to go to the hospital. Their idol was broken by Kakashi, who, upon seeing the couple, put the book in his back pocket and greeted them. After Naruto was gone, he became noticeably cold and was restless, because the promise on the sensei's grave was broken. Kakashi, I haven't seen you for a long time, where are you coming from? You wriggled with Anko, and you'll be our daddy, Asuma. We only planned to date, not have a child right away, but as you can see, it turned out the other way around. Are you with Anko? I didn't think she'd entertain you. By the way, I didn't expect what happened at the Jonin Council. As you can see, I wasn't there, my friend. Homura and Kaharu are on edge and guess why? Uzumaki, right, I heard what many of the residents were saying. I couldn't save him in time, although I could have died right there if I had tried to stop them. Shinigami takes any souls within their direct contact radius. Tomorrow we'll decide whose side we're on. Solution Part 2. Sleep was an integral part of the life of any creature, as well as a simple person. Sleepily stretching in bed, the pink-haired girl smiled. It was comfortable to sleep in such a bed. As if you were sleeping on a fluff. Hair tickled her nose and she, smacking her lips, reluctantly began to get up. One of the pillows fell to the floor, and she didn't have time to simply catch it. Rubbing her eyes, she couldn't believe that she was sleeping in a seemingly unfamiliar place, but she felt the coziness and warmth that the previous owners had treated so reverently. Not wanting to wake up, she fell back onto the bed, which made her hair tickle again. The room also had a closet, which contained a set of dresses and nightgowns for the girls. In addition, a small cosmetic bag with a small oval mirror next to the closet. The curtains had a red tint and again the symbol of a whirlpool. Continuing to lie in bed, she inhaled the freshness of the bed linen, not believing that after such a long time it had not stopped smelling of something familiar, as if it smelled of blossoming sakura. Overcoming her laziness, she decided to take a bath and have a snack. Besides, she heard Kiyomi running down the hall like a hurricane, who had more than enough energy. Smiling, she headed to the toilet, of which there were only 3 in the entire house. After water procedures, she wrapped her hair in a towel and looked at her own reflection for a long time. As if she was trying to recognize at least some of her features from 2 years ago. A flat stomach that could lure a partner. Small breasts and slender buttocks, that was the entire style that nature had awarded her. And hair that smelled of flowers and symbolized the time of love in everyone's heart. After enough time had passed, Sakura threw the towel aside and began to get dressed before anyone came into her room. After a few moments of twirling in front of the mirror, she went downstairs, where breakfast was already prepared. The smell of scrambled eggs seemed to block out her thoughts for today. The others had gathered for breakfast and the new hostess herself was cheerful and smiling. It was the first time Karen had cooked something tasty in front of everyone. Izumi was watching Kiyomi, who never ceased to be amazed by the house they had spent the night in. Karen squinted against the sun and the birds singing from the open window. She was wearing a purple nightgown that she had taken to bed the night before, hoping that the size would fit. As she rolled over, she almost fell over. Rubbing her eyes, she didn't notice how her hair obscured her vision and almost got into her mouth. She groped in front of her for her glasses, found them, and put them on. Getting out of bed, Karen first went to the toilet. She needed to tidy herself up. When her hair was dry, she changed her clothes and, going downstairs, started breakfast. Sasuke and Kiyomi got up at about the same time, but Izumi got up much earlier and did her business. Kiyomi ran into the shower first. Everyone in the house could hear her stomping. Sasuke took a shower last and joined breakfast a little later. Everyone had their own thoughts about the day spent in this house. Rather, everyone felt with what love and care they were met and also kept in their hearts. Sakura needed to hurry, otherwise God forbid what might come into the 5th Hokage's head if he noticed her absence. As they were about to leave, a note from Captain Yamato appeared in front of the table. Its appearance could not be commented on in any way, although everyone had questions about how it got there, although Karen's satisfied smile made it clear that she herself had taken the note from Captain Yamato and passed it through the barrier. It looks like we'll have to stay until some of the conflicting moments subside, Karen said and put the envelope back. What does this mean, Karen? What I told you about Naruto's parents became available to all the villagers. However, the top brass is not very happy with these circumstances. And you're suggesting that we sit here? Although, you're right in some ways, however, Izumi said. My parents don't know where I am and, Karen interrupted her. Calm down, Sakura, there's no need to worry, they're not in any danger. I'm sure they know you're coming with us. You're right, I may be putting too much pressure on myself about this. That's great, maybe you could show a master class, you're a student of one of the legendary Sanins, aren't you? Sakura didn't like to brag, but the crunch of her bones made it clear that she was doing well with her training. Stepping out into the backyard, where she could show off her skills, Sakura stood in front of Karen and Kiyomi. Taking a fighting stance, Sakura noticed that Kiyomi had a Sharingan with 3 tomo, and it seemed to be starting to spin, most likely she wanted to put her into a genjutsu. Stopping the flow of her chakra and abruptly releasing it to get rid of the genjutsu, the ground beneath her feet suddenly cracked. Sakura threw a kunai at the place where Kiyomi was, but there was no trace of the kunoichi left. Listening to her surroundings, she heard the sound of jingling iron. And then she almost got caught in Karen's chains that appeared from everywhere. Having dodged such an unexpected attack, the kunoichi grouped herself and landed successfully. She threw several shurikens at the likely locations of her opponents. And then her gaze caught a figure smiling contentedly and making seals with only one hand. Kato. Phoenix petals. Sakura was able to dodge this attack and, retreating to the pond, immediately began to walk on the surface using chakra. Kiyomi immediately appeared in front of her and rushed to attack her, but did not notice that there was a water clone in front of her, and she herself dragged her under the water. Once in the water, Kiyomi tried to get up as quickly as possible, but found herself in a water prison. Got you, Kiyomi. Karen appeared after. Kiyomi lost and wanted to free her, but her element is earth and wind. The chakra chains aimed at the clone and then he dissipated, not noticing that Sakura made a seal with only one hand and a huge stream of water began to rise in front of her, rushing towards Karen. Sweden. Great Water Dragon. After the technique was pronounced, Karen began to retreat, although it was useless to run, because the dragon already knew its target. A huge wave washed Karen away and carried her by the current to the border of the barrier. Sakura was still standing, but before collapsing from chakra exhaustion, she managed to use a replacement, otherwise Kiyomi would get it into her head to take revenge for such a setup. Sakura was breathing deeply and was completely drenched, as were Kiyomi and Karen. The kunoichi seemed a little confused as to how they had both lost to Sakura. The breeze was making their skin crawl. You, Sakura, should apply for the rank of Jonin. I still lack experience, Karen. Captain Yamato helped me master Sweden, although I have problems with chakra, I can only use this technique once per battle, and I don't have the strength for others, so I don't use it. You outsmarted me, and even with the Sharingan I couldn't see all your hidden tricks. The nickname, Little Fox, would suit you. It just happened that way, Kiyomi, let's go back to the house before you get sick, as a doctor I recommend it. Without arguing, they walked into the house. Sasuke and Izumi were a little surprised by Sakura's talents, as if she was copying Naruto himself, he could lead the enemy into a dead end using his arsenal in the terrain. Meanwhile, Konoha was in turmoil, the residents were divided in their opinions, some were shocked by the policy towards the family of the 4th Hokage, others were of the opinion that without the tailed beast, the village would not tremble with fear that tomorrow they would not see the next day. The clan and Junin council was called together by the 5th Hokage Tsunade Senju. In addition, one of the Anbu squad stood guard outside while they held their discussion. Everyone was reserved, as if this was a gathering of aristocrats and not shinobi ready to defend the honor of the clan. Sitting aside, Kaharu and Hamura did not react to the gathering of shinobi, still hoping that they were right and not Senju. Information about the fourth Hokage's son had become public knowledge. Danzo, like an idiot, had rushed into things and only undermined their distrust. Only a few root fighters remained loyal to them, but that was temporary. If they lost this case, it was all over. They did not like Tsunade. She had interfered in their affairs, which could not be easily unraveled. We can begin our new council. Forgive me for having to snatch your precious time, but we can't postpone it because there was a leak of information about Naruto Uzumaki's parents, and none of you dared to disobey the order of the third Hokage. I don't blame you for this. You all valued something. You, like all the residents, didn't care about his fate, and you kept him only as a weapon, right? What do you want to achieve, Senju? We are all prisoners of certain circumstances here. We did not want to lose what we had acquired, especially our children. You would not understand us. Hiyashi Hyuga, I know what happened in your clan. The balance between the main and side branches is broken. And the fact that the Haim of your clan almost took the shinobi from the cloud, from such speech he got angry and drilled with a stern look, as if he would drill right through. After I gave Naruto's adopted sister, Karen, all of his parents' inheritance, I didn't hide who they were. Under my grandfathers, you were all ready to fight and defend the honor of the shinobi. Now you've started squabbling, excuse the expression. So, you're ready to annex valuable pieces of land and use them profitably. I see right through each of you. Many were unhappy with the Hokage's statement and tried to object, but let me say, Kakashi said, raising his hand and receiving approval from the Hokage, he continued, as you all already know, I am the remaining student of the fourth Hokage. I swore at his grave to take care of his son and I, like many others, was forbidden to communicate with him, let alone see him. I want to say that a policy that has adapted to its own needs cannot exist for long. Sooner or later this too comes to an end. We'll decide by voting. The first ones must decide whose side you are on. Mine or leave everything as is, the Hokage said confidently, and the brave ones began to raise their hands one after another. Among them were Sarutobi, Inoichi, Akamichi, Nara, Aburame, Inuzuka, Hitaki, Guy, Yamato, Junin Azuki Yugao, captain of one of the Anbu squads, also raised her hand, like Izumi, being here for the first time making a choice voluntarily. Hyuga and some of those present abstained. Tsunade chuckled as she looked at the displeased looks of Kaharu and Homura, who only wanted to put her in her place. But then fate turned against them, showing the harsh justice of their teacher Tobarama Senju. The decision is unanimous. In that case, you can all go free, and therefore, as a result, I declare with complete confidence that Karen is now a Haim and the rightful heir of the Uzumaki clan. Senju announced, further angering the two, as if they were shaking from the mere mention of this clan. But holding back their emotions, they hurried to leave the Hokage's residence, dragging their miserable existence into a poor old age. After Tsunade's intervention, their budget was completely confiscated. Senju was jubilant over the small victory, and besides that, there was still the matter of the two-tailed Jinchuriki. When the office was cleared, Captain Yamato, accompanied by Kakashi, brought Yugito to her. She did not react to the guards in any way and tiredly peered into the face of the middle-aged woman, who, apparently, was the Hokage and from the Senju clan, about which there were many rumors. And I agree, just don't separate me from her. She meant the two-tailed one, the woman thought. Is your bond really that strong? Well, you'll get all the necessary things tomorrow, and today you'll be escorted to your new home. Izumi is waiting outside, and don't you dare run away. As if there's anything left for me. Leaving the Hokage's residence, the Kunoichi noticed the one who would accompany her instead of these escorts. The girl was quite attractive and alluring. Oh, my girl also decided to diversify her cocktail. Shut up, Matabi. Driving the cat away, she didn't know how to talk, because during that time she didn't know how to address her at all, but Izumi did it for her. Let's go, I'm Izumi, I can't give my last name for a number of reasons. The brunette answered, not waiting for the Kunoichi's answer. She led her to the designated address. Without any resistance, she followed her until a perfectly good house for one person appeared. Holding the keys in her hands, Izumi waited for some time for the interlocutor to at least identify herself, but she answered her plea. Ni Yugito, nice to meet you. Forgiveness. The blonde lay in bed, staring at the wall, silent since she had found herself here. Not long ago she had been walking around Konoha, but recently she had been punished by her father. The tears had long since dried, leaving traces of smudged makeup. Her clothes were crumpled and lay on the floor next to her bed. The pin that held her hair was lying on her desk. She was in her underwear, her legs were pressed to her chest and there was a pillow between them that she never let go of. Her mother was worried about her daughter's condition and was about to approach her, but the father of the family and part-time head of the clan himself entered her room. Seeing his daughter in such a state, he approached her and put his hand on her shoulder. The blonde suddenly raised her dim gaze to the one who touched her and brushed his hand away from her. She did not say a word, and he spoke. Ino, thank you for playing along with me, the blonde heard and almost screamed in surprise. I know how you feel, his parents were my friends. Unfortunately, after their death, many could not take their child, even I was refused. Forgive me, Ino, for not telling you who he is. You were brave, you told about him, not afraid of what they will say about you later. Dad, why are you telling me this now? I didn't know him well, and Shikamaru himself asked me to tell him about his parents, they were best friends, the blonde answered, stood up and adjusted her bangs, which covered her right eye. It was the order of the third Hokage, keep the secret of Naruto Uzumaki's origin. Have you fallen in love with him? Dad, what nonsense is this? The girl was indignant, and why did you say thank you when you spoke to me? I protected you in this way, you can't be sure that our clan isn't being watched by Kaharu and Homura. They would have killed you, you know. After all, you're the next one to become the clan's head. Dad, unable to restrain herself, she rushed to hug her father, thereby almost falling with him. She kissed him for a long time until she pulled away, almost blurting out something stupid. Are you feeling better? Yes, quite. By the way, when can I leave the room? You'll sit here for a while longer, and tomorrow you'll go for insurance. Okay. The blonde pulled away from her father and headed to the restroom to do her makeup. Before going there, she grabbed 2 towels and walked there. After a hot shower, the girl felt a little better. Lying on the bed, Yamanaka waited for her hair to dry so that she could have lunch with her mother, who was worried about her. True, the hair needed careful maintenance, in their clan the hair reached to the waist and was tied in a ponytail. After combing it and spraying it with hair conditioner, she was ready, and the finishing touch was a hair clip. In the kitchen, her mother was already waiting for her and, sitting down with her, they began a conversation. During it, the mother learned some details and was very surprised. And to be honest, she was shocked by the fact that her daughter would be sitting at home until tomorrow. Sakura was having lunch with her mother, who only measured her with a stern look. The kunoichi remained calm, because she had long been used to living with her family member. The silence was broken by her mother, who spoke first. Did you spend the night at the Uzumaki estate? Now I understand why you look so great. Mom, I haven't seen Kiyomi, Sasuke and Karen for 3 years. You can't imagine what kind of estate it is, I don't even know what to compare it to. The rooms are spacious, there are a lot of them, there was enough for everyone. I was amazed by the amount of clothes in the closet, both for sleeping and for everyday life, everything was there. Kiyomi, like a hurricane, rushed around the house and looked into all the rooms. She definitely took all her take from Kushina. She also resembles her mother Makoto, even at the academy she couldn't sit still and her energy was overflowing. If only you had seen how she threw the boys around. Here Mebuki plunged into her memories. Really, I find it hard to believe. Maybe you're right, Mom, I heard from the captain that Karen became the Hime of the Uzumaki clan and the heir to the 4th Hokage. It's a shame Naruto didn't live to see that moment. He couldn't live with the truth that was hidden from him. Returning to Uzushio is the most favorable outcome for Konoha and him. Why didn't he stay here if he had friends waiting for him? It's something completely different, my dear. However, you knew it yourself, that part of the village cannot live next to the Jinchuriki. When Kushina's labor began, her seal, restraining the tailed beast, weakened and the beast began to destroy everything in its radius in anger. You can't even imagine how they all wanted Naruto dead just because he was chosen as a vessel. Everyone was left crippled, widowed, without the support of their loved ones. Mom, would you like Naruto to live in our family? Sakura asked her mother unexpectedly, and she only raised an eyebrow, hesitating a little to answer. I couldn't do that at first, honestly. I'm sorry, but he wasn't given to any family. Tsunade is worthy of being called the heir of her predecessors. She presented everyone with a fait accompli. Your sensei Yamato spoke to me. We've been chatting for too long, have you seen Ino? No, why? Usually, you go with her in company. Maybe she's in the family estate, I'll find out tomorrow. I should probably meditate for now. Sakura decided that it would be better to do this at the 7th training ground, where she usually managed to do this. As she closed the door behind her, someone's hand touched her shoulder and she turned around, but she didn't notice anyone there, only a slight breeze blew. And for some reason it reminded her of Naruto. Fixing a lock of hair, she confidently walked to the training ground. Neji trained with Hinata at her request. She began to train more diligently, and everyone's attention from her father was already getting on her nerves. She was the future head of the clan, she would take his place. She had closed herself off in her feelings after the death of her dream idol, Naruto. And now she was confidently training herself not to show her weakness in front of her father. After finishing the exercises, Hinata caught her breath. After all, Neji knew how to conduct training. She could no longer stand on her feet, unlike him, and he left the girl, leaving her alone. As Neji left the clan's mansion, he was shocked by Hiyashi-sama's response and did not vote for the new order in exchange for the old one. I had a different opinion about the head of the clan. Most likely, he did not want anyone to interfere in the clan's affairs. After all, power has always belonged to the main branch and no one will tolerate outside interference. I am only an exception from all generations who were able to defeat his daughter. What are you thinking about, Neji-kun? Came the gentle and childish voice of Hiyashi's youngest daughter, Hanabi. Just as curious as many children her age. Neji tore himself away from his thoughts and looked at her. Hanabi, you can't be outside the clan, so what are you doing here? I was bored, and by the way, you're dating someone, right? Well, spill it. It's none of your business, go home before your father counts me out first. She couldn't argue with him and in his own way he was right, she didn't want to listen to lectures from her father, and especially since he wouldn't be able to train her. Taking her childish hand, he led her back towards Natsu. Noticing the little lady, he immediately hurried to take her away before the head used the Byakugan. It was forbidden within the clan, only if there was no need to look for someone specifically. Wiping away the sweat that had come in, he left in time. He had to meet with Takahashi Tenten. Although he had not communicated with the previous team, he had carried out joint missions as a captain. Village hidden in the rain aim. A flash of lightning accompanied by a downpour masked any sounds. 3 shinobi in black cloaks with red clouds on them moved unnoticed, so many did not have time to notice them. In the center was the head of this settlement and the leader of the organization. To his left was a guy with raven hair, and to his right was a blue-haired woman who left surprises for when guests came. They were all Nunekins and were listed in the bingo book. Leaping from one sheer wall to another, they approached their goal. A bright flash of lightning, which had flashed a fraction of a second ago, illuminated one of the forgotten symbols. Is this it? Yes, my parents told me about it. Why did you want to see it, Itachi? Insurance for unforeseen events. I didn't think there would be a Shinigami temple here so far from Uzushio. Only Nagato can open it, neither you nor I can do it. Who would doubt it? Itachi looked at the temple with many symbols and images on it. And the main one was the sign of the whirlpool. Konan was nervous, she didn't like this place, maybe the temple itself in such a place was creepy. Using his Mangekyo Sharingan, he looked more closely at the symbols and saw that it was a FUNN. But not a simple one, it was made of Uzumaki blood, some of the symbols were outlined. After the death of the victim who called upon our deity, the souls remained in the temple after the ritual was over. Inside the temple, 5 bodies remained, waiting for their time. Nagato is right, Itachi, it's not time yet. One day Konoha will answer for everything it did to your clan. Let's not rush, there is still time. Offensive. Rain Village. Aim. The downpour did not abate, not for a moment. Only the sound of thunder and running people could diversify the gloomy atmosphere of this place. The water splashed under his feet, running from one place to another. Itachi, folding his fingers, cancelled the shadow clone and was at the border of the village, where Kisame accompanied him. Itachi-san, you are taking a big risk, why did you need to waste time talking to the leader? I have no secrets from him, he hates Konoha's politics just like me. He lost his family just like me, but due to other circumstances he needs to go to Suna, we are cover. Cover. Sounds interesting, the interlocutor answered and followed him. It's hard to call the borders as such, shinobi of the Chunin level changed at a certain time, but left those who watched the rear while the shift was being changed. For the Uchiha, this was all standard procedure, without wasting extra time, the enemy was under the influence of his genjutsu. Each of them suddenly lost consciousness and did not have time to do anything about the drowsiness that had come over them, although they had new strength in the morning. This was enough time to hide and leave no trace of their arrival. After leaving the border post, They walked as if it was a normal stroll. They walked in silence until they met two more members of the organization, Sasori and Deidara. A blonde with a manic love for explosions. His bangs hid a device for creating the necessary photographs from a bird's eye view, an ideal scout. Turning towards the outgoing noise, the blonde was a little irritated. You're late. There was a slight delay, we had to make a detour. I'll take your word for it, Itachi-san. I can't wait to show everyone my art. The tongues in his palms anticipated an unforgettable spectacle. We've waited long enough, we can't drag it out any longer, his partner said in a rough voice, a steel scorpion tail and an iron mask peeking out from under his cloak, still only hiding his appearance and the rest of his body. The sun was setting on the horizon, where two figures were approaching, Suna shinobi under the influence of Sasori's technique. The guys followed the instructions like puppets and stopped 5 steps away from them. They won't let you down. My puppet art, unlike you, is a psycho exploder. How dare you desecrate my art? I am the creator of something new and alien to many, you cannot understand all the beauty. Sasori. Deidara. We are not here to sort things out about whose art is better. There is not an ounce of art in a mercenary's work. You will have to explain it to the leader later. To hell with you, Sasori, I lost my temper. Itachi and Kisame went to the agreed place while these two would carry out the capture of the one-tailed. Having sat on the back of his created bird, the blonde began to rise upward. From the flapping of the wings the sand flew in different directions like a breeze. The partner followed him with his eyes and his puppets began the second part of the plan, delaying the pursuers, in case they approached. The sun had long since set, giving way to the night. The moon was a rather weak source of light, because they had missed the shadow that had slipped past. Hovering over Suna, the blonde marked the most important objects for himself and climbed into the bag for his surprises. Flying from edge to edge, he began the first part of the plan, disorienting the population and sowing chaos among the citizens. Small spiders fell from the sky onto the residents, who did not understand what was about to happen and, after seeing a bird hovering in the night sky, it immediately became unclear where it came from and that there were no such things especially at night. They heard the scream of the madman a little late. Explosion. Explosions shook Suna one after another. The psycho with bombs quickly flew from one place to another while preparing new presents. What the hell? They're dropping bombs on us, the brown-haired man said, unable to stay on his feet, and didn't notice his brother nearby, and a new explosion didn't let him stick his head out. And through the noise he heard his brother's voice. Attack! I need to protect the residents. Sand began to come out of his sand gourd, forming a reliable support on which he could float. Having flown out of the residence, he saw the whole nightmare from the explosions. The buildings were partially collapsed and a night guest on the back of a bird that hovers over his home. As if a conductor in front of the audience shook the earth with one wave of his hand. The blonde took out his main crown and now a large bomb was above the heads of passers-by. Behold, my greatest art. As soon as he said it, the bomb suddenly exploded. Looking down, he saw a wall of sand that covered the inhabitants. This is what he came here for, the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed. We are saved, our cage will save us. The crowd of those saved rejoiced. It's getting more and more interesting. Try to catch me, cage. Gaara rose up and followed him. Throwing surprises at those moments when he began to circle above the ground, dodging the sand. Gaara tried to catch him in one of the traps, but the enemy was too fast. At one point, it seemed like he got caught, but he freed himself with an explosion, though he did not have time to save his left hand. Behold, the insects surrounded Cage and he closed himself off from them under the protection of sand. And then an impressively sized moth, like a bird, headed towards the center of the village. Distracted by this, Gaara managed to stop the bomb with sand and cover the others. There was an explosion and many people reflexively closed their eyes. This is what the demolition man was waiting for. Well, within acceptable limits, an explosion. A small bird flew past the unprotected face and a roar was heard. Gaara, his brother shouted. The defense weakened and the village chief's body suddenly began to fall. Taking advantage of this moment, the blonde grabbed the chief's body and disappeared in an unknown direction. Clenching his fists in helplessness, Kankuro set off on the trail of the kidnappers with several shinobi. Finally, he said, send an urgent message to Konoha, they are our allies and will help us. I count on their help, if even Gaara couldn't stop them. Walking on the sand, leaving footprints, the artists argued. Although they had not long to go to the right cave. The bird walked next to them and did not let go of the Jinchuriki. Hearing footsteps behind him, Sasori repelled Kankuro's attack. The puppeteer was surprised by such agility on the part of his opponent. With the new attempt, nothing works at all, as if he anticipated any attack. Give Gaara back, or you will pay dearly for this. Soon your leader will fall before us all, as will the rest of those we managed to reach. Sweat appeared on his face. How they managed to get through their posts and create a diversion in the middle of the night. He managed to warn the other shinobi not to interfere. Who are you? You know the art of puppets. It's none of your business, die. Suddenly, darts flew towards him, and only the edge of one hit. His body began to weaken, weakness rolled in and his heart began to beat slower. Kankuro lay on the floor, almost curled up, looking at his opponent, who was about to leave and, unnoticed, the black-eyed man tore off a small piece of fabric with a deft movement of his hand. Sasori did not finish him off, retreating, since the time to extract the tailed beast is laborious, and takes 3 days. Half-dead Kankuro was brought back, having lost the trail of the kidnappers. Departure to Suna. The bird with the message was sent as soon as Kankuro was delivered with severe poisoning. The poison penetrated too quickly and the doctors could do nothing, as they had never encountered anything like this. How much time does he have? 3 days at most. If we don't hurry, we'll lose Kankuro. And Temari won't forgive anyone for losing her younger brothers. Shinobi remembered her bitchy nature, she could drive anyone crazy or kill herself. It's better not to see her angry. We must hope that help arrives in time. The bird soared high and knew where to fly. From such a height everything was in the palm of your hand. Only other birds were encountered along the way, nothing more. Seeing the familiar outlines of Konoha, he began to descend, just at the moment when the postman birds were being fed. The shinobi who was feeding the birds was distracted by the falcon and, taking the message from it, immediately saw the seal and urgently called a specialist. After some time, the specialist in such matters finished and the message was passed on to the Hokage. One of the free shinobi headed to the residence, breaking the daily routine and entering without permission. He arrived just on time, when the Hokage began her lunch break and she could at least rest a little. Forgive me, Lady Tsunade, but this arrived urgently from Suna. No one opened it, he gave it with trembling hands, because there was a displeased look on her face. The shinobi disappeared from sight and Shizune ran in. We ask for help, our case cage has been captured by an unknown organization. Your village is the closest help, no one but you will answer this call. Kankuro, Gaara's brother, is in serious condition, there is poison in his body. Our doctors can't handle it, send a medic. Shizune, gather the remaining genin and chunin and send a message to the general meeting of the village. And this needs to be done urgently. It will be done, Tsunade-sama, the brunette hurried. It started, just like Jiraiya said, Tsunade said, leaning back in her chair. Sakura was checking the medicine register with another pharmacist. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Izumi appeared from behind the door, very worried. It was already clear that Tsunade was urgently calling. Leaving everything, she hurried to the residence. Having climbed up to the floor, she saw a slightly open door, where several people were already standing. Sasuke, Kiyomi, Neji, Karen and 2 more captains, Yamato and Kakashi. Having considered it necessary to close the door, she heard a noise. There were 2 voices and it seemed they were trying to stop someone from doing something thoughtless. The door opened and Temari appeared, all in tears. And Shikamaru walked lazily, rubbing the bruised place he had just recently received. Where is my brother? I know that a message from my home village with the cage mark won't just come. Temari, don't make me take you away from here. Nara cut himself off after seeing the Hokage's gesture. Your brother was captured by an unknown organization, they came for what's inside him, the tailed one. If we don't hurry, it will be too late, you will lead 2 teams. We can't leave these blockheads alone. You have half an hour to get ready, then you will all go to Suna under Temari's leadership. You will receive the remaining information there. The team hurried to move, except for the 2 captains. The door was locked and a conversation began. Karen and Sakura should be able to handle it, I have confidence in them, as well as in the others. Be extremely careful, mist with cloud and stone can arrange provocations. Although there was neutrality, be careful not to turn your back on them. Temari-san knows the shortest route to Suna. No one else knows it. Although you shouldn't trust neutral countries too much, they behave too strangely. If possible, do not leave the renegades alive. If they were able to infiltrate Suna without problems, then what awaits us? Jiraiya is collecting information on their activity. I hope he stays alive. With only a nod to Kakashi's answer, the two captains left the residence and hurried to pack their things for the journey. A few minutes later, Shizune escorted them out, as Tsunade briefed the Junins on the situation. The Jonin did not yet know why they were urgently called, even those who were on the weekend. The clan heads were also informed. Most were unhappy with such a drastic change with the rise to power of the granddaughter of the first Hokage. The morning was lively due to the fastest falcon, who delivered an alarming message from Suna. Senju entered as worried as she received a message for help at an inopportune time. Although, some were already aware of what had happened at the neighbors. After Tsunade entered, the voices fell silent and she looked around at everyone, as if trying to spot those she didn't trust. Teams are being recalled from missions, we need every shinobi here, the rest can wait. I won't keep it a secret that Suna was attacked by Akatsuki. Akatsuki? What kind of organization is that? Mercenaries, mostly. Renegades from the villages, fanatics who believe that peace can be achieved by any means necessary. This is all the information we have. But why do they need tails? Who knows? I don't want to keep you for long, I'll just say that the panic that was sown in Suna can be done in the same way here. Be vigilant, neutral, neighbors can take advantage of this, creating provocations on our country's borders. Therefore, try not to get into trouble once again. What do you want from us? Trust in your leader. Unfortunately, you cannot accept this. I put a lot of effort into restoring order after my sensei's death. When your clan first arrived here, you pledged to cooperate with other clans in the village. And after one incident, you flatly stopped cooperating in the Konoha sphere. You do not accept outsiders into the clan. The Cloud had to pay for the kidnapping of my daughter and the heir of the clan, and in return my brother gave his life for it. That's how Konoha paid us when they took us in. We were severely restricted, and the Hyugas decided not to take any part in the events of the village. It was necessary. If you went there, then the Cloud could have obtained your dojutsu. Your brother understood this. Konoha could not survive another war. And now we are on its threshold. She's right, Hiyashi, there's no need for us to quarrel now. Your brother saved Konoha from war at that moment. We didn't have the resources or shinobi, Asuma answered quite calmly, which made Hyuga's ardor diminish. Thank you, Asuma. As they say, rely on yourself. That's what you did when the attack happened on the day of the Chunin exam. Many nodded at this and some shuddered as they recalled how many they had lost back then. No one disputed this, everyone remembered perfectly well that old school shinobi had taken part in the destruction of their opponents. Following the path that Tamari had taken, the two teams were concentrated. At the appointed time, they were equipped and knew that the journey would take 2 days at most. Besides this, Neji and Karen could detect approaching opponents. Few could boast that they could store their things in scrolls. Karen knew how to seal, unlike the others. Closer to evening, they reached the border of Suna, though they had to deal with a group of renegades that were waiting for them. Having killed the squad, they ran to the shelter as a sandstorm began. Tamari assured that they should expect the storm to end by morning. By midday the storm had died down and they had gone to Suna, where they were met by Suna Kunoichi and escorted to the hospital where Kankuro was lying delirious. Tamari wanted to help somehow, but she didn't know any of the healing techniques. She was only shedding tears in vain, they were her family and no one else was alive. Kakashi stood aside and watched Sakura work, she reminded him of Rin. She also wanted to become a medic nin. One of the elders of Suna, Chi-sama, was looking in his direction. Being retired, she had long ago shifted all the problems to the younger generation, being with brother Ebisu, at the request of Baki, one of Gaara's advisors and mentor, and his sister Tamari with brother Kankuro. She recognized him as the White Fang of Konoha, the one who had caused her son's death. She was about to attack, but was stopped by Ebisu, who had taken a closer look at him. Little sister, don't get upset, he's not the White Fang of Konoha, even though he looks like it. Booga ga, boonga. Don't pay attention to me, my sclerosis is failing me. Strange granny, did she really want to attack Kakashi-sensei? Kiyomi concluded her first impression of her. Let's get back to Sakura. The poison is progressing, I need a list of all the herbs you have, Sakura said after analyzing the guy's condition, and they immediately made a list for her. She was escorted to the greenhouses where the medicinal plants grew. While Sakura was preparing the antidote, the medics watched her work closely and were amazed that she was able to find more suitable ingredients. Once she was done, she began extracting the poison. Hold him, I will try to remove the poison from his body. Okay, now let's get started, the Kunoichi announced and began the operation. Her hands were covered in a greenish glow in the containers with water. Slowly lifting them, she directed them at the brown-haired man's body. Upon contact he began to wriggle and was held by medics while the kunoichi was extracting the poison. As soon as she felt that she had taken most of it, she immediately began to take it out of the body. They gave her a new container and she immediately lowered her hands into it, freeing them. The girl did this several more times. Kankuro's breathing gradually recovered. It became a little easier to breathe and, taking the last remnants out of him, the condition stabilized. Most of the poison has been removed. Now we need to give him an antidote to neutralize it completely. The medics immediately brought the antidote and gave it to the kunoichi. He brought the vile-tasting medicine to his lips, forced it down and coughed. The fingers began to move and the vision returned. Focusing it he saw the savior, Sakura, as if she was sent by the gods themselves to return him to the world of people. Everyone present did not believe in such a rescue. Even with skepticism she was a little amazed by the kunoichi's abilities and compared her to Tsunade Senju, who was able to unravel all her poisons. Sakura. Thank you. Kankuro. His sister appeared, who was all nervous as soon as she found out that he was poisoned and only Sakura could save him. The hug was pleasant, but it deprived him of access to such precious air. Tamari. He said slightly hoarsely and she loosened her embrace. But he continued to hug her. I won't leave you alone again. If she doesn't stop hugging me, I'll be provided with a hospital bed and she'll take care of me, flashed through the brown-haired man's mind. Not a very bright thought, but that's why his sister is worried about him and Gaara. Save Gaara. You haven't fully recovered yet, Sakura said, watching him try to move and point at something. During the fight, one of my dolls managed to tear off a piece of the enemy's mask. That should be enough to track him down, the guy said with difficulty, and they brought him a doll with that very piece of cloth in its fist. I'm leaving Kankuro here with you. I've done my job. Kakashi-sensei. The medics left her without asking questions and, going up to the doll, Baki took the cloth and gave it to the Konoha team. Summoning technique. The Junin said and 8 ninja dogs appeared from the white haze. Sakura immediately remembered Pakun, the pug dog, when Kakashi showed her how to perform the summoning technique. The ninja dogs have arrived. Hello, Kakashi, what's new? There is work for you. And I thought you called for a chat. So what do you have there? The pug asked, and after Kakashi pointed to the scrap, Pakun and the others began to sniff the fabric. Having picked up the scent, they moved in the supposed direction. Rescue Part 1. The weight stretched out like a river flowing slowly and inexorably. As if you were waiting for the next throw to hit the target on a leaf falling from a tree. Almost without breathing, the ash-haired man simply remained silent and watched the rest of the team with Yamato. Sasuke did not react to what was happening. Kiyomi, like Naruto, was impatient to wait, as if she were an Uzumaki, not an Uchiha. Sakura took only 2 ampules with her from Sasori's poison. Neji was unpleasantly in such a situation. It was better to be here than to keep an eye on Hanabi. She could slip anywhere and then look for her, and to look the head of the clan in the eyes, that was still a pleasure. Karen was as if in her element and meditated in such a tense situation, as she had not yet reacted to the outgoing wave of expectation from Kiyomi. Kankuro was just as lousy as them. He underestimated the enemy and lost the battle. Tamari couldn't help herself. She was worried about Gaara and was responsible for him as an older sister. In this situation, Granny Chi was indignant, as if these were the problems of a new generation. She had already lived hers. It was time to retire. Uzumaki finished meditating and Pakun appeared with good news. I found their lair, direction northwest. Okay, Pakun, we can get ready. As they were about to leave, the 2 teams were stopped by the request of an old woman who blocked the road. Take me, old lady, I have long wanted to look at my grandson Sasori from the Red Sands. He is one of the members of the Akatsuki organization, the strongest puppeteer of all. With my help we will defeat him. Sasori. Never heard of it. Chi-sama, are you sure? Tamari said, even though she had never spoken to her, even though she had heard that she had lost her son because of Konoha. I've been through more than one war, my dear. I'll try to contain or defeat him. Sakura, Karen and the others, I will join you later when they finish with the rubble created by Akatsuki. I hope you will hold out until my arrival with a squad chosen by me personally. The blonde answered and headed to the Suna Council, where in addition to her, there will also be Sensei Baki-san. Following the pug, they moved quickly enough to not be late. At that time, a message from Jiraiya arrived in Konoha. The Hokage unrolled the scroll and ran her eyes over it while the Jonin meeting was going on. Tsunade, if you received this message, then know that the case cage was captured by the criminal organization Akatsuki. or maybe you already know, it doesn't matter. The importance of my message is that the leaders of other countries found out about Karen Uzumaki, although I have no idea who could have told them this. These were not former elders, I'm sure of that, and most likely it was an outside observer who slipped past our censors. I'll try to find out more, and upon Karen's return, talk to her so that she doesn't leave Konoha until I arrive. As always, you are aware of everything, Jiraiya. I will try to convey to her the essence of everything that is happening, and she should also understand the situation that the leaders got themselves into at the dawn of our sensei's reign. Putting the document aside, the Hokage continued listening to the clan heads. If the decision was unanimous, then it would not have to be postponed until next time. The support of all clans was necessary, as Senju believed. The desert ended in a forest and the two teams continued to follow the dog until Itachi and Kisame blocked their path. Kakashi had to face the two of them once, though he spent time in the hospital after that. Kisame has the chakra reserves of a Jinchuriki, and Itachi didn't bother him too much and mostly used shadow clones. Itachi-san, they intend to take the cage, how naive of them, he will soon be dead. Two in different words, Kisame, you shouldn't underestimate Sasuke and Kiyomi. And Kakashi, Yamato could be useful to us, a Mokuden bearer is worth a lot on the black market. You speak like Kakuzu, aren't you flattering him? Nonsense, it's not stupid to acquire extra finances. Very bad, if he's targeting Karen, then things are bad for us. I'm sure she'll be his first target. The ash-haired man analyzed and managed to notice how Uchiha appeared in front of Uzumaki before he could even blink. Even for me, he's a serious opponent, she said and managed to move away from him at a decent distance, having heard about his abilities. Itachi, I am your opponent, not her. Snatching a kunai, he aimed at the Uchiha, activating his Sharingan. Kisame ran to the water, the main source of his element. Yamato with Neji and Sasuke hurried after him. The swordsman stood in the middle of the pond and bared his sharp teeth. Clones of the swordsman began to appear right under them, dragging them under the water. Everyone, except Kiyomi, did not have time to do anything. They found themselves in a water prison with a limited amount of oxygen. You're a quick one, Uchiha. It wasn't for nothing that Itachi-san praised you, even Sasuke is a step below you. Why do you need tailed ones? They don't bother anyone. You won't understand, now die. A huge sword was released from the bandages, showing Samaheda in all its glory, a sharp tooth. Damn it, if I don't make it in time, they'll die because of my stupidity and inexperience. Does this sword really suck chakra from the person its owner is fighting? I should finish him off faster, the kunoichi thought, while taking out kunai brass knuckles like Asuma Sarutobi's. I will not back down, do you hear me? Big words for an appetizer. The chakra flowing into the kunai increased their size and the audible characteristic sound, as if some symphony was being played on one string. The sound was tense, but it gave at least some guarantee that it would stop the huge sword for a while. Jumping back, she dodged the sword swing, as if they wanted to cut her horizontally or wound her. But the sword had too many blades, and apparently they could cut the enemy into ribbons. Water bomb, he slowly formed the seal, not having time to understand that Kiyomi had managed to copy it and send it to him in the same way, thereby neutralizing the attack. Is this the power of the Sharingan? Now he noticed that she had a Sharingan with 3 tomo. And in the next swing, he did not notice how he could not move and only the girl's words. Sene Jashu, snake hand hidden in the darkness, several snakes instantly wrapped around his body, and she was quite far from him. I have never used this technique in practice, but you forced me, the kunoichi said, and another snake appeared behind him, first wrapped itself around his body, then began to tighten the ring and the crunch of bones was heard. It's over, she noticed that the water prisons had stopped holding and the films had come free. Neji had swallowed water and was spitting it out of his lungs, not the most pleasant thing to do when seaweed could get in. Captain Yamato was in the same condition, but Sasuke was gasping for air, it was obvious that he was already blue. Karen. Rushing to the rest of the team, she did not see Itachi there, but only the corpse of one of the Suna shinobi, and was a little shocked by this, and was afraid to look at the place where the swordsman was. But her fears were not in vain, these were Sasori's puppets. Senpai, are you okay? Yes, quite so, Yamato. But what worries me is how they achieved this. If the real Itachi were here, fighting at full strength, we wouldn't even have time to realize that we were already dead. Have you encountered Ni-san? It's better not to remember this meeting, the Junin replied and hurried after Pakun. Karen didn't say a word about the conversation with Itachi under Genjutsu. although there were notes of tension on her part too. Sasuke didn't know how to comment on Kiyomi's new abilities, and perhaps she learned this from Anko Mitarashi, the only one from Konoha who could teach her the basics of snake summoning techniques. Neji decided that now was not the time to talk in such a place and time. Sakura seemed a little scared by what had happened. First they had moved away from Itachi, then the four of them had fallen under his genjutsu and he had severed the connection with the doll himself. Pakun stopped, pointing at a huge rock leading into the cave. Karen noticed a seal on it and used unsealing. A reverse combination of seals and the rock trembled away from the wall, revealing a passage deeper. Karen, stay behind, I'll go ahead. The ash-haired man stopped her and went first, with Yamato bringing up the rear. The guest's footsteps echoed throughout the cave. Gaara's body sank to the ground. He didn't move, and his pulse didn't quicken. The summoning statue was returned, and only the two remained in it without holograms, waiting for the guests. An explosion thundered, to which the Konoha members rushed. The light in the cave illuminated everything around, both the enemies and the lifeless body of the cage. Salvation Part 2. Kiyomi looked at the body in horror, its absolute protection in the form of sand crumbled from the face. Pale as chalk, about to scream, she rejected this idea, because her action would be thoughtless. Deidara and Sasori sat on his corpse. And for a long time they were silent about who to choose their victims to sacrifice to art, though, in their own understanding. For one, it is a bright moment, and for another, an eternal imprint. Well, these are puppies from Konoha. Uzumaki will be a valuable acquisition for the leader, as will Captain Yamato, a Mokuten bearer. What do you think, Lord Sasori? You're acting like a miser, Kakuzu, who won't miss an opportunity to make money. I don't like waiting. Granny Chi, do you really think you can beat me? Looking in her direction and not receiving an answer, he accepted it as a sign of agreement. It looks like you're going on your last journey, old woman. Lord Sasori, I will take on the Uchiha. I want to get even for Itachi-san's genjutsu. He couldn't bring himself to kill them. Don't be overconfident. Itachi won't leave a wet spot on you for this. As you wish, I don't care. Art is a short and bright moment that is remembered forever. I take the body of the cage. Akatsuki moved away from the body and the blonde's bird took Gaara's body, rushing towards the exit of the cave. Kiyomi was the first to slip out of the cave, not listening to anyone. Sasuke had to hurry after her. Ash Hair decided that after the mission he would revoke Kiyomi's license for insubordination. Rushing after them, he left the problem of another enemy on Yamato. The scorpion's tail grew in length and would have reached him quickly enough if not for the wooden protection. However, the protection was broken through and the body began to shudder from the poison it received. Instead, there was a wooden clone. Yamato tried to grab it from underground, but it moved too fast for a doll. And managed to hit it with its sting again, but dodged the attack. Neji used a combination of seals in time and the scorpion's tail went into milk. The puppeteer landed behind Neji and the puppet's head snapped back, releasing needles. Using his eyes, he was able to create a spin and avoid the poison. Jumping away from the puppeteer, Neji found himself next to Karen, who used chains to hold him back for a while. A sand clone. Karen was surprised and immediately jumped away from Neji. Sakura took the opportunity to strike the shell. The cocoon couldn't withstand such a piercing and fell apart. A young man with red hair looked out from under it, and his body was like a doll. You haven't changed a bit since our last meeting, Sasori. True. Now I have eternity under my control and I will not grow old. The young man's hands dropped and flames rained down on the Konoha members. Yamato created a wall of water, behind which Karen and Neji hid. Chi and Sakura moved away from the line of fire and waited for the moment to begin the attack. In addition, Karen's intuition rang loudly about retreat. She could not understand why. But she managed to shout to get out of the cave. Yamato and Neji did not understand Karen's request, but they hurried to leave the cave. And Neji confirmed her guess, gas. Sasori was going to release it, and Sakura and Chi remained there. Sakura. Karen screamed and the cave was covered with poisonous gas, for which they had no antidote. Covering themselves with their sleeves, the team did not dare to interfere. Sakura may have had an antidote, but only 2 ampules. Through the veil of gas, nothing could be seen except Neji's Byakugan. Sakura took the antidote. Chi-sama didn't seem to have inhaled the gas. There's no point in interfering in the fight, we'll be doomed. What? Does he have a hidden weapon? Damn it, she won't last. Sakura, I'll throw you Naruto's blade, it will help you, Karen shouted, taking Naruto's gift from her spatial pocket, which she had access to. The kunoichi caught the katana and blocked the blow. Thank you, Naruto. The kunoichi of her dead partner mentally thanked her for the opportunity to live a little longer and began pouring chakra into the blade. The kunai they encountered flew off to the sides, just like the needles collided with the water wall. Sasori was slightly surprised and praised the kunoichi for her persistence in defeating him in tandem with chi. The puppeteer's blades were cut into small pieces, though one of them scratched the kunoichi's hand. She had no chance to dodge again and the curved blade grazed her liver. The blood stained her clothes burgundy and stuck unpleasantly to her body. This was the last chance, and Yamato, taking advantage of the moment, put out tree roots, managing to immobilize him, in order to finish him off forever. Sakura plunged her katana into his heart, sparing no chakra, so that it would be destroyed, and she, using one of the dolls, stuffed his body with discarded weapons. Sasori died, looking into the eyes of his enemies, bleeding. An explosion was heard somewhere behind him. Sasori, before his approaching death, spoke of his informant and stopped breathing forever. Kiyomi hurried ahead, trying to reach Deidara. But he was too high to reach. Sasuke was angry at his sister for rushing in without thinking of a strategy. He bit his finger and summoned the eagle that their clan was allied with. Having jumped on the bird's back, Sasuke was catching up with the blonde, while Kakashi and Kiyomi were below as backup. You simply can't risk it. If the whole bird was made of explosive clay, then you had to be careful, otherwise Gaara would be reduced to stumps. And Temari, that flower, it's risky to argue with her. If there's even a scratch on his face, expect problems and bitch mode at maximum. The stream of fire hit the wing, causing a chain reaction and the bird began to descend, flying faster towards Gaara's body. Before it was damaged by the explosion, Sasuke began to move in the other direction. The bird and the fuse separated as it approached the ground. The blonde cautiously peered out from behind cover and, before he could do anything, was hit by the kunoichi. As if she were a tiger, she got hit a lot and more than once. When Kiyomi's hands got tired of beating him, Kakashi pulled her away from the enemy's body. Kiyomi. She herself had already fallen to her knees, noticing how tired she was of all this. She had already seen many deaths and hoped that the friend of her beloved would be the last. Moving away from the blonde, he began to chew clay. Kakashi tensed up and ordered him to move away. You, bitch, I'll get even with you and make you my greatest creation. Kiyomi watched in horror as it expanded more and more like a bubble until it exploded. Sasuke and Gaara's body were far enough away from the epicenter of what was happening. She then saw the pattern in Sensei's Sharingan change and, being the first to copy the technique, performed it in action. Kamui, her sensei was stunned and watched as Deidara's body was painfully sucked into a funnel in an unknown direction. Kiyomi had excellent control over the technique, and she saved them from death in less than a few seconds. Sasuke landed with Gaara's body on the ground, the others came after Karen's answer that there was no danger. She held the wound on her stomach, bleeding and had no choice but to give her life for the cage. Sakura, come here, and you too, Karen, I'll need your chakra, I don't have much strength left. I'll bring Gaara back to life. Is this even possible? Of course. The technique I developed is prohibited for use, but when there are no other options, it will do. Chi's hands were on Gaara's stomach, as were Sakura and Karen. The color of the chakra was greenish-blue. She felt that it would soon go into rest and completed the technique when Gaara's eyes twitched. She was no longer breathing. Her body was picked up and laid on the ground. Gaara did not open his eyes for a long time until he heard his sister's voice. Opening his eyelids, Temari was in front of him, crying, obviously from happiness, and hugging him tightly, not wanting to let him go anywhere. Through the fatigue that had rolled over him and the remaining pain, he barely managed to hug the girl back. The arriving shinobi, with her at their head, loaded Chi's body into a box. Sasori's body was found under the rubble and taken away by another group. Temari, I'm sorry I made you worry. It's better if you let go, it's hard for me to breathe as it is, he answered her, and she realized that she had almost overdone it because of her worry. I'm sorry, Gaara, you were saved by Naruto's friends and Chi-sama. She gave her life so that you could live. Well, thank you. I don't know how to express my gratitude to the saviors from Konoha. The strong alliance between our villages has long been cemented. There is no need to adjust it in any way, as far as I'm concerned, Kakashi answered as the eldest of the group. Thank you will do as an answer, Kiyomi replied, although she hesitated a little. Naruto has great friends and allies who share his side. Let him be thankful, I'm sure our paths will cross again. Temari helped him get up and they followed to Suna, Ahead of them was the coffin with Chi's body. She is the savior today. The Konoha people did not linger, and quickly returned back to Konoha. The bodies of those controlled by Sasori were never found. Perhaps they were already taken by their scavenger, cleaning up the traces of their organization. Among the ruins were two people, one a humanoid plant, and the other pretending to be a fool, playing with Sasori's ring. Deidara also did not take long to appear before these two. They were allies and from the same organization, Akatsuki. You survived. What luck, Deidara-senpai. Just luck. Well, you were left without one arm. Believe me, there are many ways to finish you off, Toby. I don't want to guess, so let's go back to the leader. He's right, I've finished the cleanup, we have nothing to do in this hole, Zetsu said, and they headed to the nearest lair of the organization. The approach of war. The two teams were returning from a mission after rescuing the Cage, Konoha's closest ally. As expected, everything went well except for a few things. The Hokage was in a bad mood, not only because of the Junin meeting, but also because of other problems. The two-tailed Jinchuriki was not found. It seems Jiraiya was right about Akatsuki having someone who covers their tracks and secretly observes. In addition, he kidnaps and has any available information. You mean to say that you slipped past our sensors, right? But, Karen said, panicking a little from everything that was happening. Yes, Karen, unfortunately, that's true. Jiraiya told you to stay in Konoha until he returned. Hokage-sama, you are holding me hostage here. I am a kunoichi on errands. Tone down your ardor, my dear, do you know who you're talking to? Do you think I'm thrilled with everything that's happening? I'm tired of cleaning up the mess for my predecessors. Sorry, I lost my temper. The fifth, Kiyomi Uchiha, is suspended from missions for now. She thoughtlessly went to save Garo without waiting for the others. Is that true, young lady? After her question, Kiyomi seemed to not be there. She still couldn't hide her embarrassment for her actions. So, you feel guilty for your misdeed. You, Kiyomi, will be replacing Sensei, the grandson of the third Hokage, Ebisu Tokubetsu. Hokage-sama, I'm not a nanny to look after the little ones. I wanted to save Naruto's friend. And you, what would you do in such a situation? Feelings shouldn't take precedence over your shinobi skills. You're chasing the wind, aren't you? Her question made everyone a little surprised by the association. Tears welled up in her eyes. I loved him, the kunoichi answered and left the office. After the door slammed, a flash of lightning flashed. Kakashi couldn't believe that she was already a flash of lightning, like his sensei. Senju sighed deeply. How tired she was of these children, so much trouble with them and more than anyone else to expect from the Uchiha. Hokage-sama, Sasori from the Red Sands had an accomplice and most likely he has information about Orochimaru, Sakura said about the important information. It's not worth taking risks, the situation here is tense and, according to our informants, there will soon be provocations on the borders with other countries. Kakashi, Yamato, I'm waiting for your report, the rest are free. When everyone started leaving the office, Karen lingered at the door, deciding whether to tell or not. But she still decided to answer when the Hokage called out to her. Suddenly, the entire space was under a red and yellow barrier. Hokage-sama, I spoke with Itachi Uchiha, but I don't know if I can trust his words. Itachi Uchiha, and what did he tell you, Karen? All tailed beasts are needed to carry out one plan, Eternal Tsukuyomi. I don't know about the intricacies of all, but according to Itachi, once the 9 beasts were one. It was the fruit of the forbidden tree, which was touched by the first Otsutsuki in our world. After her bite, the 10-tailed Jubi appeared, which could plunge the whole world into eternal sleep and suck all the chakra out of us. His father, Fugaku Uchiha, was driven to schizophrenia and the clan was driven to the outskirts after suspicions for the attack of the 9-tailed. The servant of the Otsutsuki was Zetsu. Itachi found out and he led Nagato, who called himself Pain, and another Uchiha, who was called Madara, the first Uchiha, and one of the founders of Konoha. Itachi wants to help us with Nagato. He also loves Konoha as well as his family. He guessed that no one from his clan would be able to cope with the approaching threat if it weren't for him. Itachi carried this burden to gain even more power. That's basically all he told me. Zetsu is an unusual opponent. I haven't met him, but I felt him somewhere nearby. Who knows about this? Jiraiya is worried about you. He is also in danger, the old fool. The Raikage is hunting you. He is taking revenge for the insults that Naruto's father caused him. It turns out that the Akatsuki organization was controlled from the shadows for selfish purposes. I hope that Kiyomi does not do anything stupid, make sure of it. Nobody, can I go? And thank you for your trust. Yes, you are free, and remove the barrier, the Hokage answered, and the room returned to its previous color and Tsunade continued to sort through the documents. Karen was in a hurry to get to the house that was so filled with kindness and care of Naruto's mother. If fate had been kind to her, she would have stayed in Naruto's family without hesitation. For her, it would have been like a gift from heaven. It's a pity that everything happened this way. Kiyomi appeared, as expected, at the edge of the barrier. After letting the guest in, Karen took some treats out of the cupboard and put the kettle on to heat. The kunoichi, like a small flash, snatched the first treat and quickly swallowed it. Karen was amused by this and gave her the whole box of goodies. Kiyomi took them and almost choked, because she decided to eat everything dry. After accepting a cup of tea from Karen, she calmed down a little. Karen, don't be mad at me, I couldn't deliver Naruto's promise to protect my friends and not let them die. I understand, I couldn't bear it either. I guess that you loved him with all your heart, and I loved him like a brother I never had. Did you know? And when he brought me to your house, I immediately felt that you were not indifferent to him. You experienced a storm of emotions when he appeared. And rightly, he called you, kitten. That's not true. The kunoichi was indignant and couldn't hide the blush on her cheeks. You haven't changed a bit, Kiyomi. If Naruto were here, none of this would have happened to Gaara. Did you study with Anko Mitarashi? Yes, Ni-san made a deal with her, and I learned everything she knew. How do you know about this? Just don't tell me Naruto knew. I guessed, but I had no proof. Okay, time to sleep, your bed, Kiyomi, is there. In a moment, the kunoichi is gone. It looks like this will become a habit for her, thought Karen. She was definitely stronger than Sasuke. Before going to bed, she went out to the backyard and lit a candle on a small shrine and prayed. The morning was lively and calm, as Karen felt when she woke up. And the smell of violets in her hair tickled her nose, as if a kitten was sleeping curled up next to her. It seemed that Kiyomi had not slept well and had crawled under the blanket next to her. Taking a feather, Karen began to tickle the prankster's nose, and she did not want to give herself away for a long time and immediately disappeared behind the door. Again, a mess, and after giving a little chakra to the seal, everything returned to its place. Kiyomi sat in the kitchen and brewed tea. Good morning, I didn't sleep well and I don't like sleeping alone. Good morning, Kiyomi, don't get into the habit of disappearing like a hurricane. I understand that you're restless and have chakras like mine. In general, try to be more restrained, at least when visiting. I can't help it, my mother was just as energetic. By the way, where were you going late at night? Behind the house there is a semblance of a small temple with a Shinigami mask. I prayed before going to bed. Shinigami-sama protects the Uzumaki clan. The temples were hidden from those who had nothing to do with us. As Jiraiya assured me, the temples serve as repositories of souls that the god of death took. And Naruto's soul could be there too. Maybe. Kiyomi, go, Ebisu's students are probably waiting for you. I'll have to wait for sensei until he returns. Oh, right, I ran. Kiyomi hurried to leave the house she loved so much and hurried to arrive on time. It seems that Sasuke went after her and fanatics gathered around him who do not miss the opportunity to seduce him. Sasuke-kun, don't be so boring, tell me that I'm prettier than her. Shut your mouth, fool. I'm the most beautiful of all, and you're not even fit to hold a candle to me. What did you call me, bitch? Come on, repeat it. You're asking for trouble, monkey. Oh my god, they are starting to fight for a place to be next to me again. They are all boring and without zest inside. They do not really love, they are going crazy just because of my charming face. This continued until he saw his sister and left the company of bitches. They looked around and couldn't figure out where their betrothed had gone, and then they continued arguing among themselves again. In addition to tea, the Hokage's office also smelled of stimulants, which not everyone is immune to using in order to painlessly endure the dose and not lie in a ward under an IV drip. The morning had been calm, even dead, she noted, but not the night when they had killed a squad of shinobi and left a message in the form of a severed head, which had been thrown at the northern entrance with a note clenched in its mouth. We declare war on you, Konoha, and no one and nothing will save you. That was all that was written on the note, the rest was stained with blood. The handwriting seemed quite familiar. Apparently, it was Cloud and Stone. The Raikage and Tsuchikage have crossed the line, they will not get away with this, the Hokage concluded and decided. Shizune, immediately call all the Junin with the clan heads, we have an emergency. Yes, Hokage-sama. The brunette hurried to fulfill the will of the sensei and ran into Jiraiya in the corridor. His clothes were torn and blood was running down his hand. She saw not only the blood on his hand, but also cuts all over his body. She could have healed his wounds, but she was in too much of a hurry to fulfill the Hokage's order that she did not linger. After walking a few meters, he was so exhausted that he plopped down on the sofa in her office, where she began to heal his wounds, despite the bad start to the day. The greenish treatment healed the wounds on the Sanin's body and after a while he was cured and began to speak. There are too many of them, Tsunade, our forces are not enough to hold back their onslaught. I encountered their best spies and, as you can see, there were more of them than I expected. As far as I remember, you always traveled alone and were always careful. I have already received a message in the form of the head of one of our shinobi. Fog, Stone, and Cloud have gathered a huge army against us. Even if we send a message to Suna asking for help, we will be doomed. Fog, that's weird, I thought they didn't get along with him. It was a messenger from Akatsuki, saying that we have the last Uzumaki for the raikage. The stone with the mist needs our territories and concubines. Let them only dare to come here, we will defend the honor of the shinobi of Konoha and in the name of the will of fire. Return of the Wind. Jiraiya looked better than Karen expected and she didn't let go of her mug of tea, not knowing whether to tell him everything. He knew that Naruto's parents had inherited this house from Mito Uzumaki, changing it a little for themselves. And he hadn't had time to change his clothes, they were all torn and needed repairing. You've already settled in, Karen, I see it wasn't easy for you to accept such a gift. I haven't been here for a long time, but now I remember my student and his wife, who were expecting their first child and named him after the hero of my second book. Rather, you are right, sensei. If Naruto were alive, I would share his loneliness together. He and I are just as strangers in our hated villages. What do you think? It's hard to say, Karen. Red-haired people in Jinchuriki are almost always treated with caution, but that's not the point now. A threat is looming over us, 3 countries have united as one front against us. True, I didn't expect there to be so many of them. There's nowhere to expect allies. Itachi and Nagato promised to help. Have you met Uchiha yet? I see, I hope he won't let me down with my student. Nagato is your student. Back in the Second Shinobi War, I found him with 2 more children and did everything in my power to guide them to the path of shinobi. Nagato, Konan and Yahiko, that's their names. You are a legacy of the wind, Karen, just like Kiyomi. You do not retreat and continue to work hard until the victorious end. Stop, sensei, what are you even talking about? I can't get it into my head. There is a prophecy among the sages from various summons that a child will appear who will change the fate of everyone, humans and tailed beasts. Naruto was more likely that. I have not told anyone about this. Tsunade decides to hold off the enemy until there is enough strength, until the civilians move to a safe place. Although I am not sure that they will be able to get out, we are surrounded on almost all sides. Between Konoha and the mist is Uzushio. Right, sensei. Yes, unfortunately, I have not been there. Maybe I will be able to move there, but it is not easy to fight on 3 fronts. I will try to do everything possible to save as many people as possible. I have already lost a sensei, a student and his son. And what kind of help does Itachi offer? He didn't tell me, but the ancient being is so powerful that no one can stop him except the sage of the 6 paths. In the afterlife, 2 of Tobirama's students were kneeling before him, Danzo and Hiruzen. The aura that emanated from him frightened Hashirama, although what could he be afraid of from his younger brother? Naruto and Minato did not risk sorting out the relationship between the teacher and his students. Although, no matter how you look at it, 2 war-hardened shinobi are afraid of the sensei who hated the Uchiha, and now his students have been added to the list. Danzo was afraid to raise his eyes and look at the one he considered the ideal and the strongest in the history of shinobi of his time after Hashirama. But after he was appointed the head of another Anbu division, something inside him turned in the wrong direction. Hiruzen was his best of the 4 students and showed great promise, but when he came to power, he did not solve many problems, dividing everything between the elders. Although he decided to do the last act contrary to the words of the elders. Danzo, Hiruzen, look me in the eyes. I am disappointed in you, you both showed great promise. You cannot be called my students, not after what you have done. Konoha has become weak, you despise the Jinchuriki and do not protect them. Minato is better than you, Hiruzen, what will you tell me? Taicho. There is nothing to say, if we are all called, then you must prove your devotion to the will of fire. They couldn't get the words out and froze with each word he said, and as soon as his ki began to weaken, they retreated from him. The two blondes were almost similar, except that they were different ages. Naruto's gaze began to change, more focused and strong-willed. As if he was completely serious about fighting any opponent. He was wearing a golden cloak with floating magatama, there were black lines on his body, and he held a staff in his hand in the manner of the Sage of the Six Paths. A golden light emanated from him, as if he were the sun in this place. Kurama was sleeping with his paws tucked under his head behind him, and did not pay attention to anyone. The blonde's thoughts were attracted by a black butterfly that landed on his index finger, as well as on the others who were present. This was a signal, and Kurama, after the ringing of bells, returned to the cage in which he had been imprisoned for several centuries. I hope nothing happens to Karen and Kiyomi, if not, I will avenge you. The Konoha members were preparing to fight to the death, everyone who could even hold a kunai, but not the genin, who were about 12 years old. Senju understood that they would not be able to hold off the enemy for long with Jiraiya. Kakashi, Yamato and Guy were to carry out sabotage along with Asuma, Anko and Kurenai. Kiyomi, Sakura and Karen were called by Tsunade and did not know what to expect in the chaos of the upcoming invasion and Konoha's final battle. We are under siege, as sad as it may sound. At the general meeting of shinobi, everyone was against surrendering to other villages, especially Hyuga. They won't leave everyone alive, only those who go to them as hostages. Let them just touch me, I won't spare anyone. This is our last battle, isn't it, Tsunade-sama? Perhaps someone will manage to escape and move to Uzushio. Our last hope is there. Are you talking about Naruto's homeland? Yes, Sakura, we simply have no other choice. A huge rock flew into the wall, which they managed to dodge. Tsunade was angry, and before they could notice the kunoichi, she disappeared. Only Sakura noticed how her Byakugo mark changed and stripes appeared all over her body. Looking in the direction from which the stones had come, Sakura saw the destroyed gates and retreating shinobi. Fortunately, there were no locals left. A real battle was raging behind the opponents. The cries of the wounded and dead shinobi that Kakashi Hatake had caught were heard. The green beast of Konoha opened the fifth gate and swept away the opponents at high speed. Yamato and Kurenai were pushing back shinobi of a higher rank than the Chunin with wood art. Asuma used the Fire Temple's guardian technique, the Buddha strike, against several strong jonin. Anko, with her snake summoning, was able to poison the troops for a while, giving a respite to those in the center of Konoha. Sasuke activated Susanoo, and under its protection were the remaining Chunin who could not fight and were healed by Shizune. The giant with a huge hand swept away the enemies like bugs. Tsunade and Jiraiya could not see where they both rushed, although after the trembling of the earth it became clear that they decided to use the summoning of slugs and toads. Zetsu could not have imagined that his bait would be so easily taken and that everyone in Konoha would be destroyed without distinction. His cunning plan was crowned with success. Now no one would be able to interfere with his plans to free his mother. Deciding to speed up the process a little, he kidnapped Karen. The Raikage didn't like to wait until his cloud shinobi finished coddling the Konovets and took the last Uzumaki for him safe and sound, so that he could retreat while the Tsuchikage and Mizukage continued to clear the area. He didn't comment on Zetsu's appearance in any way, except for one factor: Uzumaki Haim himself was tied hand and foot. I keep my word, Raikage. Get lost, now is not the time. I want to make sure that this is the bitch who escaped from the grass. Approaching her and biting her hand, warm blood flowed inside and I felt the nectar of strength spreading throughout my body. Are you satisfied? Yes. Zetsu was about to leave his abode, but something was stopping him from doing so. Or something else. He looked in horror at his own pierced chest, from which a dark liquid was flowing, which could hardly be called blood. The pin he was holding onto began to rise upwards and his legs dangled helplessly. The Raikage stepped back from Uzumaki and looked in horror at the enemy he thought was dead. Although no, he was seeing double, and Karen threw herself into the arms of her savior. Your mother, Zetsu, will never be reborn. Damn your clan of devils, you should have been personally destroyed, and not trusted by the Mizukage and the rest of the cage. Your mistake was that Shinigami-sama protected us, and you couldn't kill us all. Crap. Zetsu said and fell silent. Karen watched as a familiar and close person destroyed the enemy's body with one touch, and only a wet spot remained of the Raikage. Cries of pain were heard from all around, and some people hastily deserted the battlefield. Karen tore her gaze away from the Raikage's body and looked at Naruto's face. It was him, only all grown up, just like she had been since they last saw each other. Am I late, Karen, my dear sister? No, You're just in time, Naruto. And this is your father. I am Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage and his father. You are Karen, I believe. You were right, and I am the heir to your family's property, Yodaime-sama. What? The blondes exclaimed in unison. Naruto, save the others, they won't last long. Kiyomi is in trouble, I can feel it. It's always like this with her. Nothing can be done, the blonde replied, remembering her pranks, and set off on the trail of her chakra. Saviors. Sakura was fighting off another idiot who decided that she was easy prey. But after one single blow, he completely stopped thinking, because the monstrous force in a single blow broke his ribs and affected his lungs. The body with surprised eyes fell in front of her and the kunoichi pushed herself away from where she was. The new opponent was a good master in taijutsu. Sakura had to block the blows more than attack him. He was like Rock Lee in style, and when he decided to grimace, he received a roundhouse kick from the kunoichi and flew into the opposite wall, where the shaft pierced the body through. Ino was behind her and couldn't help. One kenjutsu lover managed to hit her, the one who preferred swords and was probably a samurai before. And as luck would have it, poison got into the wound and she couldn't heal herself quickly. When the attack on the case cage happened, this alliance moved against Konoha. Sakura was noticeably exhausted, not every time so many opponents would fight her. More opponents appeared, who decided to finish her off, using Kaden from afar. But none of them could move, their shadows seemed to be connecting with one master in this matter. Shikamaru used shadow strangulation and thus saved them, although he was not sure that he would have time. Thank you, Shikamaru. You're welcome. There are too many of them, we could use a new strategy, we're running out of ideas. I thought you would find a way out, Shika. Ino, I'm not even sure that we can all stand against this horde. It feels familiar, doesn't it? What did you mean, Shikamaru? Everything seems to be as usual. Although, no, someone is approaching. Damn, who then? A bright golden figure slipped behind the brown-haired man, holding Kiyomi in her arms. The kunoichi herself was unconscious. Shikamaru tried to figure out who it was and was a little shocked by the appearance of none other than Naruto Uzumaki himself. Hi, guys. Sakura, Ino, Shika. Naruto. The three said in unison. It was a shock for them, not everyone was ready to see him here at such a time. Yes, it was me and 5 others were resurrected by Nagato using one of the Rinnegan paths. Let's chat later, okay? Instead of answering, Sakura walked up to him and hugged him tightly, which seemed like the blonde was a little embarrassed, but holding Kiyomi and hugging Sakura was problematic, and Shikamaru took her. Now Sakura could whisper the warmest words to him. I missed you, Naruto, as did everyone else. With your tenacity, you set us all on our own path as shinobi. Sakura, take care of Kiyomi, I found her unconscious. Okay. Save your friends and avenge Konoha and Uzushio. The blonde nodded at Sakura's words and immediately disappeared. Kiyomi was breathing peacefully, and after examining her, the kunoichi decided that she had simply lost chakra. Ino had almost finished removing the poison from her body and began to report the good news among the Konoha people. Urgent message to everyone, this is Ino Yamanaka speaking, we have allies, none other than the Hokage of the 4 generations and 2 more whom you know very well. Those who were catching their breath after the battle at that moment listened to the blonde's broadcast and took it as an unexpected salvation. Jiraiya and Tsunade also heard it and the first Hokage himself appeared before them, her grandfather Hashirama. It's about time, the corners of his lips lifted and he pretended to smile. Grandfather, Tsunade said and noticed how another relative, Tobirama, appeared. We're a little late, my Hiraishin is inferior even to Minato and Naruto. Tsunade, you're Hokage now, I'm proud of you. Thank you, Grandpa. You said Naruto. Where is he? Somewhere nearby. I need to teach the Raikage, Mizukage and Tsuchikage a lesson. Pathetic bugs, I won't leave anything of them. Tobirama rushed forward, sweeping away those who dared to seize his home. The opponents retreated from him in horror and were afraid to even pronounce his name, because he was the father of the White Wolf of Konoha, Sakuma Hatake. Even the Great Trinity of Sannin could not stand next to him. Sweden. The Great Water Dragon. With only a small amount for such a technique without a source of water, the dragon was truly terrifying with its red eyes blazing. The shinobi of other villages were buried under the thickness of the water in an attempt to escape. You are not a simple opponent. Are you Tobirama Senju? The voice of the speaker belonged to a woman who was used to playing with her victims and did not miss the opportunity to teach them before death. You reek of impudence, Mizukage of the Hidden Mist. You have no fear at all, since you decided to go one-on-one against me. Oh, I'm afraid. I'm stronger than the other Kage who came before me. I wanted to see a more attractive young man here, but not a decrepit mummy. You desecrate my memory with your behavior. Tobirama released even more of his power, which made the Mizukage lose her footing and stagger as she fell. A lot of water began to appear around him and, as he approached it, he noticed how the air was heating up, the temperature was rising so much that metal was melting. You underestimated me. My Gekkei Kenkai is unique and can easily cook you. She simply rose and lava began to appear around her. The water hissed and evaporated right before her eyes and the grin on Tobirama's face disappointed her, no, rather surprised her. Shadow clone. Senju disappeared in front of her and a powerful attack hit her in the back, from which her legs could not hold up and she fell down, frantically trying to say something. She saw a new opponent in the face of a handsome young man. Tobirama nodded approvingly and together they vanished in front of her in a white flash of lightning. She felt that all of her chakra channels were damaged and it could be attributed to a very strong poison. Closing her eyes, she imprinted a smile on her face, as if she did not want to die with a crooked grin. Raikage. As it seemed at first, Minato died at the hands of his son, but instead of him there was one of his students, who created the illusion that he was the Raikage. The mark could not go anywhere and, sensing its location, at full speed slipped away from his keen gaze and struck him in the back with rasengan, while he could not figure out anything. Fourth Hokage. I will kill you, even if I take you to the grave with me. You wrote me off too early, I'm much faster than you. We'll see about that. Deciding to get up, the Raikage found that his lower body was paralyzed, causing pain that was literally unbearable. It was a stigma to be disabled and unable to take revenge on the worst enemy that was already standing in his way. I'll get even with you. I'm not sure I'm the first in line to deal with you. Minato disappeared and Itachi Uchiha appeared in his place, slowly approaching him. Fear gripped his body, and it was impossible to move away. The body did not obey at all. And Itachi had a katana in his hand, with which he cut out his entire clan and was going to kill him, not giving a single chance to escape. I think I told you that you shouldn't stand in my way. And the most offensive thing for you is that you dared to offend my little sister. Ellipsis. That means death. With one blow, the head began to separate from the body of the ruler of Hidden Cloud. The head rolled towards the Uchiha's feet and the blade entered between the eyes of the dead ruler. Itachi left his katana and went to check on his beloved Izumi with Kiyomi and his little brother Sasuke. Only the ringing of the bells on his straw hat could fill the dead street with sounds. Kiyomi doesn't even remember how it could have happened that she suddenly stopped seeing everything. She couldn't go anywhere, her strength had left her. Tears rolled one after another. First she saw Karen manage to cover her from the kunai flying at her and she also disappeared. She couldn't scream anymore and it sounded more like a wheeze than a voice. But still, there was something familiar at one moment, when such a familiar hand touched her skin, pleasant emotion spread throughout her body. She could not say anything, although she tried, but she read his name on his lips, and it turned out that the stranger carried her to a safe place. Now, lying down, she heard how many people had gathered and were discussing something. But one voice, something long familiar and forgotten, stopped all discussions and approached her. Your vision will return to normal soon, Kiyomi. Don't worry, it's all over. Ni-san, is that you? Yes, it's me, my little and silly sister. The brunette answered as if mockingly, and she was angry at him and wanted to say something else, but it would have come out funny and she herself understood this perfectly well. Opening her eyes, she couldn't believe that in front of her was her older brother, who cared more about her than her strict father. Throwing herself into his arms, she didn't realize that several eyes were looking at her and she became embarrassed. You haven't changed at all, Kiyomi. The voice that repeated after him, in addition to his brothers, belonged to the loving man she was always running after. Naruto. Kitten, I missed you. Baka, I missed you too. We won, Kiyomi, and this is only the first stage. Right, Itachi. None other than Obito Uchiha sent Zetsu to cause a conflict between the countries and the second stage will be the eternal Tsukuyomi. It must be stopped. The others do not know that I worked for Konoha and protected it from the shadows. Karen and Sakura were also here and did not want to leave Naruto at all. But they understood that he was here temporarily and would return back to the Shinigami world, where his soul was sealed. Yamato was very surprised by his appearance, as were Kakashi and the others, and they accepted him as very strong allies. The Tsuchikage was unable to deal with the second and fourth Hokage alone and lost the battle to them in short order, as the armies themselves began to retreat without leaders. Final chapter. Jiraiya, walking with Tsunade, could not believe that the four Hokage came to their aid with two unknown people, although according to the conversations it was Naruto and Danzo. That's what the Princess of the Slugs did not believe, that the slippery shadow of Konoha would take their side. In the distance they saw, like two drops, father and son look alike. And Itachi's appearance was unexpected for everyone, because after personally slaughtering the clan, he does not worry about anything. Conversation with the younger sister, who looked more like Kushina and Makoto in one bottle. Izumi hugged her beloved and did not look into the eyes of those who despised Itachi. The Uchiha scared away uninvited guests with just one look. Naruto was also glad that Izumi was alive, because she reminded him of the motherly care that he lacked so much in his childhood. Sensei, Minato and Naruto didn't expect you to be resurrected like this. That means you'll be able to stop the 10 tails. Jiraiya-sensei, I don't blame you for not telling Naruto about me. After all, my enemies could have used the information and taken revenge for the humiliation. And that he is a Jinchuriki. I would have done a lot for him, but time has been lost for us. And I was partly right, Minato, if I hadn't ordered Jiraiya, Naruto would have never had a childhood. I protected him from those who wanted him dead, Kakashi took good care of him, being by his side. Despite everything, he was under his care until he was 5 years old and then I allowed Izumi to take custody of him. Sensei, you did the right thing, thank you. Let everyone know this, the memory of the Namikaze family will never be tarnished. Thank you, Tsunade. Kiba was unhappy that Uzumaki had shown up and taken all the attention for himself, and he had no choice but to harbor anger. Sasuke couldn't be angry at his brother, because his actions had saved Konoha from a coup d'état and disapproved of both his father's precarious balance and the leadership towards the clan itself. Inoichi regretted that he could not be present at that tragedy, perhaps he would have given his life for his friend, whom he considered one of the strongest shinobi after the third Hokage. Limping on his left leg, he reached the company and greeted his old friend. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, Minato, it feels like an eternity. And you've grown old, Inoichi, you have a beautiful daughter who has grown up, I've seen her. It's a pity that we're talking under such circumstances. You're right, me too. Let's chat next time, soon our time will be up and I will return to the Uzumaki temple. Inoichi understood what was being said, as he had seen it mentioned when one of the groups was exploring the ruins of Uzushio. Meanwhile, Tobirama watched as the two remaining students, Kaharu and Homura, died at the hands of Danzo. Their faces were frozen in fear. They never imagined that they would die at the hands of their comrade. Danzo and Hiruzen kept their word to Sensei and hurried to finish the business with the 10-tailed. Hashirama and Tobirama said goodbye to their only granddaughter and followed Minato and Naruto. Itachi could not linger either and, having opened a portal, with the help of Kamui moved to the statue itself, where everything should end. Obito sat on the head of the statue and suspected nothing. Itachi's appearance was a routine matter. He knew that he had been figured out long ago and it was not the time to put on a circus and play the fool. You're late, Itachi, the 10 tails will awaken soon. I'm just in time, Obito, you'll see Rin soon. You may not be able to stop me. Go ahead, Naruto. A yellow flash appeared at the forehead of the statue and after his hand touched it, its mouth opened, from which tailed beasts flew in different directions. Obito couldn't allow this and tried to stop him, but the shadow clone, who hid his presence, hit him in the back with a rasengan. The body went flying down and looked at the one he had encountered 17 years ago. Minato broke the spiral mask with a kunai and looked in horror at his former student, who had died under the collapse. It was you, Obito, and you used Izanagi to survive until this moment. Rin could not be saved, don't you understand? She was the vessel chosen for the 3 tails to destroy Konoha. Kakashi did not do it easily. You are taking revenge on the wrong people, the old ruler of the Hidden Mist was to blame for everything. I asked him to take care of Rin, and what I saw. He killed her, the one he always loved. Trying to rise, strange symbols began to appear all over his body, blocking access to any techniques in the carrier's chakra. He stood paralyzed, not saying a word, watching as his torment was stopped. The large Rasengan leaves nothing from the body, only dust. The rest of the organization did not interfere. With Itachi's appearance the balance of power was not in their favor. Nagato himself appeared next to the Uchiha. The path we chose was wrong. You can't make the whole world pay for the pain of losing a loved one. Obito used us all for his own selfish purposes, pressing on every weak point. The world is changing, as is our opinion of it. Thank you, Nagato, for your help. In any case, Naruto Uzumaki saved everyone from a mistake for which we would all pay for a very long time. It's time for him to return. Nagato, we are now ordinary mercenaries guarding the world. The organization remains. If the Otsutsuki come to our world, we will be able to defeat them. This will be our war, not the leaders of other countries. Nagato thanked Naruto and the others for their help. Now they had to return to the Hidden Rain village to the temple. As a farewell, Naruto met with his dear people one last time. And disappeared before their eyes after saying goodbye. In the world of the god of death, Naruto and the others were surprised by the appearance of the ruler and patron in one person. Before that, they all had to see him only before death, but not in reality. And Hagoromo Otsutsuki materialized next to him. I see that you have accomplished the mission. But I am afraid that it will not last long. Soon the Otsutsuki will complain here and do the same to this world as to the others. Collect chakra so that the family does not disappear completely. That's right, Naruto Uzumaki. You understood everything correctly, and that's why I agreed with him that we would return you to the world of the living. So, I'll be with the others. What about Kurama? He will be with you and your powers too. If you fail, then do not be afraid to call upon your patron Shinigami. I am satisfied with this choice. The blonde didn't know what would follow, and after the click he began to feel a flame flaring up all over his body, slowly and inexorably covering every cell of his body. He didn't remember how long it lasted, but there was no pain, except for the last one. The device was beeping, with lines of vibrations and numbers running across it. The wind opened the window into the hospital bed where the patient had been placed. His chest was slowly rising, his hair was tossing back and forth, as if the wind was waiting for him to return. He was not the only kunoichi in the room with the color of love's hair, sat down on a chair and squeezed his hand. Kiyomi sat on the edge of the bed and nervously tapped her fingers on her knee. She could not wait for him to wake up and open his eyes, which gave salvation to the world. Sakura waited patiently for him to wake up and, about to leave the room, her hand was squeezed by the blonde. Kiyomi did not believe it and was about to wake him up when she heard a voice. Kiyomi, Sakura, is it really you? Yes, thank Nagato if he hadn't sent word of your return. Nagato-san, I am very grateful to him. How are you, kitten? Which made the kunoichi blush and hug him as if she didn't want to lose him again. Baka, I missed you. Tears of joy flowed from her eyes, which were immediately absorbed into his hospital clothes. I won't leave you again, Kiyomi, I promise. The kunoichi pressed herself even closer to him, but thought that she might be overdoing it and pulled away, giving way to Sakura. If only you knew how much I've been waiting for this, the kunoichi replied and kissed him passionately in front of Kiyomi. The brunette felt jealousy and immediately activated her Sharingan. Sakura broke the kiss and responded. Our hearts have belonged to him for a long time. You are jealous, I know, Kiyomi. Sakura, it wasn't just like that Shinigami-sama brought me back to life in exchange for one favor. A favor? Yes, if there is an Otsutsuki invasion, then my strength will be enough to stop them. I see. Well, I must inform you of your return. Karen will be glad to hear it. Kiyomi stayed with him and did not leave his side until Karen, who had recently returned from a mission, showed up. She had changed noticeably since the last time they saw each other. Her facial features had become more feminine and resembled her mother's, according to her father's memories. She wore a hair clip so that her hair would not block her view, speaking of which, it was his gift that he left for her in that sealed scroll. She slowly walked towards him, not knowing how to react, that some time ago he was brought back to life to stop the war, and now he was brought back to full life. And everything was in place, as Sakura and Tsunade reported during the inspection. I can't believe you're alive again, Naruto. I am material, as you can see, Karen. Help me get up, I want to look at my parents' house, the blonde asked, and Karen and Kiyomi helped him get up. The first step was unsuccessful, fortunately the girls helped him not to fall. Sakura was waiting for them outside, and the blonde was able to move independently without help when his stiff muscles regained their mobility. Karen led Naruto through the streets, even though he was wearing a hospital gown, and he didn't have any other. When she approached the barrier, Karen didn't remove the barrier, because Naruto, even though he was half Uzumaki, was able to pass through it. He was amazed at how everything was preserved, as his father said, and his clothes were stored in the closet, just the right size for him. Having dressed, the blonde decided to see how he would look in the mirror. As he approached it, he noticed a photo of his parents, in which they were happy. The clothes were quite his size, a tight suit and a Junin vest with many pockets made him an exact copy of Minato, only with fox whiskers. Welcome back, Kurama said at the same time as him. Karen didn't believe that Naruto was in front of her and blushed like any girl in her place. After all, it's not every time that such a handsome guy wants to date you. Sasuke learned after the mission that his brother had returned completely healthy and alive. And no one knew about his return, only the circle of people close to the Hokage. But the secrecy fell away when he passed by the onlookers who were wandering the streets in their father's clothes. Jiraiya almost choked when he saw him with his own eyes and hugged him, not believing that his student's son was alive and smiling, just like Minato. Life was slowly changing in Konoha and the newly minted Naruto automatically became the new captain of the Anbu squad after Yamato and Kakashi checked. The other countries were licking their wounds after such a defeat, and after an emergency meeting initiated by Konoha, they accepted new conditions that they have no claims against it. Commentary on the last chapter. Author. Well, what can I say, this is a new story with a new narrative. Everyone expected that there would be a grand battle. I hasten to disappoint you that I did not intend to do this. What else can I add? I plan to finish the Bleach universe by the end of the year and I do not plan to write about the Naruto universe yet. I have a crossover planned. I hope the idea will be great. I will not spoil it so as not to ruin the surprise.